Part 9. On the Run. Some folks are wise, and some are otherwise. Tobias Smollett. 27. Cliff was tired of traveling. The immense distances of the bowl took a steady toll that could not be erased by dozing in uncomfortable seats designed for another species, or indifferent food gotten from dispensers along the way, or headphones that tuned out the drones and rattles of endless long transport. The bowl was built on the scale of solar systems, but humans were built to smaller perspectives. Quirt and the other Sills had brought Cliff's team through a twisting labyrinth of tunnels, moving away from the hull where the ice mines dwelled. Then a mag train, more tunnels, occasional glimpses of odd landscapes seen through huge quartz sheets that glided by as they took barely curved speed ramps at planetary velocities. He had felt the surges and high speeds, but after a while they did not register as distinct events, just a long symphony of lurches. At times he felt he knew where they were in an astronomical sense, alignments of star and jet and horizon, glimpsed through flickering windows. But those got confused as soon as he looked again, hours later, after being pummeled and spun. Now they ventured out, on foot, into a terrain that reminded him of California deserts. Low scrub brush, gullied tan terrain, hazy sky, occasional zigzag trees. Those seemed to grow everywhere on the bowl. Gravity was different here, a lot less. He felt a slight tilt to his weight, too. They were closer to the knothole, had to be. Curious blocky buildings visible through some dust haze in the distance, maybe 10 kilometers away, a tapered tower at its center. Cliff drew in hot, dry air with a crisp, nose-tingling flavor and basked in the raw sunlight. It was good to be still and on your feet in sunlight. Always sunlight. Quirt beckoned the others out of the well-disguised hatch that led into the hull system. For many hours they had crawled through some conduits and once had to wade through a sewer to get onto a fast-moving slideway. Then a train. The bowl's constant daylight threw off their sleep cycles. He'd measured this and found that the team had shifted to a 30-hour waking cycle. The welcome dark of the night-side hull had helped fix that. But they were worn down. "Think we're okay here?" Irma asked Quirt. "Need go farther," Quirt said, looking around. "Not safe here." The other Sill shifted uneasily and looked at the zigzag trees. "What's the danger? At least it's warm." Irma had not liked the cold and had hugged one or the other of the men in the night, seeking warmth. Nobody thought anything of it. They were all in a pile most of the time, dead to the world. "The Kahala. In shape they are more like you than we, an old kind of adopted, loyal to folk." Irma frowned. "So what do we do?" "Find." Quirt paused as if translating from his language. "Tadfish. You would say, maybe." "There's shelter over there." Terry pointed at the low hills to their left. He seemed more alert and energetic now, Cliff noted. "We go past that," Quirt said, but the other Sill around him rustled with unease. This was the first sign Cliff had seen that they all could understand English. Plainly they were worried, their legs shifting and heads jerking around as if looking for threats. "So let's do this fast," Ivy said. He, too, looked refreshed. They all had skins worn from constant sun, but not deeply tanned. There wasn't a lot of UV in this star's spectrum. They set off at a long lope made graceful by the lower gravity. Cliff got into his stride easily, enjoying the sensation of hanging a second or two longer at the apex, while his legs stretched out. As much as he had liked the dark of the hull labyrinth, the sunlit open was more his style. "Kahala!" one of the Sill cried. Quirt stopped and turned, and so did they all. Some fast shapes flitted through a distant stand of zigzags and heavy brush. At first Cliff thought these were four-legged creatures, but as one of them sped across a gap in the rust-colored brush, he saw they had 2 legs. Their gait leaned forward and hinged oddly. Big, angular heads. "Here Kahala live," Quirt said. "What should we do? Deal with them?" "Do not know." Quirt and the other Sill looked carefully at the Kahala. There were many of them. They all began to run again. Quirt waved them away from the zigzag trees where the moving figures were, and toward the buildings several kilometers away across a dusty plain. It seemed to Cliff they were needlessly exposed there, but then Quirt, who was in the lead, took them behind a rise and into a slight gully that was enough to shield them from direct fire. Dust from their running stung his nose. They were all running flat out. His team had their lasers and Quirt their own weaponry, but they were vastly outnumbered. Until now he had not thought much about how lightly armed Bole natives were. That seemed to imply little overt conflict despite the vast and horrible damage the folk had dealt out to the Sill. There was an odd zen-like grace to them in the face of horror. As if sensing that something was up, big birds flapped suddenly from the surrounding brush and zigzags. They swarmed and turned together and made off with loud, keening squawks. In the lower grav, the big wings could use the slight wind to escape. Obviously, to these odd 4-winged birds, the running figures meant trouble. The dust swarmed up into his nostrils and stung. The acrid nip also snapped him into focus. He looked up at the big birds stroking themselves up into the air, and he recalled his sense of relish when he saw his first Baltimore oriole. They were nearly extinct then. The great crash had passed, but many birds were teetering on the edge, and the sight of the deep flaming orange against the rest of its black plumage thrilled him. He knew the Baltimore oriole's name came from some ancient coat of arms royalty, but that mattered nothing compared with the small, fragile beauty of it. These alien birds sweeping and cawing above had none of that, yet they still stirred him. So why had this structure, vast in size and time, kept so much rich wildlife when Earth had not? Humanity had overrun itself in vast sullen cities long ago. Its soiled vapors ruled the sky, still, despite earnest geoengineering. That question swarmed up, awakened by this wealth of life flapping around him. Stinging sweat trickled into his eyes, and he was glad of it. He remembered the bleak gray landscapes he had seen across the American West following the Great Dry, the denuded skeleton forests of the high Sierras, where fires consumed the last needles of the demolished pine forests, and layered the Owens Valley with black shrouds for weeks. The dead, dry prospects of deserted suburban streets lined by abandoned cars already stripped of their paint by the hissing sands, borne on constant hot winds. His legs burned with fatigue. Cliff shook his head to throw the sweat aside. He checked that his team was staying together, and panted, and felt the ache slicing in his lungs, and ran on. Sometimes he could abstract himself out of the moment with thoughts, memories, dreams, anything but the terrible fear that once again they were the prey. His team, being run down again, his responsibility. So, how did this enormous artifact preserve such diversity of life? It was like some goddamned Central Park in old Manhattan before the rising seas washed all that away. A natural place that life sought refuge in, yet it was an artifact, a managed simulacrum of the natural world. A jewel in a concrete setting. But this place was not a dead park. It lived and maintained itself and went on. He had to concede that to the folk who ran this place. They had evaded the excess that had nearly ruined Earth. He ran on. The others panted and strained around him. The Sill took their long strides with easy grace and were always ahead, The humans labored in sweat and stink and gathering sour fatigue as the building complex loomed. In the zigzag trees around them, Cliff felt the presence of the running humanoids, though he could not see them. It seemed stupid to be pursued on foot like Homo sapiens sapiens of 100,000 years before. Here, amid a fantastic construction, they were reduced to... Then he saw it. The bowl, a huge facsimile of a real planet, kept itself running and stable by being larger than worlds could be, giving life enough room to find its own way. But how did they stop the myriad intelligent species here from expanding beyond their province? A puzzle. And now there was no more time for idle thought. The distant buildings were close, and his legs were made of lead. Quick is the word and sharp's the action. Where had he heard that? They came upon the towering great gray slabs through an outer maze of silvery metal sculptures. These depicted heavy-set humanoids in various poses, mostly in combat with assorted knives, shields, lances, and the like. The nude bodies were squat and sturdy, big, muscled chunks above short legs and fat feet. Their ribs seemed to wrap around the whole body, and their arms turned both ways, double-jointed and elbowed. Some statues were of standing figures, and in the air around these gleamed some unintelligible script that flashed brighter as Cliff looked at them. A smart system that registered his gaze and amped the label. They reached a large blade-like tower that seemed solid, standing at the center of a hexagonal open spot. Flagstones of intricate angular designs led toward this tower and up its flanks in elongated perspectives. There was a solemn air to the place as its design soared up the flat tower face, ornamented with bumps and knobs that tapered away into the sky. They paused to drink water, and Cliff stood looking at the big stonework. Slowly, about 50 meters up, an eye opened. He knew it was an eye, though it was of the same burnished tan as the rest of the tower. It had a green center, like an iris. Slowly, the entire oval, several meters across, turned downward to look at them. One eye. What? Cliff could not take his eyes off the single enormous pupil at the thing's center. It seemed to be looking straight at him. A pupil in rock? An eye with lens and retinas? "Stone mind," Quirt said simply. Then he turned quickly and peered into the distance. Cliff looked to his left and saw several of the stumpy humanoids flitting among the sculptures. There were a lot of them, moving with surprising speed. They huffed and squatted and made ready. Their brown clothes seemed to have endless pockets, and they fished among those to bring out things, affixing them to the long tubes. "Chem guns," Ivy said. "In all this high tech, the old stuff still makes sense." Or maybe they haven't been allowed any more advanced tech, Terry wondered. "We saw a humanoid like this, remember?" Irma said. "It opened a door leading down into some entrance, back there on an open plain. When it saw us, it just walked away." Ivy said, "Yeah, maybe we should have looked into that entrance. We were getting pretty ragged. Maybe it would have been good shelter." Cliff knew this was a way of calling up an unspoken grudge. He had argued to push on, and they had. "That means these humanoids are maybe maintenance workers," he said mildly. "They're working for the folk, keeping the bowl fit." They broke off talk as the creatures moved. Without a word, the entire party of Sill and humans turned and watched the humanoids go to each flank, surrounding them. Nobody spoke. "Kahala," Quirt said. "They hold us for folk. Send message." Terry whispered, "How can we get away?" Before Quirt could speak, a long droning note washed over the area. It seemed to come from everywhere and was more like a sensation in Cliff's body than a sound. The tone shifted, and a long, rolling vowel played out. Quirt said, "Sit, listen, The stone mind wakes. Cliff sized up their situation. There were at least a few hundred of the humanoids around them. They didn't look friendly. Many wore jackets and carried long tubes that looked like some sort of launch weapon. They were swarthy, and their heads never turned away from watching the humans near the tower. They bristled with suppressed energy. Cliff wondered how he knew this and saw it was something about reading body postures. Maybe that was a universal across species? Or else the whole primate suite of abilities converged, driven by the urgent need to communicate no matter what world your abilities came from, on myriad subtle signs that told stories from a mere glance. Irma said quietly, "They're dangerous. We can't fight them. Are we waiting for this song to end, or what?" "They hear the long voice," Quirt said. Ivy said, "So? How long does this last?" "The rock being speaks of its many deaths," Quirt said, its head dipping low and eye darting up and down, a gesture Cliff did not know. Tones now shifted higher, into shrees, kines, awiz, and ooey-nees. The pressing power in it seemed to hammer the air around them. Cliff felt these as warring long wavelength notes that made his muscles dance, his body arch and flex and stretch in resonance with the powerful sounds rolling through the dry air around them. It's playing us," he managed to get out. "This sound." "It tells of its great death," Quirt said. "Takes far time." The sill had formed a crescent facing outward against the solemn, threatening silence of the humanoids. Together with Quirt, the sill flexed their arms, turning their inner elbows up to the sun. Cliff saw slender black fibers extend in the pits of their elbows. Their tips gleamed in the hard sunlight. He had never been able to tell males from females in the sill, but it did not matter. They all had done some physiological magic and made these black lances poke out of their inner elbows. One of them abruptly jerked an arm down, and the lance arced fast and sure out in a long parabola. The elegance of it struck Cliff as it watched it skewer a small wood emblem atop a hunkering stone sculpture of a big-chested humanoid. It hit the dry dark wood exactly in its center, and the black arrow flapped with energy not yet dissipated. As sure a challenge as he could imagine. The humanoids did not respond. Their feet shuffled, their heads waggled a bit, but no sounds came. The big notes had fallen silent, and Cliff thought the song, or whatever it was, had come to an end. Dead silence. The sill glowered at the humanoids and flexed their black arrows. He wondered how that had evolved. Gene tampering? An onboard defense, obviously. You didn't have to carry anything, and the black rods with their gleaming pointed tips waited for the downward yank of the arm. Their hands could be free, so they could have other weapons there too. But the sill held no other weapons in their hands, no pistols or guns of any sort. Unlike the humanoids, who now sent forth barking calls high and shrill. A taunt? A rebuke? It was impossible to tell. The calls stopped, and Cliff felt himself tensing, pulse fast and hard. The two bands of aliens glared at each other in what seemed another universal signal: narrowed eyes. Grunts and hisses and heavy panting. Feet stirred in the dust, arms and chests bunched and flexed. A fevered, bristly aroma came drifting on the still air, the heat of bodies exuding aromas that, he supposed, carried signals evolved long ago on planets far from this stark scene. Time stood crisp and still. Eyes darted and judged. But then came long-drawing notes from the stone tower, echoing tones of Kynes, Arar, Yuang, Araf. He panted and watched the aliens move into position around them, shuffling in the dust, huffing with energy. "We haven't got a chance, do we?" he said in a casual way. Irma said wryly, "Looks like." Bunug Rappena Faleung. The humanoids lifted their heads. Their shuffling ceased. As the long, solemn notes washed over them, they slowly buckled, sat, folded their armaments and their arms down and low. The long, loud notes rolled on. Cliff did not know this speech. Neither did the sill, he gathered, but the humanoids did, and they wilted before the slow, steady sway of the music that poured over them. The words became a soothing song that washed over the entire stonework, itself laid out some vast time long ago, an era beyond knowing. The warmth lulled Cliff as well. "Take a break," he said to the others. "Sit. Wait them out." He felt the flowing wall of sound as it called, "You are young, kinds, aurar, you are young." He felt his knees go weak. Quirt was having none of this. It said, "Let them sit. You do not." "Huh? Why?" Cliff straightened up. "The slow song will reach them. Resist it." "Resist? I don't—" Quirt gave him an eye goggle he could not read. "Let it go," Irma said. "There's more going on here than we know." Terry and Ivy agreed, heads nodding, eyes drifting, going drowsy and vague. "Gri, habita, lucheri." Strange fat pauses drifted by in the warm air, hums and echoes. Like corpses on an ocean, Cliff thought, and jerked awake. What an odd, repellent metaphor of the vaguely meaningful. His unconscious was seeping through as he got drowsy, or was it something the words called forth? The low booming voice called, "Bitha, ablor, quartehor, bilana." To keep himself awake and not weaken and sit down, Cliff asked Quirt, "This is a sculpture? With a recording? Why is it so important?" Quirt looked at him with an expression Cliff had learned to read as puzzlement. "It is alive. It awakes to speak." Cliff glanced up at the huge eye, which was still staring down at them. Gradually, Quirt's indirect way of saying things unfurled the story of this place. What Cliff saw as a sculpture was actually a living thing. Alien to the bowl, rugged and slow, it had come long ago from a world that died. "It lives to tell. It awakes when audience approaches." Irma said, "This is a smart rock?" Quirt said, "Sunlight-powered, from world very hot." "It can't move, right?" Ivy asked. "How'd it get here?" Quirt found all this unremarkable. Bowl passing by, explored that hot world. These Kahala asked the bowl to take one of them to keep themselves, to speak for them. Terry asked, "To carry their culture?" Quirt turned to them and made a gesture they now knew meant stay steady among the sill. "It sings. The Kahala decide to send one of them. Their sun swelled. They would soon melt." Terry said, "I thought those humanoids," he gestured at the ring surrounding them, "were the Kahala." "They take name of the living stone." Quirt seemed to find this completely natural. "We triggered the monument? The Kahala stone?" Ivy asked, his eyes wandering over the landscape. Cliff understood. It was so ordinary in a dry fashion, but there were plenty of ways to get everything wrong here. Stones and primitives all beneath a luminous sky, elements of ancient human history and still so easy to see as simple, a tailoring of Earth history. It was nothing like that. The strange kept trying not to be strange. Quirt's eyes meant yes. "I us took here. New song was only way." The alien's eyes told more than its words, but then words were tight little symbol lines. They could easily deceive the mind. "Only way? to not get caught? Cliff studied the stern stonework that soared over 100 meters above them. A single creature, something he would have bet plenty could never evolve. Smart rock. On a hot, dry world, there must have been some sort of competition. Among rocks? He could not grasp how they contended. Against weathering? To gain mass and so defend themselves against abrasive winds and tides? How could information flow in a stone? How could it gain intelligence to control its fate? This went beyond biology into geology, and yet evolution had to explain such a thing. He recalled how dumbfounded he had been when he first saw the bowl from Sunseeker. This made him feel the same way. It was harder to remain standing, but Quirt insisted. The resonant voice boomed on, and the sill listened intently. Long, droning notes rode the hot, dry air. Each time, different information, Quirt said. Long song pealing on. In the next hour, Quirt gave Cliff, in halting detail, some of the Kahala's slow evolution. Planets that condensed out early, near their stars, necessarily must seethe and surge. Liquid metals and decaying radioactives spit energy into crystalline lattices. Order came from oblique condensations. The essentials geological were much like essentials biological. Life began from metabolism wedded with reproduction. The first sentient Kahalans used their world's temperature and metallic difference between the core and the upper mantle as their thermodynamic driver. Along slithering seams of flowing lava, moving with aching slowness, they learned to track the shifting heat patterns. Predicting these was even better. Among the metal ions in their crystalline rhomboids, variations made their own order. Slow and strange, reproduction of patterns followed. Some worked and so persisted. When shifting crystalline lattices held the basic data of early sentience, evolution's hammer could find its anvil. Much like bits encoded in silicon by humans' computing chips, fresh intelligences arose without benefit of the bio-world. Size conferred advantages in energy harvesting, so the Kahala grew ever larger, over working agonies of billions of years. They learned to communicate through acoustic waves amid the strata. Social evolution drove the geological, just as they had driven the biological. Time stretched on. There was plenty of it. As their world's core cooled, the Kahala migrated from near the core and toward the surface, for their planet was slowly spiraling toward its sun, its barren rocky surface cracking with the warming, a new source of nourishment. Geological energy was like the biological, diffuse, persistent, driven by gradients, not logic, yet it sifted through patterns and choices. Ages passed. Finally, the early Kahala extruded themselves onto the plains, festering with swarming heat, simmering beneath a glowering orange sky that was mostly now the skin of their star. Bio-life had never arisen here, but now persistently the Kahala colonized the stark black fields graced by rivers of smoldering lava. Great, strange sagas of conquest and failure played out across smoldering landscapes. Songs worthy of immortality sang across blistered lands and blighted great monuments. Civilizations faded as tidal forces forced the planet nearer its star, ever nearer beneath a flowering culture, and soon the Kahala saw their fatal trap. With their gravid slow slides of silicate, they could not migrate away from the surface fast enough to evade the heat. It lanced down from a star that swept the Kahala with furious particle storms and bristling plasma. They retreated, not fast enough. And ahead, their silicate minds knew, lay a great brutal force. They would soon enough reach the limit where tidal stretching could wrench and wrest apart their entire world. Their society, ponderous and unimaginative, began to disintegrate. Their muted culture was largely a society of songs, purling out through the stacked geological layers, soaring operas of driven love and inevitable death, Like all life in its long run, it strove to understand itself and so perhaps its universe. Yet some had fashioned instruments to survey their lands, their swarming sultry skies, and caught a glimmer of the bowl in a momentarily clear sky. The bowl had ventured in without fear of disrupting life-bearing worlds, for there were none, it thought. It coasted clear and sure in a long hyperbolic orbit. The bowl was a sudden beckoning promise to those slow and solid and doomed. Somehow the Kahala sent a signal to the bowl. It was of long wavelength and thus carried low meaning, a slow song. Yet over time their signal persisted and was heard. An expedition of robots answered, the spawn of a crafter species that stubbornly managed the near-bowl transport and mass harvesting. Much conversation came and went, and came again. It became, with gravid grace, a slow-sliding talk across barriers of time and mind and much else. Yet still, these robots retrieved the essence of the Kahala intelligence, slabs of silicate laced with evolved strands of impurities, all serving as a computational matrix. So the robots brought the Kahala mind to the bowl in crystalline crucibles. It was a great act of graceful tribute, ordered by the least likely magistrates of all, the ice mines. So did the very cold save the very hot from utter extinction. "And this is the only one?" Cliff asked Quirt. The droning long chant was still pealing on, and on. Bass thuds and hollow tones spoke. "Rung, ladet, Ilung." It alone stands for all the Kahala now. Cliff could sense the majesty of it as he watched the great vibrating rock framed against cottony clouds that rushed across the sky. How does it live? The sun lights those, an eye shrug toward the hills, and Tech condenses the heat, feeds the Kahala crystals. "So it's like an enormous living museum exhibit," Irma said. "Bowl preserves. Without, life forms die." "All life forms?" she asked. "Must be." Cliff turned to watch the humanoids who had taken the name of this mournful singing stone, and saw that the Kahala's long hours of chant had done its work. The humanoids lay sprawled in deep slumber. "Song goes to their souls," Quirt said. "You knew it would?" Ivy whispered. "Heard it did. Only chance." Quirt turned and gave them a comical eye shrug. Then Quirt bowed and gestured to them all. "Silent go." The long Lugeri Uja Habita pealed on. It was great and strange and still impossible to fathom. They left quietly. They were tired, but the long notes drove them forward. Somehow the place now smelled ancient and time-worn, without question. The very scented air told them this without instruction. Cliff and Irma and Ivy and Terry. They were all that was left now, and they had to move. The constant sun slanted pale yellow through high sheets as they trundled on, with the sill forming a crescent escort around them. He saw rainbow clouds hovering in the vapor over their laboring heads. Their crescents spoke bold colors shimmering through the sky's firm radiance. His team was shambling on now, sweaty and confused, truly tired in the way he had learned to recognize. Heads sagged, feet dragged, words slurred. The alien song droning on from far behind them would never end, he saw, down through however many corridors of ruin and turbulence that song needed. They were beautiful, stretched songs telling of sad histories that no one would ever quite know. There would be scholars of it somehow in the long run, but they would carve off only a sheet of it, and not know its entire. Cliff looked back once as they neared a stand of zigzag trees, a whole sweeping forest waving in the moment's breeze, and saw that the round eye was still watching them. It never blinked. They went on. 28. Captain Redwing started crisp and sharp, fresh from coffee, with the same questions he always used when taking staff through the planning stages of a new, untried operation. Standard questions, but always able to surprise. They had walked through Carl's simulations and Ayan Ali's trajectory analysis. The specialty artilects had put their own stamp upon the general plan, though as always they did not make judgments beyond a probability analysis. Their deep problem, Redwing thought, was that they were so much like human reason with far better data, and yet so forever uncertain. The worst way of reviewing options was to let people make speeches. Questions shook them up, made them come forth. He looked at the entire assembled crew around the main deck table. First question: what could we be missing? Carl Lebanon answered, their defenses. Fred Ojama said, Ayan Ali and I did a depth scan for those. Nothing obvious, like the gamma-ray laser. Beth Marble set her mouth at a skeptical slant. They could launch craft against you from anywhere. Petty Officer Jom scowled. I've seen curiously few flights above their atmosphere envelope. They don't seem to launch into space often. Claire Conway said, speaking as co-pilot, the obvious way to launch is to just pop a craft out on the hull side. It's moving 100 of clicks a second right away, so you zoom around the rim. Come at us from that angle. Ayan Ali nodded. She was wearing a metallic blue scarf over her hair and resisting the urge to toy with it, Redwing noticed. This crew was good at suppressing tension and not allowing it to change the group mood. That had been a high selection criterion. She spoke slowly. We would have time to deal with that. I am able to turn the ship quickly now. We've learned how to use the magnetic torque technique to gain angular momentum from the fields above their atmosphere, and we may be difficult to spot since we will be in the jet. Carl nodded. Redwing saw they had now mentally stacked up the unknowns, which was a good moment to hit them with more. Second big question, how will this not work? Silence. Beth said quietly, if they have something to prevent tipping the jet awry, something we can't guess at now. They've surprised us plenty before, Ayan Ali added. Carl added, right, they've had lots of time to think about this. Claire said, what maybe won't work? Me? I may overestimate my ability to pilot through the jet. Beth, how bad was it? An endurance test mostly. I was driving straight up the bore, staying near the middle. Had to stay on the helm every second of the way. The big problem was keeping Sunseeker stable in the plasma turbulence. The jet is far denser than anything the ship and its mag scoop were designed for. I had to max everything we had. Redwing wanted to add, and we nearly overheated, too, but he said instead, sounds hard, but we're thinking of a fast flight through, yes? I think so, Beth said, looking at Redwing, who nodded. Put it this way, staying alive on the bowl was hard, too, but lots more fun. Their faces had grown more somber already. Most of them hadn't been revived when Sunseeker flew up the jet and through the knothole, but they had heard about the long hours of a creaking, groaning ship, and the dizzy swirls when they yawed and nearly tumbled. Their eyes turned introspective. He decided to loosen them up. You know, way back when I was in nav school, I asked an instructor, why do people take such an instant dislike to me? At first the woman didn't want to answer, but I nagged her, and finally she said, it saves them time. When their laughter died down, he could read their tensions by that measure, too. He said, point is, I'm a bug about details. Made me pretty damn obnoxious in nav school, and ever since. He gave them a smile. I learned that in nav and tactics and all the rest. Space doesn't forgive anybody, so we have to simulate all the troubles we can see coming. Carl said, And then? I'll throw some unknowns you hadn't thought of into the simulation, the training pod, all the rest. I want you to expect the unexpected. They nodded, and for half an hour they tossed around possible unknowns. Then he said, Question 3. Will you please shoot as many holes as possible into my thinking on this? This led to more scattershot thinking, more debate. The jet was the big problem, and there were many ways to look at it. Redwing waved his hand in a programmed way, and the bridge wall lit up with a photo of the bowl made when they were on the approach from the side. This was when Redwing and the small watch crew, plus Cliff and Beth, were just trying to grasp the concept of the bowl. That now seemed so long ago, but it was less than a year. Some of them must not have seen it before, because it brought gasps. I'd forgotten how beautiful it is, Beth said. Claire said wistfully, Some of us have only seen it up close. We missed a lot. Fred pointed. Notice how it flares out from its star, then narrows down a lot. That's the magnetic stresses working. Wish I knew how they do it. Carl said, I've fished around in the thousands of images Sunseeker's Omni Survey Artilect made on our approach. That's when we got far enough ahead, while we were making our long turn to rendezvous. By the way, a nod to Beth, that was brilliant navigation, hitting a moving target on an interstellar scale. This was all spectra? Fred asked. Exactly. Here is a view of the other side of their star, away from the jet. It's in spectral lines specified to bring out the magnetic structures visible in their solar corona. Ayaan Ali said, Star acne, one of her rare jokes. She even blushed when everyone laughed. Beth said hesitantly, Those are all magnetic storms? Not storms, though on our sun they would eventually blow open and make storms. Those loop structures are anchored in the star's plasma. Think of the magnetic fields as rubber bands. The plasma holds them down, and when they get free they stretch away from their feet. They're stable, at least for a while. Lots of magnetic field energy in those things. They move, just like the ones on our sun, but in the long run they move toward the edge we see and migrate over to the other side. Before Carl could go on, Fred said, To the jet. Carl chuckled. I should know somebody'd steal my thunder. Fred's good at that. So the other side of their star, which we can't see, is a magnetic farm, sort of? Claire said skeptically. Carl chuckled again. You guys are too fast. Yep, Claire. That's where the star builds big magnetic loops and swirls. Then they drift over to our side of the star. They gang up around the foot of the jet. Then they merge. Don't ask me how. That feeds magnetic energy into the jet. Builds it, I guess. He shrugged. I don't have a clue about how this gets done. All but Carl had blank, big-eyed stares. Redwing watched them digest the scale of the whole thing for a long moment. Star engineering, he thought. Somehow we missed that in school. There's a real problem here, Ayaan Ali said. These folk aliens you talked to, Captain, did they seem like beings who could command a star? Redwing pursed his lips. He liked to let things speak for themselves, and so had not kept the recording of his talk with Tananarive away from the crew. The more heads working these problems, the better. They had intuitions about the folk, too, and now was the right time to let them come out. So he just nodded to Beth with raised eyebrows. Beth said, You've all seen my pictures of the one who interrogated us, Memor, plus all the assistants. So much smaller, they seemed like another species entirely. Probably they are, but they work together in what looked to us like a steep hierarchy. Impressive, that Memor, especially in bulk, but a creature that could manage a star. She arched a skeptical eyebrow and let her mouth turn down in a comic show of doubt. This brought smiles all round the table. My point exactly, Ayan Ali said. How would anything our size, hell, any size, made out of ordinary matter control solar magnetic loops? Good point, Fred said. There's something else going on. But what? Redwing said. No answers. They were all thinking, and he saw it was time to get back to work. He flicked another image on the view wall. Here's a later view as we came around in advance of their star. This brought more quiet oohs and ahs. Here's where we see the point about those magnetic loops, Carl said. Fred was already nodding. See how the jet seems to curl around? Those are magnetic helices, Fred cut in. The corkscrew threads are brighter because the field strength is stronger there, and so is the plasma density. Classic stuff. Way back a century or two ago, we saw all that in the big jets that come out of disks around black holes. Astronomers know plenty about these. Thanks. Redwing could tell Carl was getting irked with Fred's butting in, but Carl was holding himself back with admirable restraint, and Fred's point was well taken, Redwing said mildly. So, to get the idea for this, whoever built it had only to look into the night sky, at other galaxies, same as we did back in the, 21st century? Kurt nodded. As Fred said, yes. My point is, the jet gets all that magnetic field strength from the loop structures. So those magnetic fields migrate around to the jet base and get sucked up into it somehow. Fred said, then those fields do the crucial job of confining the jet, straightening it out into the lance that spears through the knothole. Right. Because the star spins, its magnetic field gets twisted and wrinkled, kind of like a ballerina's skirt. That gets swept into the base of the jet, hangs up in it. The intense pressures at the base throw the jet out. It swells at first, then the magnetic fields sort themselves out. Because field lines have to eat their tail, they can't break. They weave themselves. We've known a long while that you can twist a magnetic field so it crosses itself, but then it just springs back as two loops, almost like reproduction. So the field self-organizes in the flow and takes the jet through the knothole. Carl finished with a flourish, getting the picture of the bowl to make the threads in the jet fluoresce like neon signs. Beth caught on to this. I get it. Hell, I experienced it. Waves of hard turbulence coming at us at speeds Sunseeker was never designed for. Carl smiled, happy to see his theory confirmed by raw experience. You came in on the jet at first in the exhaust, right? Backwash? That's where the folds of the skirt bunch up. Carl went on with some more technical stuff, but Redwing didn't listen. He watched them all to see how they took it in. Teams had to feel they had some understanding of what they were about to get into. If you were lucky, you even got a dividend, a fresh idea or two. It's self-organizing, Ayan Ali said, gazing at the intricate luminous lines that laced through the jet. That's why it all works. Plainly, this surprised everyone. Ayan Ali's crew slot was navigator-pilot, not astrophysics. She paid no attention to their puzzled expressions and went on. Our fusion drive is the same. It confines plasma long enough to fuse it for energy, heats the incoming plasma that way. Then we blow it out the back. It's a hot plasma shaped by magnetic fields all along the way. That jet that makes the bull work. It's just like our exhaust jet. A few jaws dropped. Redwing had always enjoyed moments like this. Get a smart crew together and let them ping-pong ideas back and forth. Add new information, stir, turn up the heat a notch, simmer. Amazing how often good fresh notions came out. A rustle of astonishment. Good point, Carl said. The same basic idea in our ship and theirs. Their Shipstar, Redwing said. The melody of the conversation had shifted. The immensity of what they faced simmered below everything they said, and their faces showed this. Tight mouths, chins stiff, eyes dancing or else narrowed. Time to get them back into focus." "Even if it's technically sound," Redwing said, leaning forward with hands clamped together on the table, "there's the big question. Is this maneuver understandable enough for the ship Artilex to operate, to troubleshoot, and to extend what they've learned?" Beth said, "Our flight in up the jet, the Nav Artilect group certainly learned from that." Ayaan Ali's face became veiled, remembering. "You're right. When I came on duty, I was amazed at how much they could do. Remember when we had trouble with the scoop getting enough mass to fuse it in our core chamber? They adjusted the field structure before I could even grasp what was wrong. They'd never done that in our field trials out in the Oort cloud." The talk got technical. They all ran with it. The deep silent secret of Sunseeker was the collaboration between mere mortal humans and the crystal Artilex who knew much that the vagrant human mind could not hold in ready use. The Artilex managed innumerable details at a speed and accuracy far beyond the blunt comprehension of their fragile cargo. They were integrated artificial minds merged into a collective intellect, a society of minds furiously engaged. Redwing always thought of them as crew who rarely talked back. They kept track of innumerable daily problems and never complained. The Insys Artilect especially. He spoke with it several times every watch. On the other hand, they never had really original ideas. Claire said sternly, "Their attention reservoirs can take only so much." "Let's leave that to experience," Redwing cut in. "Officer Conway," with a nod to Claire, "consult the Artilex themselves. Give them your simulations. Ask them to appraise their own capabilities. Regard them as crew members who couldn't make it to this meeting, if you will. And since the interior systems no doubt can hear us in their acoustic monitors, they actually are here. Not that the Insys Artilect would ever bring it up. Strategy was not its province. But he suppressed that thought, for now. "Yes, sir," she said, and sipped her coffee. Always the caffeinated, he recalled. She used it to drive herself harder. Several others around the table did the same. An amusing social echo. "Then we are resolved on this course," Redwing said with a light and conversational air. Only Beth failed to get the message. Probably, he thought, because she had been down on the bowl so long and had forgotten shipboard's unspoken signals. She said, "I don't know if we've resolved anything, Captain." "We're going to give the folk a nudge," Redwing said. "Their reply was quite clear. They killed our coin array. They don't want us knowing the local conditions well to navigate by. If we were Earthside, that would be an act of war." Beth wouldn't stand down. A nudge? Despite all these problems, unknowns, risks? He leaned forward, extending his clasped hands. "There are always problems. My orders are to get us to glory and see if we can colonize it. Extracting us from this strange place, this Shipstar, I see as my duty. To do so, I must impress on these aliens that we will not join the— what was their term? The one Beth reported." Redwing looked down the table at Beth, whose open O of a mouth told him she had not expected this. Maybe the ground truth of the bowl had told her something he did not know? "Beth?" The adopted." "Right. We're not a damn bunch of orphans from Earth. We're not going to get adopted." Beth said, "In their eyes," and stopped. "Yes?" "We've been gone from Earth so long, all our relatives dead. Who knows what has happened?" She looked forlorn for a moment, grasping for words, head down. "We might as well be orphans." He had not expected this. What had the bowl done to her? "We're officers of a ship, Science Officer Beth Marble, humanity's farthest excursion. We have a goal, and we shall reach it. This bowl interlude, however amazing, will be useful, but we shall go on. Is that understood?" long silence. Carl started to say something, his lips half forming a word, but thought better of it. Fred was quite obviously biting his tongue, eyes studying the table as if it were a brilliant new discovery. Their faces closed up into pale masks, with eyes looking everywhere but not at Beth or at him. Very well. This was an exploratory discussion, folks. I appreciate a free airing of views, as always. Fred said, "Outcome pretty obvious. When we came in." Redwing let nothing show in his face. "I'm sorry, Officer Ojama. Your special area is geology, as I recall, and ship systems. You said it was pretty obvious you had decided to fly into the jet. You wanted to get us used to it." Only after saying this did Fred's eyes jerk away from the table's smooth obsidian finish and dart a look at Redwing. Redwing did not let his feelings show, much less his surprise at Fred's suddenly becoming a talker on something other than tech details. Always remember that these people are damned smart. And odd. Not predictable. Quite so. It's useful to hear how hard this is going to be. Also, to know the purpose. Which is? Beth was still softly defiant. Her eyes glowed. Getting to glory. Those are our mission orders. We're carrying humanity to the stars, beginning a process that ensures our species' immortality. They had all heard these terms, but maybe they needed to be reminded. "We haven't discussed other options," Fred said, his eyes still holding firm on Redwing. "I haven't heard any proposed," Redwing said, deliberately settling his cheek on his right palm, as if settling in to listen. "We should continue our conversation with the folk, edge them toward our point of view." Beth said this stiffly, eyes on Redwing. "They have Tananarive and Cliff's team, yes, but we have so many sleeping souls with us." "We have given them days already," Claire Conway said, "and they attacked our coins. In a few more days, what else might they do?" Redwing was happy with this support and decided to let them talk a while, let the idea sink in. Fred said, "Think about us as orphans. This thing, the bowl, is so old, they must be used to expeditions from some nearby star coming out to look. So whatever alien species arrived, they were on a one-way trip, just like us. That's the folk history, so they think of us the same way." "Makes sense," Carl said. "They think the bowl is so wonderful, of course smart species want to come and see it. Tourists who came and stayed." Fred grinned, a rare event. "Not like us passers-by." Redwing did not like the way this was going. He kept his tone measured and precise. "In the end, a ship is not a democracy. It's a ship, and there's only one captain. I'm it. I have to decide." This came out of him as a formula, but he had to say it. "The bowl teaches us a lot, Captain," Beth spoke quietly, slowly, but firm and steady. "We should study it a while before we just go on, before we leave it behind. There's so much to learn." "They could be just waiting us out," Claire said. "They know our general flight plan. It demands that we have only a few crew up and consuming food while we're on full-bore flight. Here, we're in a solar system of sorts. We're catching their solar wind, what there is of it, and barely maintaining good sailing conditions. They know us. We don't know them." Fred said, "They must have seen our mag scoop flexing, struggling, trying out new patterns." He nodded to Claire. "And we kept running, but barely." "It's pretty obvious, now that I think about it, from their point of view," Carl said. "They know this system intimately. Hell, we don't even know how they manage to run it. So it's likely they want to wait us out, run low on supplies." Claire looked around at the whole table. "Gives them more time to hunt down Cliff's team, too." Redwing was glad to get some support without saying a word. "You know," he said casually, "Magellan lost most of his crew when he sailed around the world." Magellan didn't make it home either, Fred said, and we have over 1,000 souls sleeping aboard who count on us. Well, that backfired. They're always in my calculations, Fred, he said as warmly as he could. I still think, Beth began. That's not a crew officer issue, Redwing said firmly. Not at all. Silence as it sank in. To his surprise, Carl said with a deliberate, mild voice, We do not know what we face. Redwing felt the tension rising in the room. At least the Artilects don't argue. The human race has never known what it faced. We came out of Africa not knowing that deserts and glaciers lay ahead. Same here. If we have no respect from these folk, we will be captives. Humanity will become zoo animals. This shocked them. Their eyes widened, blinked, mouths opened and closed with a snap. Maybe they'll remember their obligations, where they came from. They all looked at him long and hard, but Beth looked away, and in that moment he knew that he had them. 29. Tananarive was a useful test subject. Memor enjoyed experimenting with the primate. Memor listened to the rumble of the fast train and ignored Bemor, who was working on his portable communicator. The primate was irked, eyes narrowed, after she heard some of Memor's remarks about the difficulty of negotiating with their captain. Tananarive did not know she carried embedded sensors that reported regularly to Memor's diagnostic systems. When she got angry, her heart rate, arterial tension, and testosterone production increased. Quite interestingly, her stress hormones decreased. Memor turned out of the line of sight and flourished a flat display of the primate response. Bemor, note this, please. Bemor idly cast a distracted glance. Memor sent the data set to him, and he glanced at the curves on his comm. How odd that anger relieves stress in these primates. He sniffed. With bad social effects, I would wager. Why? It must have evolved in the wild. Exactly. They feel the stress lowering as a kind of pleasure. So, to relieve anxieties, they fight. This is not good for a peaceful society. It may explain why they are out here, far from home, exploring. Memor paused. She differed with her brother over this area, which was, after all, her own realm of research, but— You could be right. It seems an unlikely feature in a species we would make docile. I note her left brain hemisphere becomes more stimulated as well. This may confer some aggressive abilities. Memor let this ride. The strumming metallic rhythms of the fast train were comforting, considering that they were moving with truly astronomical speeds down magnetically pulsing tubes, over elegant curved trajectories, arcing across and within the bowl's long slopes. They had voyaged now for several slumbers. The fast tubes were cramped, and their outer metal skins at times heated to smarting temperatures through inductive losses. Tight, unamusing quarters even for folk. Uninspired edibles with little live game at all. Memor passed the last wriggling forkfish to Bemor. It flapped weakly and gave a soft cry of despair. He took it with relish and crunched happily, snapping the bones. The heady, acid flavor of the forkfish filled the cabin. Tananarive made a clenched face and covered her mouth and nose with a cloth. All this travel to rendezvous with a proximate locus the autoprobes had found, among the ice fields of the hull, in ready range of the ice mines, for the vagrant primates. The renegade primates had tripped detectors among the renegade sill first. Now this. Memor's attempts to keep a distant trace on the primates was well enough, Bemor thought, but given to excess, he had remarked, when not well policed. Several ready examples had happened a short while ago. First came the incident in which Sill hirelings had patrolled the precincts outside the recently bombed Sill City. There were minor traces of the primates in the area, but the bombardment had eliminated most of the sites where identification would have been simple. Instead, there were vague sightings and some detector probables. Bmore had disliked Memor's delegation of patrolling to a band of Sill unloyal to the central Sill hierarchy. They attempted a poorly thought-through maneuver to block the primates' movements across a plain. The Sill accompanying the late invaders managed to kill and badly injure several of their blockers. There was one report that a car of late invaders had taken part in the action. Since Memor knew this same party had killed a local party in a mag car before and taken part in an insurrection from which Memor herself narrowly escaped, this latest incident was no surprise. The second incident was more troubling. The same Sill and late invaders party had been glimpsed by a routine patrol skirting the Hull territories. Only one clear identification, but enough. Yet by the time automatic patrols had arrived, the party was gone. Now a third report, in a region housing old intelligences. The portal near the Kahala shrine had triggered an abnormality alert. This signal came to the attention of resident monitors for the zone. Since Memor had a tag on such genetic identifiers, she heard of this just a short while ago, when already in the long magnetic train tube network with Bmore. "They move in crafty fashion," Bmore had observed. "Doubtless this is not a signature of late invader cleverness. They do not know our territories. They must be guided by the Sill." Memor sent a fan array in a flutter of subtle, doubting yellows. "I doubt the Sill have such abilities either. We have contained them in their urge to expand for a great long time now. Many generations have passed since Sill could roam in exploring parties." Bmore considered this. "They are also a rambunctious species still. Some long lives ago, they sought access to the strictly non-sentient zones." "I do recall." Memor quickly accessed her undermind, and the memory unfolded for her quick review. Outright demands for territory, claiming that their species had spread quickly over their homeworld due to a mixed genetic and social imperative. "Quite. Note that seems, from your own work, to be a signature heritage of your late invaders." The implications of this struck Memor only now, but her undermind quickly sent a link that showed she had been mulling over these late invader Sill resonances, but only vaguely. Bmore, on the other hand, had seen it immediately. Memor turned to Tananarive. "Your origins are how far back in your own measure?" The primate took her time. Her eyes swept from Memor to her brother as she kept her mouth stiff. Then, "Several 100,000 orbitals." Bmore had not ingested Memor's concept map of her studies of the late invaders, for he said, "She must not know the correct sum." "No, this fits with her supporting frame referencing knowledge. I read it directly from her long-term memory." "Unreliable. We do not know the topology of her undermind." "We will. But more important, I asked her. She gave a detailed history of their species' traumas. Detailed and odd, but plausible. They were several times forced into small surviving parties due to climate shifts. At one point, they were barely above levels to avoid inbreeding in a cold place near an ocean. This built in a desire to expand. Almost an assumption, I would say, that the lands far beyond the hills they saw could be better." Bmore huffed and shifted his bulk uneasily. In close quarters, his musk flavored the air and rankled her nose. She sniffed as a rebuke. "It is rare to proceed up through the stages of mental layering you describe. I cannot believe it would occur in so few orbitals of an ordinary star. As I recall, the Sill also evolved high intelligence and tool use in a short while." Memor fished up the details and sent them to Bmore. A long moment of brooding inspection, a rumbling in his chest, wheeze of slowly expelled breath. "So they did. This explains their intuitive alliance with the late invaders." Memor said, "We have new data that the Sill have been privy to our general messages about the late invaders. They may have sensed this as their opportunity." Bmore turned to Tananarive. "You know of the Sill. he asked in something resembling anguish. "Only what you have said of them," she said. "They are with the other escaped late invaders." "We were not invaders at all," this animated the primate. "We came as peaceful explorers." He rumbled with mirth at this, but a quick, startled expression on Tananarive's face showed she thought it an aggressive sound. "Your peacefulness is surely moot, is it not? You, of course, we retained, but some others of you escaped." "We do not like being unfree." "And we, who of course did not fear any warlike abilities such as your kind might have, do not savor intrusion. We avoid having new influences introduced into our bowl without adequate wise supervision." Bemore said this slowly, as if speaking to a child or to some of the slower adopteds. "I think by now all of our kind would like to just get away from this place. We have another destination." "As well we know," Bemore said, flashing a humor-her fan signal to Bemore. "But that is also why we cannot allow you to arrive there first." A nod. "That's how I figured it." "Can you also give an opinion of why your companions are allied with the Sill?" Tananarive smiled. "They need help." "And why together a band of these is moving through the bowl, using fast transport and under-surface methods?" Bemore huffed, drawing nearer the primate, who then shrank back, nose wrinkling. "They're on the run. Been running so long maybe it's a habit." Bemore suspected this was a jibe, but said nothing. Bemore persisted, his sour and salty male odor rising in their compartment. "Nothing more." She looked up at them both with a level, assessing gaze. "How about curiosity?" "That is not a plausible motive," Bemore said, but saw that Bemore gave off flurry fan signals of disagreement. "I fear it is," Bemore said. "We try not to allow such facets of a species' character to rule their behavior." Tananarive smiled again. "That's what becoming adopted means?" "In part," Bemore conceded. "Then you will savor our destination," Bemore said. "It will show you creatures you have never seen and quite probably cannot imagine." No point in not using a touch of anticipation, was there? Some species appreciated that. The primate said, "Try me." Part 10. Stone Mind. "It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog." Mark Twain. 30. Cliff watched the sleeting, tarnished silver rain slam down from an angry, growling purple cloud. This was like a more ferocious form of the cool autumnal storms he had waited out while hiking in the high Sierra Nevada, with crackling platinum lightning electrifying half the sky's dark pewter. Crack and boom, all louder and larger than in the Sierra, maybe because it came from an atmosphere deeper and more driven, sprawling across scales far larger than planets. This violence was casually enormous, with clouds stacked like purple sandwiches up the silvered sky until they faded in the haze. The stench of wet wood mingled with a zesty tang of ozone, sharp in his nose and sinuses. He tasted iron in the drops that splashed on his outstretched tongue, and salt in the rough leaves they'd just eaten, plus a citrus burn in the vegetables they'd managed to scrounge from some trees nearby before the hammering rainstorm arrived. Tastes of the alien lands. "Rain near done," Court said. "Need go. Soon." Cliff could scarcely believe this prediction. "Why?" "Folk find us." "You're sure?" "They know much. Even stones." A gesture to distant sharp peaks emerging from cottony clouds as the storm ebbed. "Speak to them. Always know." A grave nod of Quirt's bare head said much. Cliff nodded. Rain pattered down and smoke stained the air, and it was hard to think. Quirt made sense. The whole bowl was deeply wired in some way. Its lands were vast but not stupid. There had to be a smart network that wove all this together. Still, most of the bowl had to run on its own. No one or no thing could manage so huge a space unless the default options were stable, ordinary, and would work without incessant managing. Still, no security from prying eyes would last for long. Their only advantage was that the bowl was, while well integrated, still so vast. Even light took a while to cross it, up to 12 minutes from the edge of the rim to the other edge. The delays sending text or faint voices across it to Red Wing on Sunseeker were irritating, especially when you could lose contact at any second. The sky roiled with restless, smoldering energy. Sudden gusts of howling wind drove the cold, hard rain into their rock shelter. The pewter sky slid endlessly across them, but Quirt had made them stop here in a long-shaped stone space, angular and ancient-seeming, cut back into a hillside. They got in just before the slamming storm descended. Then, after hours of huddling, the sky calmed. By the time they ate some of their food, heating it with burning twigs, a black slate wedge had slid overhead, and the first hard drops spattered down. Now it suddenly ended. Cliff turned to the others and said, "Pack up, gang." Sill and humans. They all grunted a bit with the effort of getting moving and splashed water on their fire. Cliff could still taste the sweet meat they had roasted there. It had made him wish for a robust California Zinfandel, though perhaps those didn't even exist anymore now. Maybe there wasn't a place called California anymore back Earthside, he mused. The succulent, aromatic fillets came from a big, fat, meaty dog-like creature that had rushed at them hours before. When it came fast out of some big-leafed, rustling bushes, they first noticed the curved yellow horns it carried on a broad, bony head, then the bared teeth. It snarled and leaped with an expression Cliff thought looked as greedy as a weasel in a henhouse. Most of them froze, for it was a true surprise. Not even Quirt and the Sills had seen it coming. But Ivy had caught it in midair with a laser shot that drilled through its surprisingly large brain cage, and the thing fell limp and sprawling at their feet. It died with a shudder and a long, gut-deep gasp. They ate the dark, rich meat eagerly. It had a strong, muscular frame that gutted easily. The Sill cracked its bones and sucked out the marrow. Cliff considered doing it. Fat hunger. But the rank, oily smell put him off. So he offered his bone around. "Sure," Ivy said, taking it. He sliced a line in it with his serrated blade and snapped the bone open over his knee. Yum! Irma and Terry shook their heads no. Ugh, Terry said. I grew up on a low-fat diet. That was gospel for a half-century before we had nano-blood policing. Me too, Irma added, wrinkling her nose. Our generation hated that fat smell. I like it plenty, Ivy said. Must be... Hey, what generation are you? Terry, Cliff, and Irma looked at each other. We're in our 70s, Irma said. Gee, I'm 44, Ivy said. Just a kid, Terry said. Surprised you made the grade. The rumor around Fleet was nobody has enough experience before they're in their 50s. Ivy smirked. You old guys always say that. Irma chuckled. The first 40 years are for sex and reproduction. You used yours amassing a lot of tech abilities? Sure did, Ivy shrugged. I wanted more than anything to get on a starship. Reproduction is overrated. They all laughed. Women routinely stored eggs, and you guys are never quite out of business, Irma said. Childbirth's just easier below 60. How old do you think Red Wing is? Terry asked, finishing a slab of meat he had traded with Ivy in return for another bone. Gotta be 100, Terry said. Older, I'd say. Went through the tail end of the age of appetite, he told me once. Pretty nasty time. He's a pretty nasty guy, Ivy said, and then sucked loudly on a long bone until they could hear him drawing air all the way through it. A hollow slurp. Look, Cliff said mildly, plenty of people live to well over 150 now. Redwing's not what I'd call old. By now, you mean when we were Earthside, right? Terry said. God knows how old people live there now. That made everyone think of the abyss of time separating them from everyone they knew, Cliff saw. He let that ride for a while. Quirt nodded to him, seeming to understand. Then it was time to move on. They hiked away from their latest rough stone shelter into a clearing sky. There were local horizons here, but now the stray clouds skated over those near horizons, and the sweet blue air above cleared further. Cliff had not seen before this sharp, sure atmosphere that he knew was deeper than anything on earth. Yet now few clouds intruded into a shimmering, sharp air. The piercing point star of the bowl's governing sky still hung above them, of course, but he and his team had moved along the slope of the bowl for many days at high speeds, one way or the other, and now the star— Cliff had named it Vikram Singh's star, he recalled— shone not at the absolute center of this sky, but at a slight angle. Its jet seemed now to plunge more deeply toward them. Its streamers turned with elegant grace, pale orange filaments laced across the gauzy firmament. He watched its slow swirls as they slogged across a broad hill. The humans hung back from the Sill advance point men, though some of their Sill party, he had finally realized, were women. He still could not tell their sexes apart with assurance. The Sill didn't seem to have strong binary distinctions between sexes in looks, dress, or behavior. Their occasional puzzled glances at Irma might come from that. Maybe, Cliff realized, humans were just more sexually restless than these Sill. Shapes darted around in the forest. Cliff had seen that, with constant sunlight, creatures had to be on guard all the time. Prey had eyes that looked broadly, like rabbits' bulging eyes or insects' compound eyes, all designed to see at wide angles. Predators, as on Earth, had good depth of field, with eyes looking mostly forward and wide-spaced for maximal 3D perception. Irma walked beside him, shouldering her pack where it wore on her, and said brightly, "Ever think how come we're seeing so many bipeds?" Cliff tried to remember that he actually was a biologist. Hadn't thought. But look, as I recall from lectures anyway, Earthside bipedalism was really nothing more than an oddball vertebrate artifact. She adjusted her hat against the sunlight. Those back there, the Kahala, they couldn't pass for us, not even in a dim room. Humanoids, though, for sure. Same basic design. But they're from a tide-locked world, not like Earth at all. Odd. He kept watching the forest slipping by as they marched on. But theory was fun, too. He bit off a bit of a sweet root they'd pried up from the ground, under Quirt's instruction, and said, "Convergent evolution must be. Those Kahala probably had four-limbed ancestors just like us. Back Earthside, the arthropods always had limbs to spare, but not poor old mammals like us. We're bipeds because we started with 4 limbs and developed climbing skills, then tool use. That left 2 limbs for walking, so that pressure forced us to stand up." Irma took some of the sweet root, ate through all the rest of it, and smiled. She, too, endlessly scanned the passing trees and vines, and searched the skies. "You learned to stay alert after so long in the field." "Yeah, Earthside bipeds are really rare, except for birds, who've got 'em because they invest so much in wings. For invertebrates, the closest thing to that vertical posture is something like a praying mantis." Cliff thought on that as he slapped a fat bug that wanted to use his hair for a nest. "A mantis has 4 legs. Irma's voice always went up in pitch when she had an idea. "You're skipping my point. We saw one biped far back right, Big lumbering thing that ignored us, dunno why. Then the sill. Now these Kahala. All had heads with faces, 2 forward-looking eyes and jaws and a nose. Cliff saw her point. Not a necessary arrangement, right? Just look at arthropod faces. Scary, because they're just close enough to ours to look threatening. Horrible. Those Kahala, though, had pointy faces, eyes more on the side. That's a prey signature. I remember from high school. Eyes front, likes to hunt. Eyes on side, likes to hide. Seems to be a universal. Plus they had fur, Irma said. We don't, because we overheated when we ran long distances, so we lost the fur. Cliff nodded, recalling how lumbering those Kahala figures had been. Bulky, ponderous, more like bears than people, and not a word had been spoken between them and the humans and Syl. Just glowers and postures, like the signals animals give. Okay. So the Kahala aren't runners, or talkers, Irma said, voice rising more. The bowl is telling us that smart aliens converge to a humanoid form. Cliff thought on that, never ceasing his scan of the forest around them. Or could be somebody designed them. Quirt was ahead of them and now turned. Not the folk. Not like your word humanoid. We say sill shape. Same thing. Yeah, Irma said. I wonder why. Come from self-design for folk, Quirt said. Ancient. So they have, what, 2 arms and 4 legs? Cliff asked. Some do. Many others 2 legs. Still all folk. Irma asked, the folk, do they really run things here? Quirt gave a downward eye gesture, which Cliff now knew expressed polite doubt. Ice mines, they above folk. How's that work? Cliff pressed. That changes now, since you came. We still work for ice mines too now. Quirt brandished his small communicator, a pyramidal solid that could deform into a flat screen. Cliff had yet to figure out how that worked. Irma said, What do you do for them? Brought you to them? That's it? Irma asked. Why us? You disturb. Folk call you late invader because you knew. Ice mines want to see you, know you. So we bring. We're just a small ship passing by, Irma said. Something about glory I hear from ice mines. They want to know what you are, going to glory. Quirt gave a head shrug. Not sure what glory be. It's a star right ahead of you, Cliff said. We can't see it. Your star's too bright. Star ahead? Quirt's face went blank, which meant the alien was thinking, giving nothing away. Irma said, It's a star a lot like yours, still so far away that it's only a dot. Its planet has a biosphere with oxygen and nitrogen and the usual. We want to go there, live there. Quirt kept the blank look, but the eyes jittered up, down, around. The alien was undergoing an entire conceptual shift. Suddenly Cliff saw it. The sill had been ushered into the view from the bowl hull, the deep, dark abyss of glinting stars. Only lately. The ice mines had beckoned to them somehow, sent signals, and propelled forward the events Cliff's team had then intersected. So Quirt and the others had never seen the stars at all until they brought Cliff's team through the underground labyrinth and to where they could see the sliding panorama of the galaxy in full. The sill had been like people trapped in a cave, never shown the sky. Their world, the world of all who lived on the bowl, was an endless warm paradise in steady daylight. Their sun and jet obliterated perspective. The ordinary denizens never saw the stars, or the great plain of the galaxy hanging in a black firmament, dark and strange and sprinkled with twinkling jewel stars. That revelation had come to the sill when they were restless and angry. The folk had suppressed them for ageless times, but now they knew where they were, who they were. All that had exploded into their world only lately. Cliff's team had confirmed new truths, and so had made many tragedies come to pass. The battle with the skyfish, the bombing and firestorms of the Sill cities, so much else. Cliff started to say some of this to Quirt. The alien still had the stiff, fixed face, giving nothing away while it thought. But then movements caught their attention. The point Sill stopped, gestured, and muttered something in a low whisper. Head and arm gestures, something ahead spread out. They all followed their standard tactic, moving off to both sides and seeking cover, then moving carefully forward. The humans had learned this in training, fire, and maneuver. Each member of the Sill and human team moved only when others could cover with fire from lasers, arm arrows. Ahead, a faint repeating clatter came through the trees and vines. Beyond, the land cleared. Cautiously, they worked their way to a vantage point on a small hill. A strip of neatly arranged emerald-green agricultural fields stretched into the distance to their left and right. Simple farm machinery worked in them, making whack, whack, whack noises. Directly ahead, the forest resumed several kilometers away. The crop was yellow and purple, shoots that seemed to spray out like arrows from a thick brown trunk. These were 3 or 4 meters tall, Cliff judged, like trees with spokes flying out. The spokes were fat and had wide fan-like flowers along their lengths. The air carried a fine mist of, what, pollen? "We can cross that at a run," Ivy said. Quirt pointed to figures working in the field. They had trucks and a robot harvester that worked away, chopping off the shoots and dropping them into the trucks. The machinery worked with a regular whump, whump, whump. A breeze brought a heady, sweet scent like orange blossoms with a cutting undertang. Everything moved with a slow rhythm, and the scene reminded Cliff of a monotonous summer he had spent on a farm in California's Central Valley. He close-upped them and said, "They're the same kind we left behind, those humanoids mesmerized by that ancient rock life, Kahala. These special Kahala evolve for farm work," Quirt said. "They stay here always on farm, birthing and dying, all done here." Irma asked, "They live in a village all their lives?" "Content, in balance," Quirt conferred with the other Sill in quick, scattershot bursts of unintelligible talk. They all looked wary to Cliff, as nearly as he could judge. The Sill had complex suites of expressions that darted across their faces, mostly coded in their eye moves and the light-browed ridge-lines above. Quirt turned to the humans. "This I be right. Run fast across. See there?" Nearly directly across from them was a complex of low buildings the tan color of dried mud. "Their hatchery. Few Kahala there most times. We cross, the Kahala not see." Cliff tried to take this in. A special form of Kahala just for the grunt labor of farming? Had the folk specially bred for that? And hatchery? They moved through the cover of a long winding grove of zigzag trees. He and Irma thought the zigzag strategy was to get more sunlight under a constant sun, which meant more exposed foliage turned to the direction of the star, a reddish dot fixed firmly in the sky. The jet's filmy light they ignored. Bristly branches and coiling vines sprawled along the thick zigzag trunks to harvest the constant sunlight. That made them useful cover, because the branches were thin at the top and thicker at the tree base, easy to slip among and elude any watching eyes. Warily, they stopped within easy view of the tannin brick buildings. As a Californian, Cliff seldom saw ceramic slabs stacked to great heights. His instincts said they were earthquake vulnerable, but there were no quakes here at all. He saw through binocs furry figures moving with lumbering, swaying bodies on 2 legs, moving slowly among the brick walls. He pointed to them. "Friends not," Quirt said with narrowed eyes and edgy eye clicks. "These Kahala will turn us over to the folk?" Terry asked. Quirt said, "Must," and gave a down-turned eye move. The other sills shuffled, and I clicked in what seemed agreement, their feet shuffling, impatient. They seemed to feel there was no time to waste in pondering this problem. No point in trying to go around the long farming strip that faded away into the light tan color of the distance, which came from simple dust haze. No telling how long this farm was. An odd way to cultivate. Why not in squared-off plots so you minimized the travel distance? "No time to think much," Ivy said. "Ready to run?" They set off at a good pace. The sill got out in front right away with their long, graceful strides, taking long, slow, deep breaths as their feet came down. They seemed to have evolved for running. Humans had too, but not this well. Cliff wondered if their home world, with somewhat lower gravity, had better shaped them for this part of the bowl. Again he wondered, as sweat collected in his eyebrows and trickled down, stinging his eyes, what the sill's agenda was. Getting out from under the folk, yes, but those big birds ran this place, and a few puny humans surely could not make much difference. A puzzle. But without the sill, they'd have been nabbed by the folk long ago. He let it pass. They made a good fast run across the fields, running close to the curious trees. The Kahala were upwind of their crossing route, too, so that might be an advantage. Cliff was surprised at how easily he ran. He was in better physical condition now from so long on the run, and the local grav seemed lower here, too. But Quirt's head turned, surveying the whole area, as did all the sill. They were worried. The rough rectangular buildings Quirt called a hatchery loomed up, 2 stories high and no windows. They entered the complex, panting and sweaty, and made their way down the main corridor between the buildings. There were no Kahala around at all. A few zigzag trees lined this main street of the place, their wood worn and gray. The sill went down side passages doing recon, and in a few moments came running back fast. They shouted a word in sill language and formed a defensive arc facing 2 passageways. Automatically the humans gathered in behind them, drawing weapons, looking anxiously around. Only when a sill launched one of its arm arrows did they look up. Things like meter-wide spiders came over the lip of the roof. They were white and clacked as they moved, surging down the wall on flexing black palps. Their legs were bristly and black. Big, angry red eyes glared at the sides of a squashed face. The first sill arm arrow lanced through one that was halfway over the edge of the roof. It scrabbled at the wall and fell with a smack at their feet. The sill who had nailed it stepped forward, shot at another of the attackers, hit it at dead center of its circular body, then bent and plucked the arrow out, inserting it quickly back in the air sheath. The sill were shooting at the things now, and the humans used their lasers, but there were plenty of the things, and they kept coming. They moved more like crabs than like spiders, Cliff thought, as the sill fell back. He aimed at one of the things and hit it, but it just kept climbing down the wall toward them. His shot had gone through it near its edge, but that was not enough, apparently. They made small, shrill, chippering sounds. They moved sideways with quick, sure moves. Now Cliff recalled a relayed message from Beth when they had broken out of their captivity. "Spidos," he said. Irma got the reference. "Those were huge," they said. "These aren't." "Local adaptation," Ivy said. "Our lasers blow through them but don't kill most of the time." 5 of the things took on a sill. They crawled up its legs and bit deep with claws. The sill howled. It batted at them and lurched away. That unnerved the other sill as rivers of the midget spidos rushed down from other roofs and through the lanes nearby. Their high, shrill cries became a shriek. The humans huddled behind a thin line of sills who were running out of their arm arrows. Quirt was driving arm arrows into the spidos, but then shouted in sill and then in English, "Back through!" Cliff turned and saw a sill had found, down a side corridor, a big frame door that opened. They all turned and rushed there. The spidos' shrill cries rose as they came after the running sill and humans. Several sill tore branches off the zigzag trees along the way, snapping them off. They got through the doorway and into a big high room. The door slammed. Sill secured it. Illumination streamed down from a ceiling that simmered with ivory light. The place reeked of some sullen odor. It was damp and warm here, and the humans looked at each other, eyes wide, still surprised by the sudden ferocity of the Spido attack. The sill muttered to each other. They were all standing under the heat beating down from above, panting in moist air flavored with an odd, stinging taste. Were those spiders? Ivy asked. More like crabs, Cliff said. They have a shell and move with a sideways crawl. Lots of legs, Irma said. If there weren't so many, we could just tromp on them, Terry said. But there are. Ivy was scared and covered it with anger. The sill stirred and murmured, and Quirt listened to them intently. The humans talked, but no ideas emerged. The high keening cries of the Spidos came through the walls. They all knew they were trapped, and the shock of it was sinking in, Cliff saw. Let's see what there is here. What this place is, Cliff said. It was good to get them focused on something beyond their fears. They murmured, shuffled, and started to look around. Around them stood cylindrical towers with big fat orange spheres arrayed in a matrix. There were some kind of ceramic tubes laced through the crude baked brick frame, and those felt warm to the touch. What are these things? A whole roomful, Irma said. Quirt said, Kahala eggs, hatch here, and took 2 other sill to prowl the room. Cliff followed down the line of Kahala egg cylinder holders. The warm, damp air was cloying. Heads jerked toward a scraping noise. They all saw a white carapace of a Spido scuttling away. It left behind a ripped-open Kahala egg that dripped brown fluids on the red clay floor. The Spido had been eating it. A sill stabbed it with a shaft of wood it had yanked off a zigzag tree outside. The Spido writhed, worked its claws against the shaft, and died with a faint squealing gasp. They found another a few moments later. Some had gotten in here, Cliff supposed, and were eating Kahala eggs. Food source, Irma said. Several of the big orange spheres were already spattered over the ceramic floor, their insides gone. Cliff followed, still dazed by the speed of events. He shook his head, rattled. As the sill searched the aisles of egg-holding cylinders, Cliff kept up, feeling pretty useless, and then asked Quirt, The Kahala look kind of like us. 2 legs, same body shape. But they lay eggs? Kahala way, Quirt said. Its eyes were wary, searching the whole room. Stack their eggs here. Let hatch. Safe so they can work their fields. But the Spidos. That's what we call them. They come and eat? An eye click of agreement. Been so, long time. We call those things upanafiki. Pests are. They're smart enough to get into these hatcheries. Quirt sniffed and gave soft barking sounds with a head jerk, which seemed to be the sill equivalent of laughter. All the sill joined in. Some alien inside joke, Cliff suspected. Or was sill humor a category outside human comprehension? Quirt stopped the quiet barking laugh and said, Kahala not smart. Egg layers. Cliff tried to get his head around all this. Irma said, Earthside, we have monotremes, mammal egg layers. They're very old, Triassic maybe. Cliff shook his head. Forget about parallels to Earth. So, smart egg layers who are humanoid tool users. What the hell with evolution on the bowl, all bets are off. Quirt said, Upanafiki many. Kahala crave land. Upanafiki keep Kahala numbers down. Kahala and Upanafiki, Quirt thrust its bony hands together. Always. Fight. Dance. Ivy said, Where did these Kahala come from? What world? Quirt said, Kahala means, in your tongue, one-face folk. Terry got it. So they come from a planet tidally locked to its star? On their side it was always sunny. They had an adaptation advantage when they arrived at the bowl over people like us who need night. Makes sense. Quirt gave an eye click of agreement. Spread widely. They are conservative. Folk use them. Not good allies for us. Cliff frowned. Evolutionary theory in the middle of a fight. Come see this, Irma called. She was at the other end of the room. They followed her up some crudely fashioned stairs of gray clay ceramic. The dusty second floor was like the first, but Irma pointed to a hole in its ceiling. Looks like they dug down through. Cliff crouched, jumped, and caught the edge of the hole. Some of it crumbled away, but he held on and pulled his head through the meter-wide opening. This might be risky, but he was curious. And hanging there, he saw the roof now deserted. A nearby piece of wood caught his eye. He held on with one hand and shuffled a slim shaft nearby into the hole, letting it drop. Then he followed it, landing neatly. Low grav had its uses. Irma picked up the slender piece of wood. It has a tip like flint. Those small spidos. They're tool users. Keep Kahala stable, Quirt said, glancing upward. They outside on ground. We go this way. Cliff and Irma looked askance at the alien. Quirt went to the stairwell and shouted orders in the slippery sill speech. Terry and Ivy came up with them. Those spidos, Terry said. They're chipping at the door with something. Irma needed help, but in surprisingly short order their entire team, humans and Sill alike, made the leap to the ceiling hole. Those already on the roof grabbed their hands and hauled them out onto the flat roof. It was made of tan, triangular bricks. Now Cliff could see Quirt's plan. The hatchery buildings were close together, and the Sill could leap from one roof to the next. So could the humans. The Sill were remarkably calm. They had met this foe before. They started leaping across. Cliff looked down as he took a running jump across. The spidos were clustered around the door to the building they had just left. Several of them held bigger wood shafts, also with blackened hard tips that seemed to have been turned on a fire. Irma came next. She landed with 1 foot halfway onto the next roof lip. Cliff grabbed her and tugged her in. Terry and Ivy followed. By that time, most of the Sill were across to the next building, looking unhurried but quick. They all ran and leaped, and soon were at the far end of the hatchery buildings. There the Sill slung a thin wire around nearby trees, throwing it with a kind of boomerang hook that wrapped around a tree trunk. Then a Sill attached the wire to its backpack solar panel source, made some adjustments, hit a command switch, and the wire expanded, puffing up into a thick rope that hands could grab. Cliff blinked. A useful trick he had never seen. They descended on that rope, belaying a bit to break their sliding descent. Cliff and Irma leaned over the side of the building to glimpse the spidos while others took the rope down. Spidos were still working on the door, chipping with crude spikes. But then some Kahala came in from a side corridor, shouting. The spidos turned, and a battle began. The spidos' bristly palps moved in a jerky blur. The Kahala had simple hoes or similar farm tools. They struck down hard on the spidos and pinned them. But there were a lot, and some Kahala got overwhelmed. This was nature red in tooth and claw in a way he'd never seen. There were over 100 spidos and maybe a dozen Kahala. A melee. As they watched, Irma said, "A fight over reproduction? Nasty." Quirt had come over to them and looked down, unsurprised. "Folk set rules. Keep Kahala from farming more and more. Use Upanafiki to keep not many Kahala eggs to hatch. These Upanafiki pests for us. Their war with Kahala never end." "The folk don't stop this?" Irma asked. "Folk want this." Quirt paused, searching for the right English words. "Equilibrium. Stasis. As Cliff watched 5 Spidos swarm fast over a struggling Kahala humanoid, he thought, "Nightmare spiders on a caffeine high." The Kahala toppled and vanished beneath the swarming Spidos. He recalled a remark heard long ago. Flattery isn't the highest compliment. Parasitism is. "Damn!" Irma's shrill shout jerked him out of his thoughts. He saw several Spidos, their legs grappling for purchase over the lip of the roof, 20 meters away. They had come up the wall. They made a sharp hissing, their legs clicking with darting moves. He and Irma had been distracted, and now, with Quirt, were the only ones left on the roof. Quirt was already ahead of them and took the rope with an easy grace. Down Quirt slid, shouting back, "Come fast!" Irma went next, and Cliff turned to take a laser shot at the mass of Spidos surging across the tan brick roof. The bolts punched holes easily enough, but the Spidos did not stop. A bolt to the center did work, and one of the things flopped down, but now they were 5 meters away. Cliff leaned down and plucked the securing anchor of the rope. No time to slide down it now. He couldn't be sure the Spidos couldn't use it. The black rope was firmly fixed in the trees 30 meters away, so he just grabbed it and ran off the edge of the roof. He dropped, then swung. His breath rasped, and he ignored a snap in his shoulder. He tumbled on the descent and tried to pull himself up the rope as it carried him toward the trees. His swing brought him boot forward, so when he hit the branches of a zigzag tree, the leaves lashed him. One limb caught him smack in the face. He hit another, and a sharp pain lanced into his ribs. He gasped and slid down the rope, a nearly vertical drop now. The zigzag tree trunk smacked his thigh, but he managed to get his boots under him. He sprawled when he hit. As he was rolling away, his ribs sent him a lance of pain, and his vision blurred for a moment. He lay there gasping, and hands grabbed him. They heaved him up, and Terry shouted, "Gotta run!" So he did. Not very well. The Spidos were running through the trees already, lots of them. Their chippering calls were loud now. But the Spidos were small, and if humans were good at anything, he thought, it was sure as hell good old running. For a while, though, until they no longer saw the Spidos behind them, it was more like limping for him. He was worn out. 31. Redwing watched the bold landscape slide by below, distracting himself for a moment of relaxation with the splendid view. Getting back to work, he switched to interior ship views. In the garden, on screens left and right, 2 finger snakes were slithering through plants, picking here, planting seeds there, while the third, the male Thisther, darker and a bit bigger than the others, was playing with 2 pigs, all 3 having hissing and oinking fun. A laugh bubbled in Redwing's throat, and still the big first question was there. What could I be missing? Beth was due in a moment, and he let the bowl feed play on his display wall. He took out a tattered yellowing paper. As part of his several kilogram weight allowance, it was nothing, but in his memories it was everything. His father had written it to him when in the Huntsville hospital, from which he would not return. When he was 10, it had meant a great deal, and now it meant more. Live fully, take risks, think carefully but act too. Speak up, keep mind open and heart warm. Don't just pass the time. Live, 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 for some day you will not. He recalled the man at his best, sawdust sprinkled in black hair, deftly pushing a Douglas fir 2x4 through the buzzing blade of a circular saw, then trimming it and taking a quick measure of the work by holding it against the studs, nodding in the damp, fragrant sawdust air, plucking a nail from where he stored it in his front teeth, fetching a ball-peen hammer from its loop on his belt, 2 quick whaps and a finishing tap, a bright grin, then on to the next. He stared at the paper scrap and then put it away, for perhaps the 1000th time. It was centuries old, but still true. Beth tapped on his door. He stood to slide the door aside and nodded with a greeting. They got right to it. She sat across from him in his narrow cabin, and he made a show of finishing a log entry. It was not entirely show. He had to keep on top of how Sunseeker sailed on the vagrant winds of plasma and magnetic fields, plus preparations for the jet interception, and an anxious, overworked crew. But Beth was the hardest. She had been down there for long months and managed to get back aboard, a striking feat. She had prestige with the rest of the crew. She regaled them with stories of aliens and exploits and weird doings down on the bowl. She'd taken casualties and escaped from a prison, figured out the alien landscape and made her team get across it, and fly back home in an alien craft. So he had promoted her 2 grades in the science officer ladder. When she got to glory, and we will do that, by damn, she would command the first landing. Still, her tight face promised trouble. "We're in an existential position here, sir," she began. "Right. We don't have enough supplies to get to glory. Our logistics were marginal when we sighted the bowl. Now it's hopeless. We've burned food and essentials hovering over this enormous thing, plus time." Beth said with deliberation, "I mean, if we commit an overt hostile act, that sure does change the game." He nodded. Always concede the rhetorical stuff. "We have to start a clock running, otherwise they'll wait us out." "But their jet is the key to their bowl. Damaging it is a mortal threat." "Sure it is." "We don't mean to shove a dagger in. We want to show that we can." Beth twisted her mouth into a wry grimace. "A pinprick, then?" "That's all." "These are aliens, Captain. Their civilization is older than anything we know. Hell, maybe than we can know. This maneuver, this provocation, is a huge gamble." "That it is." He sat back and folded his hands on his desk. "One we've got to take. Look, we don't know how that damn jet operates, how the folk run it, how unstable it is." "Right. Isn't that how science works?" Redwing grinned. "If you don't understand, do an experiment." Beth shook her head. "Plus, we don't understand the glory message or how the folk really feel about it. I worry." "So do I." What could I be missing? "There are risks to every choice. Maybe the right question is, do we want to play Russian roulette with 2 bullets or 1? She sighed and got up. She was a bit wobbly. He wondered if she was truly fit for service as their backup pilot. On impulse, he got up and gave her a firm, warm hug. With a sigh, too. Carl showed him the external views of Sunseeker, freshly gathered by their small autocam bots that had flown around the entire ship. "She's centuries old now, but holding up," he said with a hint of pride. Carl was a bit stiff and formal, but he could not conceal his feelings completely. The ship's sleek after section hid behind the torus of the life zone. The shuttle cradles along the central boom were yawning yellow and orange cups for craft docking and vacuum maintenance spots. Micro-meteorites had pitted the hull, and radiation burns splashed black filigrees along the flanks. The entire sleek design focused on the demands of starflight. Now their planetary-scale orbits made it hard to get adequate plasma into the magnetic funnel, and the ship barely ran. Fitful spasms sometimes passed through her, the coughs and sputters of a system hovering on the brink of shutting down entirely. The fusion fires in her belly ran soft, then hard, then not at all, until Carl and the crew could get them burning full and furious again. It reminded him of a fine ship built for the high seas, rotting beside a wharf. Redwing nodded. "Fair enough. The mag systems, they can handle the jet." Ayaan Ali said, with a tired and exasperated sigh, "Our upgrades are basically fine-tuning. They seem to work. I'm pretty sure from records and Artilect memories of Beth's flight up the jet that we can deal with the turbulence levels. And if we can't? Redwing persisted. Carl said, "The more plasma we get into our mag scoop, the better. So we steer for the density ridges, held in by the helical mag field." Ayaan Ali pursed her full lips, and her long eyelashes flickered. Redwing recalled this was the closest she came to showing that she was irked. "The jet's mag pressure is high. It and those fast-changing plasma pressures can punch our scoop around, too. They're 2 orders of magnitude beyond our optimal design." Redwing saw himself as referee when crew disagreed on the tech issues, but in the end he knew he had to decide who was right. "How bad can it be if we lose our mag scoop shape?" "We'll tumble," Ayaan Ali said. "And we can recover," Carl said evenly. They had the reliable bear-down leptonic drive, the first to use the dark energy substrate as an energy stabilizer. Redwing did not pretend to understand its complex mechanisms that somehow drew power from the substrate of the very universe. Fundamentals were not his concern. Its operation was. Carl pointed out endless details, but in the end they had to play the hand they were dealt, a drive running on empty unless they could grab enough plasma. Ayaan Ali laid out the geometry on the big display screen that dominated the bridge. Sunseeker had to stay below the bowl rim, or else come within the sighting angle of the domed gamma-ray lasers sighted there. Their experiment with flying a small package over the rim and watching it disappear in a furious instant proved that the folk's sense of diplomacy did not include letting them get out of the narrow cage Sunseeker now occupied. They could navigate in the space below the rim, down to the upper reaches of the bowl's air zones. Spread out as the bowl was over hundreds of millions of kilometers, it exerted a small but steady grav pull on them. Thrusting with the thin plasma here offset that, and through the center of that volume the jet spiked like a living, writhing yellow lance. Ayaan Ali's 3D display showed in detail the atmosphere's partitions far below them. It was not continuous, or else pressure differences between the low-grav sections would cause the air to gather there to a stifling degree. Instead, firm walls isolated wedges of the bowl, cutting off circulations to high latitudes. Yet the air zones allowed gas to flow throughout the entire circumference of the annular regions. This meant that the air could flow over zones covering the size of the entire solar system, creating weather patterns unknown on mere planets, but the air could not ascend to the higher latitudes, the bottom of the bowl toward the knothole. "Those partitions are a wonder," Ayaan Ali said, "made of some layered stuff that is flexible enough to have some give to it, but it's hundreds of kilometers on a side." Redwing nodded, thinking again. What could I be missing? This thing was built by engineers who thought like gods. They must have methods we can't see, can't yet imagine. Yet the folk who ran this place had let Beth's team escape. First from their low-grav garden prison, then from the bowl itself. Beth is quick, ingenious, a real leader, but still, they're not all that smarter than we are. Bigger, though, Beth says. So how do they run this contraption? Ayaan Ali pointed to the roughly conical section, shaded blue, that was their allowed flight volume. She said, "So we can cruise around in here and zip across the jet when we want to. So far we've just circled it mostly." Carl pointed at her simulation, which showed the bright jet purling down from the star, tightening as it neared the knothole. Then, as the display moved down, its smart eyes following his finger point, beyond where it expanded again, losing luminosity. That made the fast wind that Sunseeker had been swimming upriver against for a century, slowing them, costing them time and supplies. Coasting on the vagrant tendrils of plasma fraying off the jet had been a constant piloting problem, running Ayaan Ali ragged. Beth's return had taken some of the burden from her, and together they would take on the reverse problem, flying into the jet's thick, turbulent, moving cauldron of ionized particles and mag fields. I've calculated how to tip in near the top. That's our sign convention, right? Top is as high as we dare get, just below the deflection ability of the gamma-ray lasers. We turn and plunge down toward the knothole. We sway back and forth across the jet while we drive down, thrust hard in a helix-winding path. He had painted a red line in her simulation, standing for Sunseeker's calculated path. Its helix widened as it got nearer the knothole and the magnetic field lines, blue swirls embedded in the yellow and orange showing plasma, bulged outward in response. See? We make the jet sway a little, a kink in the flow. Redwing thought he followed this, but decided to play dumb. Which are? I'm sure you went through the basic plasma instabilities material, Captain. It was in your briefing run-up. The right word may be effective, but no word was ever as effective as a rightly timed pause. He let it simmer a bit. Carl, you will always answer a direct technical question and skip your idea of what I know. Assume I know nothing. Sorry, Captain. Of course. Certainly. I meant that... His voice trailed off, uncertain of anything. Redwing bailed him out. Like a fire hose? Right. Fast water going through a fire hose. If it swerves a little, the centrifugal force of it forces the hose even more to the side. It corkscrews, makes a kink. So it will lash the side of the knothole? You're sure? Carl paused, nodded. More of a brush, I'd say. Redwing nodded. Ayan Ali said, I have some good news. We got a short signal from Cliff's team, from Ivy. Redwing brightened. Where are they? What? Here? They passed under the edge of the mirror zone and got out onto the hull. Found ice there. Then they had to take off. They got led to a place where there were something like, well, talking stones. Redwing leaned forward. And those said? A shrug. We got cut off. See down there? They were in lands between that zone of hexagonal mirrors. The Icelands, with some life in them, those are on the outer hull under the mirrors, which keep it cold. Then Cliff's team and those Sill got to the dry lands between the mirrors and this huge ocean. Redwing stared at the view. Even when Ayan Ali brought up a max-resolution image, there was nothing to show more than occasional towns and roads. Again it struck him how much of this place was endless forests and seas and ranges of tan hills. Very few large cities and plenty of room for wildlife. Why? Hard to evaluate a thing as big as this bowl. Earth alone had plenty of habitats that a few thousand years back were places where the crown of creation would be a tasty breakfast. Carl asked, Those are, what, hurricanes on that ocean? Seems so. Ayan Ali pointed to a few. The big winds have lots more room to play out, too. Huge storms. Cyclones the size of planets. Redwing stood to end the meeting. We'll hit the jet in a few days, right? Keep doing your simulations and drills. Get some rest, too. With a nod to Ayan Ali. Now that the die was cast, he needed some alone time. Sunseeker's steady rumble always told you that you were in a big metal tube, only meters away from other people. And meters away from both a furious fusion burn and, not far from that, high vacuum. First, he quietly made his way through the biozones, sniffing and savoring air that came fresh from the oxy-making plants, and avoiding the finger snakes in their happy labors. They were fun, but he was not in a fun mood. Gecko slippers let him walk the far reaches of the ship, out of the centrigrav torus. They were like weak glue on your soles, following the sticky patches on the walls. The zero-grav plants were matted tangles of beans and peas, with carrots that grew like twisted orange baseballs and green bananas that made weird toroids. A fingersnake tunnel ran underneath. The snakes weren't showing. He went on into the hibernation modules, where what he thought of as the biostasis crew lay, just sleeping, sort of, though hard to wake up. His footsteps rang as he walked the aluminum web corridor beside the solemn gray capsules. He didn't want to call out of cold sleep enough people to crew a big landing expedition, not for the bowl anyway. In the defrosting and training, they would all have to triple up on a hot hammock and shower once a week. As it was now, even the small present crew, 9 plus Red Wing plus 3 finger snakes, got 2 showers a week and didn't like it. Now that they were headed for a battle of sorts, he realized how far from its expected role this expedition had come. This was not a craft built for war, and neither were the crew. They had been carefully tuned for exploration and centuries of confinement. They were living in a constantly running machine where opening a hatch without proper precautions could kill you dead in seconds flat. With that happy thought, he turned back. You're worrying, not thinking. He could use some time with the finger snakes. Rich garden smells slapped him in the face. He looked around him, seeing miniature sheep and full-sized pigs and chickens, clucking and grunting, and no finger snakes. Their tunnel was big enough he could peer into it. But he went to the screens. If they weren't in the tunnel, he'd still find them easily enough. Now, what had the finger snakes left on screen? They'd been watching the bowl slide past even as he had. No, they hadn't. This view was following a cityscape as it rolled below Sunseeker. If Red Wing understood rightly, that was a sill city, newly rebuilt after an attack from the folk. It looked quite strange, streets and peaks like hieroglyphs or wispy Arab writing. He jumped when a flat head poked his elbow. "This they did hide," said Stirk, marked near the tail with a bent black hourglass. "Hide no more. A great shame." Wait, is this writing? So big? Its voice had a sliding, flat tone, faint. "Can see such writing from everywhere on the bowl. This says the bird folk stamped their own world flat. A mistake in steering ended their bloodline. This was in a message from the stars. Captain, yes please, how does a star send a message?" Redwing dithered for a moment about how much to reveal, but he wanted to know what Stirk knew. "You know what a star is? It's like your sun, that sun, but much farther away. Stars have worlds, not bowls, but spinning balls. We have a message from one of those, from Glory. We haven't been able to read it all, and it's still coming in." "The sill read," Stirk said. "Your bandits find the message from you, the sill from them, then the sill read. Now they tell us. Thisther goes to tell you all in command deck. Is it true? Bird folk did smash their own world?" Redwing laughed. "And they think they're the lords of creation. Yeah, I believe it. I'll put it to the others, and we'll look through the message from Glory, but I believe it." Fred Ojama and a giant snake were hard at work at the control screens when Redwing found them. Thisther's head and the fingernails on its tiny quick tail were close up against the controls, typing. Fred was saying, "Yep, yep, yep." "Fred?" "Sir." Fred didn't turn. "If you look past me, see the starscape? And the blue dot? The dot is the bowl. The stars move, too. I've run this twice already. The bowl left Sol's system in Jurassic times, then tootled around to several other stars, not moving as fast as it does now. Then they came back between the Cretaceous and Tertiary. If the times hold, then the mass of the bowl ruined some comet orbits that second time, and that was it. It? The timeline checks. They caused the dinosaur killer impact. Thistler said, "Great shame. They hid this for lifetimes of worlds." "My God," Redwing said. Thistler said in his quiet way, "But no more. All will know. They killed their own genetic line. Syl will tell all." 32. Tananarive realized she should agree with the big ponderous beast that was Memor. She had come to think of the alien as a kind of smart elephant with a sense of humor equally heavy. "Yes, that was a clever saying," Tananarive made herself say. "I am happy you have discovered the nuances of our nature," Memor said. "Apparently, sarcasm is unknown here, never mind irony," Tananarive thought. She knew Memor thought what she'd said was amusing from the way her body shook, but it went right by human ears. "The wonder of all this is what impresses me most," Tananarive said to move on to better things. Memor and Bemor were huge and strange, but they liked her to play the odd primate role. The hard case was Asenath, who mostly ignored Tananarive except for the occasional glower, plus deliberately aimed stale exhaled breaths and well-timed acid farts. They stood among a crowd of hundreds of squat humanoid creatures who formed neat, obedient circles around the folk party. She watched these, the first human-shaped aliens she had seen, trying to understand the blank expressions on their hairy faces to figure out what was going on. Beyond the crowd was a tall pinnacle with a single round thing in it that she had just now realized was an eye, or camera, watching all this. Asenath was holding forth to the rapt assembly in a booming voice that had made Tananarive flinch when she first heard it. Study of the folk conversations had given her some hints of meaning, but the long phrases Asenath used seemed more like chanting. Tananarive asked Memor, "Is this some kind of ritual?" "Quite observant of you." She is reassuring the Kahala that the Syl and humans who escaped their capture will be taken in hand soon. No damage shall follow from this Kahala failure. "What's that about their children?" "Nothing important. The Kahala are losing many eggs to the appetites of scavengers. They seek us to somehow ward off their predators." "Will you?" "We do not intervene in natural matters. Nature runs itself well." "You told me earlier that you folk ran nature." Memor gave a fan flutter of amber and blue, which seemed to mean pleasant amusement. "And so we do. At a remove, of course. Long ago the folk set up this dynamic equilibrium, a predator-prey oscillation that will not go too far." "So these Kahala won't get wiped out?" "No, they are sufficiently intelligent and wary to deal with their predators. A nasty little vermin species. Both predator and prey have a low mental level and can adapt to the changes in the other species as they occur over long times. Evolution is thus contained. Populations do not sprawl out, consuming natural lands. There are several such interlacing balances in this zone." Tananarive pondered this as Asenath's long bellow went on. Then a new droning cry came. "Shri, Kain, Warik, Awiha." Memor said, "Ah, they have awakened the memory box." Asenath paused, then went on, trying to boom over these new deep tones with their extended cadences. Tananarive saw that the laboring sounds came from the tower with the eye. "What is it?" "A form of consciousness prison. From a hot world it came, and we are its stewards. Or rather, these Kahala are its attendants. A rock mind? We have several strewn about the bowl. They are slow but sure and alert us to long-term trends that otherwise might elude our quick eyes. You are, for example, a somewhat old-fashioned individual intelligence, organic. This is an inorganic one, and the Kahala are a sort of hybrid mind who attend the stone lattice mind. They are nothing like the vast collective intelligences. But never mind, we have had enough of this slow thought place, and our escape approaches. Arragh, you a young Araf, Kain youth. Tananarive had not noticed the huge wall of scaly flesh settling down from the sky beyond the talking tower. Across its rough brown skin, silvery fins fanned as the bulk waltzed lazily into place. It spread slender tentacles grasping for ground. They played across the land. Kahala ran to secure these to boulders, looking in perspective like ants bringing down a sea fish. The tentacles wrapped around catch points and pulled the great thing snug to ground. Asenath finished, and the Kahala bowed deeply on their knees with a low, sonorous moan that grew in volume until it washed over Tananarive. Asenath returned the bow, gave a vibrant trill salute and a four-color fan flurry of farewell. Mimor scooped up Tananarive and made short work of the journey to the immense thing. A bag inflated to fly, she guessed, but alive. By now she knew that Mimor enjoyed the open land and spoke, too, of the serene voyaging our living craft affords. They entered by a flap that opened like a mouth. A huge tongue unfurled, and Mimor walked up it, carrying the primate on her shoulder. It felt to Tananarive unpleasantly like being eaten. Mimor said in her booming English, "The mucus of this great beast had been engineered to carry a delicate fragrance unlike anything else. Its scent is a luxury and settles the mind, a necessary aid in air travel. Chaos may come to rage all about us, but we shall be mild." Tananarive sucked in a lingering taste, like flowers, though with an oily undertaste. Bemor, too, sighed, though he said, "We must make haste," and bellowed an order to small scampering things that had come to greet them. They were in a wet cavern. This skyfish, as Mimor called it, was like a cave of moist membranes lit by phosphorescent swirls embedded behind translucent tissues. They reminded Tananarive of illuminated art back Earthside. A deep bass note rang, ending in a whoosh that made it seem like an immense sigh. Grav momentarily rose, and Tananarive knew they had lifted off. Ruddy wall membranes fluttered. Warm air eased by them as they entered a large bowl-shaped area. Sunshine lanced through membranes so clear, Tananarive thought at first they were open to the air. But the sweet breeze swept first one way, then reversed, and she realized that it was the breathing of this great beast. The tower that had seemed so tall outside now dwindled away, and the skyfish turned, so the sweep of a plain came into view. Clouds stacked like fat blue plates loomed on the shimmering distance. She could see the long arc of bowl curving up into a pale sky. She was looking across a distance the size of planetary orbits. The eggshell blue of seas dominated the somewhat washed-out greens and browns of land masses, and made pale the sheet grays of mirror zones. Across that flapped big-winged angular birds with long snouts and crests atop their bony heads. Mimor met the captain of this gas-bag being. The whole idea of a captain was odd until Tananarive realized they were like people riding a larger animal, as she had ridden horses. Mimor spoke quickly, with booming comments from Bemor, all too fast for her to fathom. The captain listened for a while, big eyes watery and anxious. This creature was somewhat like some of the folk. A big thing, four-legged and solemn and slow, mouth wide and salmon pink and lipless. Bursts of words rattled from the mouth. Its narrow nostrils were veined pink with fleshy flaps beneath. Large round black eyes watched them, yellow irises flashing in the slanting sunlight. From the top of the captain's head sprouted a vibrant blue crest, serrated and trimmed with yellow fat, reminding Tananarive of a coxcomb. The captain took them on a walk through the ramparts, view balconies, and residential segments of the great living volume. A narrow hissing hydrogen arc heated its eating levels and lit the translucent furniture in blue light, where workers of 4 and 6 and even 8 legs labored to bring forth live dishes for folk delight. Pressed, Tananarive cracked a carapace and slurped out the warm white flesh of some sea creature. The next dish was a kicking big insect basted in creamy sauce. Memor said something about how keeping it alive through the cooking added savor to the proteins, but Tananarive decided that it was best to know less about folk gustatory tastes. She tried to break the thick legs with her hands and snap off the tasty eye stalks. Crunchy, but with a peppery flavor that stung her lips and sent a scent like stale meat into her sinuses, a green pudding turned out to be a slime mold that thrust probes out into her mouth as she tried to chew it. The flavor wasn't nearly worth it. Still, it was useful food. Folk ate meats and veggies she found mostly dull or repulsive, with little in between. She sat in the steady warm breeze of the skyfish's sweet internal breath. Were they essentially sitting in its trachea? And listened as Memor rattled on to other folk sitting nearby about matters political and somehow always urgent. Or so her limited translation abilities told her. Finally, Memor turned and said to her, whom she described to the other folk as the small invader primate, "You must surely admire our craft. We took the early forms of this creature from the upper atmosphere of a gas giant world long ago. Their ancestors found our deep atmosphere a similar paradise, to cruise on soft, moist winds and mate in their battering fashion, and wallow in our air, to turn falling water into their life fluid, hydrogen." "I doubt the primate can follow your description," Asenath said, coming into view. Tananarive warily backed away from the lumbering thing. She could smell the malice oozing from Asenath. Still, she could be of some use in capturing the renegades of her kind, whom we shall soon intersect. Asenath ushered them all over to the broad window in the skyfish's side. Elaborate orange-colored fins flexed near the back of the beast. They flared out, capturing winds like a sail, driving the bag forward. Tananarive felt a lurch and a dull thump. She had the sense of rumbling movement under her feet and in the living walls. Memor explained that the bag was trimming in flight by shifting weight inside itself. Asenath said, "Our admirable skyfish can torque about its center of mass and thus navigate." Tananarive watched the flexible yet controlled fan fins spread out, at least 100 meters long. Its gravid majesty seemed somewhat like a ship sailing at angles to the wind, tacking above the lush forest below. Asenath said, "We are precisely on course to intersect the renegades. They are sailing on this same gathering wind." Tananarive watched the opalescent walls shimmer with hot perspiration. Memor remarked that these were anxiety dewdrops brought out by the laboring muscles of the great fish. The shimmering moist jewels hung like gaudy chandeliers, lit by the blue glow of hydrogen flares and phosphorescent yellow bands that ran across the high ceiling. One of the drops, bigger than Tananarive's head, fell from high up and spattered at her feet with cutting acid odor. Bemor shifted his bulk and remarked, "The new signal from Glory is coded in a different manner. We are having difficulties decoding it, except for a few images." Memor shifted into folk speech. "Best not to let the primate know. Show what images you have." Tananarive felt her pulse speed up, but kept her face blank, and made a show of turning to gaze out at the view. A huge bird was flapping by below, eyeing the skyfish. Casually, she stepped away to the spot where, leaning forward, she could see reflected in the transparent window the projection Bemor was showing Memor. It was an animated series of images, A man in a white robe advanced into view, and something leaped at him. It was an alien with ruddy skin and 3 arms. It jumped at the man, and huge feet kicked him to the ground. The alien wore tight blue clothes that showed muscles bulging as the view drew closer. The alien head was like a pyramid with sharp chin and bones like ribs under tight ruddy skin. 2 large black eyes glinted at the man, who was getting up, his smiling face mild and his long blonde hair flowing. He was holding forward an object, a wooden cross, to the alien. Tananarive saw suddenly that the man was Jesus. The alien leaped on the man, hammering him with feet and 2 fists. Its 3rd arm was bony and sharp, with nasty nails tapering to points. The alien slammed this into the head of Jesus, shattering the skull into pieces. Blood flew into the air, and Jesus collapsed. His body lay still. The black alien eyes looked straight out from the screen Bmore held, and thick lips pulsed, swelling and narrowing in what must have been some kind of victory gesture. The sudden raw images startled her. A surge of anger tightened her throat. She made herself keep still and watched the bird flap out of view on its 4 wings. "Ah," Memor said, "similar to the earlier one. But look, we are intersecting the tadfish, as we had hoped to. Now we can deal with these primates, brought together." Tananarive saw swimming in the filmy air below them a gossamer tube shape. Fins stroked all along the barrel body as it rose from the forest below. Somehow, she realized, the folk had found Cliff's team and now had them cornered. Part 11. Double-edged sword, no handle. It is not because things are difficult that we dare not venture. It is because we dare not venture that they are difficult. Seneca. 33. "What's that?" Irma pointed. Hanging among cottony clouds near to the woody horizon was a thing that struck him as a silvery, flapping blimp. Coming toward them. "What's that?" Cliff echoed to Quirt, who scowled. "Escape," Quirt said. "So you say?" "From what?" "Folk know where we are. Track us." "They can?" Terry asked. "Makes sense," Irma said. "They must have sensors embedded in the original frame that holds the bowl together. Any smart building does. The trick would be managing such a torrent of data." Quirt gave an assenting eye-click and fell silent. The Sill took their orders from Quirt and studiously let Quirt alone speak for them. Cliff wondered about this, but did not want to bring up or question an arrangement that was at least keeping his small party out of the hands of the folk. When the Spidos gave up the chase, the tired party of Sill and humans had moved on a while, crossed a stream that Quirt said Spidos could not, and then stopped without a word. Cliff could feel the adrenaline collapse. He had gotten used to it after so many scares and flights. He wondered how the Sill managed crises. The same play of hormones? Some cold food with water from the convenient spring made them all feel better. Cliff had little storage left in the electronics he had carried all this time. He had chronicled all the places he had been and enjoyed looking back over the images. One from a good while back he liked, a clear day when the great sweep of the bowl and its jet was sharp and clear. Too often the deep atmosphere blocked long views with enormous stacks of cloud. He had caught some of the team in the foreground, slogging along near a zigzag tree. "You're keeping notes?" Irma asked. "I filled my data storage a long time ago." Cliff shrugged. "I'm either lazy or just plain picky. After the first week, when I was taking shots of every flower, tree, animal, insect, bird, well, harder to be a scientist when you're on the run." "One thing you're not is lazy." She looked at his small working screen. "Notes for each shot, even. I do them at our rest stops, like this." But there was no real resting, as the Sill made clear. Quirt eyed the humans. "We not go under now. Best not." "Into the tunnels?" Ivy asked. "The trains? They'll catch us there?" Slow, steady eye shifts. "Soon. Yes. Best not go in tunnels. I kind of liked those fast tunnels, Ivy said. Folk hold them now. So, what do we do? Terry persisted. See there. Quirt's slim arm pointed. The small silvery thing hung in the distance above a dense forest ridgeline. It moved slowly, and the sun reflected winking spots of yellow and blue from it. Tadfish. The sill around him shuffled uneasily, but as usual said nothing. We're getting away in that? Irma frowned doubtfully. Best way, Quirt said, and they moved forward steadily. Hide in sky. Cliff wondered at the sill's social conventions and their psychology. They were all in mortal danger, but the sill showed little jittery nervousness. Quirt ruled absolutely. In contrast, he had to deal with ongoing questions and doubt from Ivy, Terry, and Irma. Only the need to move on endlessly on kept him in shaky control. The tadfish was coming this way, and as they entered the nearby forest of vine-rich trees and brush, Cliff could see it had a deft grace to its movement, though he could not see how it did so. Tendrils of vines yearned for the sun, though some turned at another angle, apparently partial to the jet's rosy rays. Specialization at work. The woods had a thick, cloying stink, but were so thick overhead that the tadfish crew could not possibly see them below. Animals scampered away in their path, but there were plenty more concealed. From endless movement, Cliff had picked up ways to sense the life around them. Some animals here were superb at hiding, skinnying up into dense trees or burrowing in hidden pits like trapdoor spiders. Others just flew away on quick, stubby wings, fluttering fast enough to discourage pursuit. Ivy and Irma walked with him, and sills were both point and rear guards. The sill somehow kept themselves in good order, Cliff saw, while the humans in their worn cargo pants with big flap pockets were drab and saggy. The sill had patched those up for the bedraggled humans, back in the all-too-brief rest period following the battle with the skyfish. All that now seemed a long time ago. More wear had made their clothes ragged and rough. In contrast, the sill had loose-fitting, lightweight tan and dusty white jumpsuits that never looked the worse for wear. They could be cleaned by just dipping them in water and connecting them to the sill on board and solar-powered back batteries. Apparently, some electrical method rejected ions the cloth disliked and knitted up broken fibers. The humans marveled at this. Cliff let himself relax for a moment and enjoy the one sure thing he knew here: life. Wild flocks of strange things wheeling and crying high overhead, guttural lowings and crisp cacklings from the forest around them, a smelly, cloying carpet underfoot, springy, more like moss than grass, starred with bright stalks like flowers. Zigzag trees, silvery and ripe with flapping life, big coppery-winged things that shrieked and dived at humans when they could. Somehow the big things knew not to go after the sill, who used their arm arrows to slice them from the sky. Cliff hit a few with his laser, and so did the others, and they sank to the ground after that, going for cover. They managed to get some sleep. Cliff woke up several times, slapping and swearing at bugs that got into his clothes. Terry kept warily watching the trees and shrubs. The Spido encounter and the bird attack had made them jumpy. There were a lot of ropey vines, and gibbering small things rushed among them, sometimes hurling down oblong red fruit as if to drive the intruders away. A sill caught one fruit and bit into it, made a twisted face, and tossed it aside. Cliff saw a long vine move on its own and pointed. A snake, adapted to trees, probably disguises itself as a vine. Quirt heard and nodded. We call sky pirates. Irma chuckled. Why? Intelligent, in a way. Really? What do they do with intelligence? Save food for hard times. She stared up at the muscular, glistening snake that hung 10 meters above their heads and seemed at least that long. It curled itself and leveraged onto another branch of a tall, spindly tree. Above it were cocoons of pale gray suspended among bare branches. Like those? Quirt gave an assenting eye-click. Call them, he paused, searching for the right English term. Mummies. Smart snakes store so many. Sometimes mummies we use for fertilizer. Ivy gaped at this, and as they moved on he said, Mummies for... I don't get it. Closed ecology, see? Irma shrugged. They have to keep everything moving. So does the Earth, Ivy said, at least until we started industrializing space. Then we did metal smelting and manufacture and vacuum, where we could throw the wastes into the solar wind and clean up the planet a bit. But this ground ecology is just a few tens of meters deep, Cliff said, has no plate tectonics, can't hide carbon from its air, can't bring fresh elements up from far below, vomit it out from volcanoes. Irma finished. So you do that artificially. Plus you save resources. You might not get any more for a while. Or ever again. He nodded at this elementary wisdom that could always bear repeating, especially on the bowl. They were still trying to figure out the greater scheme here as a long-term investment. A negotiation might come up ahead, and Red Wing would need to know something about those on the other side of the table. That suited Cliff for now, seeing the bowl as a puzzle. He had always been a problem solver, a man who reflexively reacted to the unknown by breaking it into understandable pieces. Then Cliff would carefully solve each small puzzle, confident that the sum of such micro-problems would finally resolve the larger confusions. Irma thought the same way, one reason he liked her so much. On this endless trek through strange lands, they had grown to need each other. Every day was unnerving and wonderful at the same time, and for the same reasons. His whole team had gone into cold biostasis, always a risk, so they could reach an alien planet they knew very little about. Now they were immersed in that, multiplied by orders of magnitude. And they knew even less about this huge, strange thing, the bowl. It was daunting and thrilling, every day, in a place where there were not really days at all. Now that they had a clear destination, the team of Syl and humans moved on with renewed energy. As they mounted a low hill, they saw the tadfish was closer. It lands there, Quirt said, gesturing toward the next hill. The slowly drifting football-shaped creature was maneuvering under tendrils of rain. Cliff remembered the one that had ravaged the Syl city and looked at its blister pods, wondering if the skyfish carried weapons there. Virga, Ivy said. That's the name for when water evaporates away before hitting the ground, see? It's falling from clumps of alto cumulus clouds up there. Among towering steepled clouds, rain fell, to be absorbed by lower, drier layers. Tadfish drinking, Quirt said. Hurry. They came up on the strange creature through a cluster of zigzag trees thickly wreathed in green vines. The silvery tadfish settled down in a clearing near some ceramic buildings. Quirt picked up the pace. Cliff watched the complex sheen of skin as it flexed and stroked its translucent fins. Some attendants clustered at its base as it settled down. Quirt was taking them in a flanking approach through the zigzag and vine maze. The ground crew was Kahala in bright, creamy clothes. They took a small party of passengers off, and Cliff could not see who or what they were as they went into the dun-colored buildings. The Syl did not slow down. With the humans struggling in the rear, the whole band sprinted from the last of the zigzags into the open, pale dirt field and quickly across to the tadfish. They approached its face as its big green oval eyes peered down at them. Several Syl peeled off and took up positions between the tadfish and the buildings. Cliff came out of the trees and saw some of the Kahala ground crew turn back. They started running toward the tadfish, and the Syl moved to block them. A Kahala drew a weapon, and one Syl flexed his arm. The Kahala went down instantly. The other Kahala backed off, and the Syl advanced. Quirt said, They stay. Tadfish small. Not carry all of us. Ah. The tadfish mouth was still open. Quirt ducked and ran directly into the mouth. This looked to Cliff like a very bad idea. He slowed as they approached the ruby-red lip of the mouth and saw the floor of the mouth was a hardened cartilage, lime-green and ribbed. He tromped in, boots rapping on the cartilage. A musky smell seemed to wrap around his face. He edged down a narrow passage to the left, dimly lit by amber phosphors in the fleshy walls. The walls pulsed with heat, and he emerged into a long room devoted to the view out a transparent wall in the tadfish side. The humans were there, but no sill. As he crossed the room, he felt a surge, and the tadfish took off, angling over the zigzags. It turned to bask in the wind and accelerated. Everyone caught their balance, bracing against the softly resistant fleshy walls. Below he saw Kahala figures running vainly toward some tow lines that had held the tadfish in place. They retracted, and a Kahala raised a tube weapon toward the humans looking down. It sighted, then lowered the weapon and shook its arms in frustration. Irma said, "The sill stole this thing." They all laughed a bit in appreciation, relieved, and Quirt came into the room. In its staccato manner, it confirmed that the sill had kept track of when the tadfish would set down on its regular route, and had rushed to get there just in time to seize the tadfish when the flight crews changed shift. "Good timing," Terry said, and Quirt gave a hand pass that meant assent. Cliff did not remark that the sill had not bothered to tell the humans what was up. Quirt didn't like debating policy. Indeed, the sill did not share the human appetite for endless talk, and at times made fun of it. "So now we'll hide in the sky, as you said," Ivy scowled. "From what?" "Folk trace us. Saw at ice mines. Kahala alert them." They were rising fast above the spreading plain. The atmosphere became supersaturated, the air suddenly full of mist. Cliff looked out along the axis of his shadow, and there it was forming, a huge, round, luminous rainbow. The circular rainbow popped into the halo air. It formed near the top of a mountain, aslant from the constant star hanging at his back. He could see 5 separate colors. The red was intense. Slowly the mist dissolved, and the spectral promise faded away. Yet it moved him with its beauty and its quick demise. The tadfish walls popped and creaked. Irma said, "What's that?" They rose faster. The fins outside beat in synchronous rhythm, and they heard a heavy thudding through the walls. "Is that its heart?" Ivy looked out the transparent wall. "Maybe the body is expanding. It must be making more hydrogen from water, filling itself out." Cliff put his head against the oddly warm, transparent window, and only then noticed a separate, transparent bulge farther along the curving skin. It promised a better viewing angle, but the wall nearby had no opening. He saw no way to reach that bulge, but ran his hands along the wall and felt a crease in the warm flesh. He pried at it, and with a rasping purr, a sheet came free along a seam. A pressure seal, apparently. He peeled it back and saw a narrow footway lit by blue phosphors. A few steps took him to the transparent blister. From here he could see farther around the curve of the great flying balloon and the stately ranks of flapping translucent fins. The view now was majestic and vast. The deep bowl atmosphere fell off slowly with height, so a living balloon with a fish-like shape could rise a long way before the slackening pressure outside made it bulge. He looked down through many kilometers at the clouds flowing over the low mountains that only a short while ago, while they were running, had loomed in the distance. Refracted glows of the jet and star danced and coiled in deep clouds. Except for the slow thump of the tadfish heart, he felt as though he were hanging in air, seeing the bowl as did the great birds he had seen far up the towering sky. He turned to rejoin the others and saw to his side another pressure seal. He felt it for a seam. Then Irma came into the cramped blister. "What's going on?" "Look, we're just passengers. Can't do anything but wait." Let's see how this thing works. Might be useful up ahead. Irma twisted her mouth in a skeptical curve. I could use a rest. The more we know, the better. Irma leaned against the warm wall and gazed out on the spectacular view. Maybe. Me? I've got strangeness overload. Every day there's more to digest. And on the run, too. He smiled. We're in the belly of a beast already. Let's not get digested. She shrugged. These passages are claustrophobic. Let's leave Ivy and Terry back there. Quirt's brought some gloppy food for them, and they're wolfing it down. Tastes like a chicken-flavored milkshake. Hard bits in it, too. Tasted like bitter snails. I can wait. They went through the narrow tunnels along the tadfish's streamlined form. It had a torpedo shape, and the occasional viewing blister was flanked by big slabs of sinewy brown muscle. These flexed as it propelled forward, and Cliff sniffed. Their close, moist air took on a sweaty, salty tinge. Fishoids, torpedo-shaped predators, Irma said when they looked out a blister and saw a swarm of long tubular birds flocking below. They swerved and scooped in the air, catching something that vented from the tadfish. Feeding on waste? Irma asked. One species' waste is another's food, Cliff said. Around the long curve of the tadfish body came big gliding shapes in convoy, more like manta rays than like birds. They were flying in a V formation and had slick, matted gray skins. Diving and banking in concert through the thick air, big eyes intent on the feeding tubular birds. Their shapes, Cliff saw, reflected the demands of curvature, flow, and tension as they lazily slid down the air. Meaty triangular wings led back to rudder-like fins and a long spike at the tail. Cliff pointed. The killing instrument. A pair of eyes protruded in knobs at either side of their wedge-like heads above the long slit mouth. Another pair of bigger yellow eyes sat close together and peered forward. The flying tubes moved with stately grace through the glassy air. Fleshy oar-like appendages flanked the heads as the manta snapped up the smaller tubular birds. Through the window, Cliff and Irma could hear cries and shrieks as the pillage cut through the flock. It was a strange sight, and over in a moment. The mantas dove under the tadfish, while a few survivors scattered in frantic haste. Irma put an arm around Cliff's waist, and he felt a rush of contentment. In all this strangeness, the small comforts mattered most. They stood that way a while, until warm air drew their attention to an inward-leading passage. He was trying to analyze all they were seeing, but the dimly lit passage drew them onward. Squishing sounds came from ahead. They worked along a throbbing wall and came upon a translucent interior layer, where they could see dark bones working in a sheath. Low murmurs and hums came through the transparent wall, and they could see gray fluids running down the bulky flesh everywhere. Lubricants? This is its internal skeleton? Cliff wondered. The sliding parallel bones worked through thick green collars, coiling like a flexible spring, but their attention focused on two moving stick-figure creatures that seemingly tended this living machinery. They were about a meter tall, with 6 limbs that moved quickly, clambering everywhere, adjusting the mechanical supports of the bony spine. These creatures used their flexing limbs as either arms or legs, depending on where they scampered over the big moving apparatus. Irma pointed. They had long, 2-petaled tails that folded to protect sexual organs that occasionally came into view as they worked. They seemed like slender pink skeletons, with brains carried in a bump between the pair of limbs at the top of the spinal cord. 3 eyes worked on stalks, making an equilateral triangle around a broad red slit of a mouth. They can see us, Irma said, but they're ignoring us. Not so peculiar, really. Think what it's like to work on a public conveyance, Cliff said. They've seen plenty odder than we are. They moved along the transparent wall and saw two thick, muscular creatures wearing what seemed to be equipment belts. They were working on a panel pulled open, revealing some complex piping throbbing with amber liquids. They moved with deft small fingers, using tools too small to make out. "Those look like the ones we saw before," Irma said. "Remember? We were screwing, yes, and one of them fell on us. Turns out they're smart tool users. I wonder what they thought of us." "These are ignoring us, same as before. We're pretty ordinary, I guess." Here, sophisticated means, I guess, not impressed to run into just another funny alien. Cliff chuckled. "Puts us in our place, doesn't it?" As they neared the tail, there were sudden orange flares jetting from tubes below the viewing blisters. "Must be fueled by hydrocarbons," Cliff said, "brewed into burnable fuels." "We're moving fast," Irma said, as a surge rippled through the body around them. The floor also rolled a bit like a ship. "The burn helps." "Quartz said they're artificially bred forms of an original balloon bird-like species," Cliff said, "so their energy source got engineered, too." "We'd better get back," Irma said. They were moving quickly now, diving out over a sheet of green water that seemed a continent wide, beneath the waving fields of grass. Dotting this grass sea were bumps shaped like tadpoles, with a crust of trees ornamenting them. The thick end pointed upstream, while the water swept debris past and then dropped it in the eddy behind the hummock. This made the tadpole tail grow, building slim islands where animals lived among the dense amber and green trees. All this simmered beneath the reddish light of the star and orange filigrees cast by the slowly churning helices in the jet. As they descended, gaining speed, packs of large fish-like life became clear. They breached the shallow sea in great leaps, hanging in air, then crashing down in great sprays of white. Irma said, "Those look a lot like dolphins." "The basic fish shape, as you say," Cliff pointed at the width of the moving school. "Thousands of them. What a great way to see bowl life." Irma said, "I always thought we believe dolphins are not as smart as we because they never built cars or refrigerators or New York or had wars. All they do is spend every day swimming in warm oceans, chasing and eating fish, mating and having fun. The dolphins think they are smarter than us, for the very same reasons." Again Cliff chuckled. "I always thought, on a statistical argument about time scales, that if we ran across intelligent aliens at Glory, they'd be overwhelmingly likely to be far more intelligent than us." Irma nodded. "And therefore wouldn't care at all about us, if they even noticed us." "Me too. But we've been able to stay out of the hands of the folk for a long time now, on their own turf. Could be the aliens who built this place were superminds, but their descendants have gotten stupid." So both the skeptics about smart aliens were wrong, and so were the optimists. Cliff liked the idea. Wonder what that means. She and Cliff were so caught up in the sight, they only noticed the huge thing hanging above when it blotted out the star. The skyfish was firing hydrogen jets behind it and slewing swiftly through the filmy air, headed toward them. Some strange angular birds were flocking out of the skyfish. They were lean and had long jaws with... "Are those teeth?" Irma asked. "Looks like." "Not friendly, no." 34. They had been running hot and hard now for many hours, and it was starting to show in his crew. Redwing sat on the bridge because if he paced for hours, as he already had, everybody got edgy. Fair enough. He sat and twitched, mostly by moving his feet, in their gecko shoes, where nobody could see. He had used up his weekly shower ration in 2 days of this. They had entered the jet days ago, not that there was any clear sign of it. The mag field values started to climb a day ago, and the plasma density followed it. Only by amping certain spectral lines of yellow and green could the wall screens show the filmy curtains of sliding ion flow in the jet. Those weren't plasma, really. The light came from ions, as electrons found them at last and cascaded down the energy levels to emit a photon. The light showed where plasma eased into little deaths. Now Ayaan Ali had taken over as lead pilot, and Claire Conway sat in the co-pilot deck chair. Beth Marble had gone to get some sleep. They all watched the blue and green lines work on the large screens, mapping pressures and flux changes at the perimeter of their mag-scoop fields. "How's the scoop impedance looking?" Redwing asked. "Down to 3 meg-ohms, sir." From her sideways glance he knew Ayaan Ali understood that he could have read it from the screens, but that they needed to have some talk on the bridge, just to diffuse tensions. A rumble and a rolling shock came rippling through the ship. "Ride's interesting," Redwing said mildly. Ayaan Ali smiled and nodded, eyes never leaving the screens, hands on the E-helm at all times. "We took a shock front from 42 degrees starboard, 17 degrees south. Plasma still rising." "This fits the model Carl worked up?" Sort of." A skeptical arching of eyebrows. Redwing picked up something more in her body language. Carl and Ayaan Ali always kept a wary distance in crew meetings and were crisply correct around him, which led him to wonder if something was going on between them. They were in a dangerous place, and tensions needed release. He decided to put it away for later, if ever. The mission was the point here. "Okay, nobody expects models to work well here. I don't, anyway. Let's see the aft scoop and plume." Redwing always felt a bit jumpy about anything sneaking up behind them, though with the Artilects on constant duty that was extremely unlikely. The rumbling aft faded. Eerie popping noises came through the support beams and hollow creakings sounded. A sour stench of something scorched, probably just overheating in a forward tank. The display space before them showed flurries of plasma, highlighted in violet, slamming into the scoop. "Those knots again," Ayaan Ali said. "Let's see long-range radar," Redwing said. They studied the yawning space around the jet, looking from multiple dishes. "Nothing near us, nothing in near space, nothing farther out," Ayaan Ali said. "I've always wondered why we saw so few spacecraft. You'd think they would be sending ships out to monitor the whole system." Redwing nodded. "This system has no planets or asteroids, no comets coming in, nothing bigger than a school bus. But there were some small craft, remember? They came over the bowl rim, flew along the top of their atmosphere manifolds, ducked into a hole in the upper atmosphere layer." "But very few, very little craft," Claire shrugged. "And we know the gravitational instabilities that the bowl risks all the time. If they get too close to the star, they have to fire up the jet and push the stellar mass away, while they grab the rising jet flux and let it push them back. Reverse if they start falling behind. Then there's the spinning bowl, same instabilities as a spinning top. But I guess they can run this whole wacky system without many spacecraft." Carl came onto the bridge, back from checking inductance coils along the ship. He had heard Ayaan Ali. "It's all maintained with magnetic fields and jet pressure," he said, "plus the reflected sunlight to heat the hot spot. Tricky stuff." "Those inductance coils getting worked hard?" Redwing asked. "Running high, but within margin." Carl got into his chair and belted up, casting a side look at Redwing as if to say, "Why don't you sit?" Redwing never explained that he liked to move through the ship when it was having trouble. He could tell more with his feet and ears than the screens could say. They had taken 3 days to cross the jet with the fusion chambers running at full bore, driving them to nearly 200 kilometers per second. That was far higher than an orbital velocity, though still far under the ship's coasting specs. Sunseeker now was turning in the helix Carl had calculated, cutting in an arc near the jet's boundary, its mag scoop facing the star at a steep angle and swallowing its heated plasma. They had faced such a headwind coming in and survived, but now the navigation was tougher. This time they had to remain lower than the bowl's rim or else come within the firing field of the gamma-ray lasers there. "How do we know this is the optimal path?" Redwing asked Carl. "Calculations. I mean, from what we've learned these last few days." "It's working." Carl's lean face tightened, ending in his skewed, tight mouth above a pointed chin where he had begun to grow a goatee. "We're brushing the mag pressures outward. Our sideways thrust drives the magnetic kink mode, feeding off the jet's own forward momentum. We're stimulating the flow patterns at the right wavelength to make the jet slew." "We'll see sideways jet movement before it shoots through the knothole?" "It should." Carl's gaze was steady, intent. He had a lot riding on this. "Let's look aft. Have we got better directionals this time?" Redwing asked Ayan Ali. "Somewhat," she said. "I rotated some aft antennas to get a look. The sideband controllers, too." She changed the color view, and Redwing watched brilliant yellow knots twist around the prow of their mag scoop like neon tropical storms. "These curlers push us sideways a lot." A rumble ran down the axis, and Redwing hung on to Ayan Ali's deck chair. Claire showed the acoustic monitor's display in red lines on a side screen. The strains worked all down the ship axis. "We're getting side shear," Redwing said mildly. He took care not to give direct piloting instructions. No backseat driving. "I'll fire a small side jet, let some plasma vent from the side of the mag scoop, rotate on the other axis, and take our aft around some." Her hands traced a command in the space before her. A faint rumbling began, then a surge. The ship slid sideways, and Redwing hung on to a deck chair. Multiple axis accelerations had never been his strong point. His stomach lurched. She worked on getting the aft view aligned. Sunseeker's core was no mere pod sitting atop the big fuel tank that held the fusion catalysis ions. Gouts of those ions had to merge with the incoming plasma, fresh from the mag scoop. In turn, the mated streams fed into the reactor. Of course, the parts had to line up that way along the axis, no matter how ornate the subsections got, hanging on the main axis, because the water reserves tank shielded the biozone and crew up front, far from the fusion reactor and the plasma plume in the magnetic nozzle. Redwing knew every rivet and corner of the ship and liked to prowl through all its sections. The whole stack was in 0G, except the thick rotating toroid at the top, which the crew seldom left. 116 meters in diameter, looking like a dirty, scarred angel food cake, it spun lazily around to provide a full Earth G at the outside. There the walls were 2 meters thick and filled with water for radiation shielding. So were the bow walls, shaped into a Chinese hat with its point forward, bristling with viewing sensors. From inside, nobody could eyeball the outside except through electronic feeds. Yet they had big wall displays at high resolution and smart optics to tell them far more than a window ever could. Ayan Ali's work brought the multiple camera views into alignment with some jitter. They were looking back at the bowl, and she had to tease the jet out of all the brighter oceans and lands slowly turning in the background, a complicated problem. "Let's get a clear look down of the jet," Redwing said. To see and diagnose the plume, they had a rear-view polished aluminum mirror floating out 40 meters to the side. They didn't dare risk a survey bot in the roiling plasma streams that skirted around the mag scoop, with occasional dense plasma fingers jetting in. The image tuned through different spectral lines, picking out regions where densities were high and glows twisted. On the screen, a blue-white flare tapered away for 1,000 kilometers before fraying into streamers. Plasma fumed and blared along the exhaust length, ions and electrons finding each other at last and reuniting into atoms, spitting out an actinic glare. The blue pencil pointed dead astern. He was used to seeing it against the black of space, but now all around their jet was a view of the bowl. The gray-white mirror zones glinted with occasional sparkles from the innumerable mirrors that reflected light back on the star. Seen slightly to the side of the jet, the knothole was a patch of dark beneath the filmy yellow and orange filigrees of the jet. Redwing supposed that at the right angle the whole jet looked like a filmy exclamation point, with Vikram Singh's star as the searing bright dot. Carl said, "See that bulge to the left? That's the kink working toward the knothole." Ayan Ali nodded. "Wow, to think we can kick this thing around." "Trick is, we're using the jet's energy to do the work." Carl smiled, a thin, pale line. "It's snaking like a fire hose held in by magnetic fields." Ayan Ali frowned. "When it hits the knothole, how close to the edge does it get?" "Not too close, I think." "You think?" "The calculations and simulations I've run, they say so." "Hope they're right," Ayan Ali said softly. They continued on the calculated trajectory as the ship sang with the torque. The helix gave them a side acceleration of about 1/10 of a grav, so Redwing kept pacing the deck on a slight slant, inspecting the screens in the operating bays. He also watched how everyone was holding up. His crew had been refined, so they fit together like carefully crafted puzzles, each skill set reinforcing another's. That meant excluding even personal habits, like mineralarians, a faction who insisted that eating animals or even plants, which both cling to life, was a moral failing. Instead, they choked down an awful mix of sugars, amino and fatty acids, minerals and vitamins, all made from rocks, air, and water. That could never work while pioneering a planet, so the mineralarians got cut from the candidate list immediately. Same for genetic fashions. Homo evolutus were automatically excluded from the expedition as too untested, though of course no one ever said so in public. That would be speciesism, a sin when Sunseeker was being built, and in Redwing's opinion, one of the ugliest words ever devised. But with all the years of screening, there were still wild cards in his deck. Smart people always had a trick or two you never saw until pressure brought it out. Managing people was not remotely like ordering from a menu. As he watched an internal status board Fred was manning, Redwing felt a hard jar run down the axis. Ayan Ali quickly corrected for a slew to their port side. The fusion chamber's low rumble rose. It sounded, Redwing thought, a lot like the lower notes on an organ playing in a cathedral. "Exhaust flow is pulsing," she said. "External pressure is rising behind us." "Funny," Redwing watched the screens intently. "Makes no sense." "We're getting back pressure." Her hands flew over the command board. A long, wrenching wave ran through the ship. Redwing sat at last in a deck chair, just in time, as a rumbling sound built in the walls and surges of acceleration shook the ship. The aft picture worsened. They saw from 2 angles looking aft that the plume was bunching up, as if rippling around some unseen obstacle. The logjam thickened as they watched. Rolling waves came through the deck, all the way from hundreds of meters down the long stack. "Getting a lot of strange jitter," Beth said. She was in uniform, crisply turned out. Redwing looked around. "It's your sleep time." "Who could sleep through this?" "Captain, it's building up." "You're to take the chief pilot's chair in 3 hours. "Aft ram pressure is inverting profile," Ayan Ali said crisply. "Never happens this, not even in simulations." "I can feel it," Beth said. "This much vibration, the whole config must be—" "Too much plasma jamming back into the throat." Ayan Ali gestured to the screen profiling the engine, its blue magnetic hourglass-shaped throat. Its pinch and release flaring geometry was made of fields. so could adjust at the speed of light to the furious ion pressures that rushed down it, fresh from their fusion burn, but it could only take so much variation before snarling, choking, and blowing a hole in the entire field geometry. That would direct hot plasma on the ship wall itself, a cutting blowtorch. As they watched, the orange flow in its blue field-lined cage curled and snarled. "It's under pressures from outside the ship," Ayan Ali said, voice tight and high. "If it gets close to critical pressures, shut down," Redwing said. He was surprised his own voice sounded calm. Beth said, "But we'll—" "Go to reserve power if we have to," Claire said. "That won't last long," Carl said, "and this external pressure on our mag scoop could crumple it." A long, low note rang through the ship, a full system warning. No one had heard that sound since training. The drive had not been off since they left Earthside. "I'm going to spin us," Ayan Ali said. "Outrace the pressure." She ran the helm hard over, and the mag scoop responded, canting its mouth. Next, she flared the magnetic nozzle at the very aft end of the ship, clearing it of knotted plasma. That took 2 seconds. Then she flexed the field back down and ran the fusion chamber to its max. Redwing could follow this, but her speed and agility were what made her a standout. They were all hanging on as the entire ship spun about its radial axis. Redwing closed his eyes and let the swirl go away from him, listening to the ship. The pops and groans recalled the drastic maneuvers they'd run Sunseeker through during the years-long Oort cloud trials. He trusted his ears more than the screen displays of magnetic stresses. The rumbles ebbed away. When the spin slowed, he opened his eyes again. The screens showed milder conditions around the ship. "I broke us out of that magnetic pinch," Ayan Ali said. "We got caught in a sausage instability. Had to flex our scoop pretty hard." Redwing recalled that meant the radial squeezing the jet sometimes displayed. Carl had said the jet narrowing looked like some sort of sausage mode, which took it through the knothole and made it flare out once it was well beyond. But they weren't that close to the knothole. That was the point. The kink instability took a while to develop while the jet was arrowing in toward the bowl. Redwing thought it strange that the pinch effect had been so strong. He asked Carl if the magnetic pressures on their magnetic nozzle could be so strong, but before Carl could answer, he felt a prickly sensation play fretfully across his skin. Everyone looked around, sensing it also. Abruptly, a yellow arc cut through the air above the deck. It crackled and snaked as it moved, but turned aside whenever it met a metal barrier. They all bailed out of their couches. Redwing lay flat on the deck as the snapping, curling discharge twisted in the air above him. The crackling thing snarled around itself. Sparks hissed into the air. Yellow coils flexed, spitting light. The discharge arched and twisted and abruptly split, shaped into an extended cup shape that spun. "It's shaping the bowl," Beth said. The yellow arc made a bad cartoon, snapping and writhing, never holding true for long. Redwing felt his heart thump. "Something is out there, making trouble for us," Beth said. "Something we can't see." Redwing recalled that in their discussions he had asked, "What could I be missing?" Well, here it was. Beth had once said that flying into the jet could give them an edge all right, but there were huge unknowns. Unknown unknowns were like a double-edged sword, she had said, with no handle. You didn't know which way the edge would cut. 35. Asenath made a show of her entrance. She gave the assembled crew and servants a traditional bronze golden chest display, then unfurled side arrow lances ending in brilliant purple fan crescents. Her cycle-shaped tail laces coiled out with a snap, their flourish attracting attention first to tail, then with a flurry to breast. Even the sub-folk knew this strategy, though without nuance or passion. Crowds of them in the big bay of the skyfish clustered and tittered as Asenath presented. Mimor watched with glazed eyes, Bemor at her side and the primate crouched nearby. The grand bang and rattle caught many eyes, so she followed with a sharp pop. Yellow patch flares then ignited their tips, flavoring the already fragrant air. Quills rattled at incessant pace, rolls and frissons, japes and jars. All this was a part of the eternal status flurry that kept order across the great stretches of the bowl. "What's all this for?" the primate said. The impudence of this question, coming at the climax of Asenath's display, angered both Mimor and, she could see, Bemor. The primate was about to become very useful, so Mimor decided to discipline her in full view of all. As she turned, Bemor clasped her shoulder in a restraining grasp. "Do not. It will disturb this creature more than you know." "I have spent more time with her than I have, yes. But indulge me this once." Mimor explained to the primate that such social rituals shored up the hierarchy needed to manage the entire bowl society. Whenever the folk visited a local venue of use, such as this skyfish, they reminded all of how the vast world worked by showing ancient rituals, making the past come into their present and so reside for their futures. "It's just a dance with feathers, incense, songs, and whatever drug is floating in this air," Tananarive Bailey said. "I can sense it creeping in through my pores." "I will be most surprised if it affects your chemistry. It is tuned for these Kahala and their minions, plus adjacent evolved subspecies." Tananarive coughed. "Stinks, too." Mimor rankled at this, but said, "The destiny of our species is shaped by the imperatives of survival, operating on 6 distinct time scales. To survive means to compete successfully, but the unit of survival is different at each of the 6 time ranges, on intervals of what you would term years or orbital periods. The unit surviving is the individual. On a time scale of decades of orbitals, the unit is the family. On a scale of centuries, the unit is the tribe or nation, such as this district of the Kahala. On a time range of millennia, the unit is the culture. The Kahala culture is widespread, so they may lend that gracious stability to vagrant districts. On a time scale of tens or more of millennia, the surviving unit is the species. Some cultures do survive that long, and we encourage that. On the range of eons, the unit is the whole web of life on our bowl." Mimor made a signifying fan rattle to conclude, and for punctuation gave a sweet aroma belch from her neck. Bemor added, "That is the scale we now confront with you late invaders." "Huh? We're just stopping by." Bemor huffed in amusement. "Not so. You are important at this juncture as we approach glory." "Who says?" "The ice mines," Mimor injected, though she knew the primate did not know the term, much less the substance. Asenath finished and resumed command of this skyfish with quick darting orders. Squads rushed off to prepare for battle. A rolling bass note summoned crew to stations, and an electric intensity shot through the air. A zippy ion augmentation to stimulate. A wall flushed from its solemn gray to a stunning view of the region the skyfish commanded. Needles of spiral rock forked up, moss-covered and home to many flapping species. The skyfish had recently fed there from server species that brought arrays of food to be easily ingested as the skyfish moored on the peaks. These erections stood beside bays and lagoons where waves reflecting the jet and star winked up at them. Here and there in the complex landscape, white snakes curved, highways like lines drawn on a lush green paper. To the side, fluttering fast, was a silvery moat, their target, just as the Kahala had said. "What's the battle?" Tananarive asked, watching the many minions scurry around. "We expect little fighting," Memor said. "We are to capture the rest of you." "Be careful," Tananarive said. "They've been on the run here a long time, and they bite." Memor found this amusing and sent a subtle fan display of this to Bemor. "As if we had cause to fear them," she said in folk. "Yes, perhaps this primate has a sense of humor," Bemor said, distracted, his big eyes looking into the distance. Suddenly Memor felt a tremor from her undermind. It was a cool trickle of apprehension, not of actual fear, yet its icy fingers crept into her thinking. She paused a moment to do her inward turning, letting the undermind gradually open. She found a swamp. Fresh, gaudy notions and worries laced through fetid dark pools of ancient fears, all beneath a sullen sky. Trepidations wrapped around a locus like tendrils of gray fog settling on a hill. The darting slips of anxiety seemed to orbit that hill. What was in it? Under it? She did not recall ever seeing this rising bulge before, yet she knew it was not new, but old. She knew the bodies of congested uneasiness might be thrust down for a while into the recesses of the undermind, but this was a large bolus of somber, dark emotions, and it drove fresh fears into her conscious layers. Yet she had no time for this now. Action drew near. "Aseneth, how might we assist?" "Keep your late invader close. We will need her to interpret nuance and the other invader's nonverbal signaling." Bemor seemed uneasy. Memor gave him a flurry of feathers that bespoke concern, but he shook it off with a rustle. She saw from his distant gaze that he was tapped into his calm and studying information. He breathed quicker, a low rumble of thought. Memor respected Bemor's ability to go beyond the bowl's constant data flood, mediated through its incessantly collecting local analyticals. Those artificial minds monitored bowl data on local scales, then sent it upward through an ascending pyramid of minds, both wholly artificial and natural, though of course all minds had been bred and engineered for optimal performance far long ago. Then the smooth product of much mastication came to such as Bemor, to make sense nuanced of mind-numbingly complex situations. Digested data could help compensate for folk overconfidence in their own intuitions, thus reducing the distortion of perception by desire. Natural minds were unable to deal with avalanches of data and mathematics, but were excellent at social cognition. Bemor could draw from his deep knowledge of history and the higher intellects. He was good at mirroring others' emotional states, such as detecting uncooperative behavior, and at assigning value to things through emotion. Was he dealing with new ideas from the ice mines now? Something in his posture told Memor that he was deeply concerned about some matter far distant from their pursuit of these late invaders. Abruptly, Bemor broke off and spat at Aseneth. "We need those late invaders captured immediately. No delay. But handle them carefully. Loss of even one of their lives could endanger us all." Aseneth knew enough to take this command without question. She turned and ordered a nearby Kahala. "Do not chance a glancing shot." "But we planned," the Kahala began. "Ignore all that came before. A shot to compel them might do damage to the tadfish, especially if you miss by even a fraction." "Madam, we have already dispatched the sharp wings," the Kahala said, going into a bowing posture of apology. "I did not so order." "It was explicit in your attack plan, timed to occur as we first sighted the tadfish." Memor could see that Aseneth had no ready reply to this, so she turned away with a rebuking ruffle display of red with scarlet fringes. They all moved close to the observation wall. The tadfish drew nearer, and now a school of angular birds came forking in toward the silvery shape. They were big in wing and head. Memor knew these sharp wings as pack birds who could harry and bring down far larger prey. Bemore was alarmed enough to be distracted from his calm. "Stop them, now." Asenath obeyed. Memor knew that here, nearer to the knothole, craft such as tadfish had a natural utility. Great circulating cells of warm air cycled across the zones, and life used these free rides. Skyfish were a transport business in the long voyages, and tadfish had been bred from them, long ago, to traverse the shorter routes. In its constant restless way, evolution had spawned species of sharp wings to prey on tadfish. Most often they swarmed the prey, as Memor now watched them do. Asenath shouted, "I said to turn them back," to the Kahala, who backed away from her, head bent deep in contrition. "They do not respond," the Kahala whispered. "They are hirelings and hard to deflect once engaged in their ancient battle rites." "So they make for the meaty passengers," Memor said dryly. "Their spirits are up," the Kahala said. "Difficult to countermand." Now the sharp wings circled the tadfish. The great fish fired its hydrogen jets at them. Great plumes of ignited gas forked out and burned sharp wings black in an instant. Bodies tumbled away, but more sharp wings came arrowing in. Their long jaws with razor teeth sliced at the working fins to disable navigation. The orange tongues licked more sharp wings. They were drawing nearer, and Asenath ordered external ears to pick up the battle sounds. Memor could make out the anguish cries of those being burned. Sharp-wing song calls also laced the air, vibrant and shrill. Beneath that came the deep bass roll of the tadfish's agony. It echoed across the diminishing distance. Now sharp wings dove along the tadfish flanks, going for the gut. Their spiked wings ripped along and into the scaly flesh. It was, Memor reflected, as though the attackers were writing on the lustrous flesh their own messages in long lines that soon brimmed red. These species had evolved to a stable predator-prey balancing, now governed by their betters, but only when their passions could be blunted. "Bring your lancing shots to bear," Asenath ordered. "Please note we cannot be so accurate at this range," the Kahala said. "I fear—" "Do it," Asenath was stern. "Otherwise they will bring down the tadfish and devour its passengers." The Kahala did not attempt to argue. It turned and gave orders. Over the amplified booming, shrieks, and cries, Memor could scarcely hear the sharp psst of the pellet guns. These hit the sharp wings with shattering blows. Next came the rattling laser batteries, picking off the great birds with quick stabs of green brilliance. All these weapons had to hit the sharp wings as they banked away from the tadfish to avoid wounding it, so those sharp wings already close in on the attack escaped for a while. Orange jets from the tadfish belly licked at flights of the sharp wings. Squawks and screeches rose in an anguished crescendo. The thuds of pellets firing slowed as targets became scarce. A rain of blackened and shattered bodies tumbled, turning slowly in the long descent toward the green forests and glinting lakes below. The remaining few sharp wings broke off the attack and flapped away, sending mournful long songs forth. "Very good," Asenath said. "Let us escort the tadfish down, then," Memor said. "We can land and take possession." Asenath conferred with the Kahala, then turned to address Bemore, ignoring Memor. "We can swallow such a small tadfish, no need to land. We can continue to higher altitudes and catch the fast winds toward the upper mirror zone." Bemore sent approval displays, but his eyes did not move from his comm plate. "Good, do so. We need the other late invaders." Memor felt shunted aside. She had been pursuing these vagrant primates for a great while, and now Bemore, and even worse Asenath, would get credit for their apprehension. But at least it was done. "Why are they so useful? I am happy to have them in hand, of course, but—" Bemore gave a low bass growl. The ice mines command it. Events proceed elsewhere. A crisis threatens. We must get the primates. We have this one here, a gesture at Tananarive. We may need more. The ice mines want to use them to converse in an immersion mode. Memor stirred with misgivings. Her undermind was fevered and demanded to be heard, but there was no time now. Immersion? That can be destructive. Tananarive seemed to be following this, but wisely said nothing. That is why we need several pathways. The connection may be too much for them, and we will need replacements. Memor said softly, feeling a tremor from her undermind. What crisis? It goes badly in the jet. Part 12. The Word of Cambronne. It was at Waterloo that General Cambronne, when called on to surrender, was supposed to have said, "The old guard dies but never surrenders." What Cambronne actually said was "merde," which the French, when they do not wish to pronounce it, still refer to as the Word of Cambronne. It corresponds to our four-letter word for manure. All the difference between the noble and the earthy accounts of war is contained in the variance between these two quotations. Ernest Hemingway, Men at War. 36. The first sight of the folk commanding the big skyfish was daunting. Cliff had seen these folk aliens when his team came through the lock in what seemed a very long time ago. Later, he had heard fragments about the folk from the scattered Sunseeker transmissions, but now these before him seemed different, larger, with big heads on a leathery stalk neck. Their feathers made the body shape hard to make out. The folk back at the airlock had feathers, but not nearly so large, colorful, and vibrant. As Cliff's team and Quirt's Sill entered, the three big folk rattled their displays, forking out neck arrays that flashed quick variations in magenta, rose, and ivory. Their lower bodies flourished downy wreaths of brown and contrasting violet. "They're giant peacocks," Irma whispered. Cliff nodded. Back Earthside, peacocks used their outrageously large feathers to woo females. But these rustling, constantly shifting feather shows had far more signaling capacity. Beneath the layers, he could glimpse ropey pelvic muscles. Loose-jointed shoulders gave intricate control to the feathers. More like those flaunt unspoken messages, I'd guess. Quirt gestured and said, "Quill feather gives mood. Tail fan on neck cups sound to ears. Fan signals are many. Rattle and flap for more signal. Color choice gives messages too." Ivy said, "Structural coloration, I'd say. Microfibers fine enough to interfere with the incoming light reflect back the color the creature wants." Cliff watched the beautiful iridescent blue-green or green-colored plumage shimmer and change with viewing angle. Reflections from fibers could be. They all stood bunched together, humans and Sill, as the folk came slowly into the big room, passing nearby with a gliding walk before settling on a place. The big things loomed over them and rattled out a long, ordered set of clattering sounds. "What's that sound say?" Terry whispered. "Greet to visitor, but visitor's inferior, and should say so." "Say so?" Irma whispered. "How?" Quirt gave the other Sill quick sliding words, a question. They all responded with a few other short, soft words. Quirt's face took on a wrinkled wry cast. "Sill not say. You not either." "Good," Ivy said, and the others nodded. No tribute, no submission. Cliff regarded the folk's unmistakable piercing eyes, big though now slitted and slanted beneath heavy crusted eyelids. Their pupils were big and black, set in bright yellow irises. There was something going on behind those eyes. Cliff had an impression of a brooding intelligence measuring the small band of humans and Syl. The tall, feathered folk held the gaze of humans and Syl as they settled back on their huge legs and tails and gestured, murmuring to each other while still peering down at the humans. Cliff felt a prickly, primitive sensation, an awareness of a special danger. His nostrils flared, and he automatically spread his stance, fists on his hips, facing the three aliens four square. The three folk settled into the high room bounded by pink fleshy walls. Attendants flanked the three, and others scurried off to unknown tasks. There were small forms with 6 legs and plumed heads carrying burdens and arranging the flesh-pink walls with quick energy. Constant motion surrounded the folk, who went slowly, almost gliding. It was like watching an eerie parade with 3 big, frightening floats. "Irma! Cliff!" Suddenly, Tananarive Bailey appeared from behind one of the folk. She ran toward them. Meeting any friend in this bizarre place was wonderful. They all embraced Tananarive as she rushed into their arms. To Cliff, she was as lean and steely as a piece of gym equipment. You saw the skull beneath the skin. Irma said, laughing, "At last, some woman company." And they all laughed long and hard, giddy jokes, ample smiles. A long, loud sentence from the largest of the folk broke them out of their happy chatter. They looked up into big yellow eyes. "They said they needed you," Tananarive translated, "but I never know if they're telling me true." "This skyfish just swallowed our tadfish," Irma said. "I thought we were goners." "Better than a fight," Terry said, "but we're captured." The enormity of this last hurried and harried hour came to Cliff. He had kept his team free for so long now, barely escaping in one scrape after another, only to fail so quickly. Swallowed. A slap in the face with cold water. He opened his mouth but could think of nothing to say. The others were still happy just to have Tananarive, but the implications were stunning. "Maybe they want to negotiate," Cliff said, not really believing it. Tananarive said, "They got orders from someone to grab you pronto. They've been tracking you ever since you saw something called the ice mines. It took this long to catch up with you. They're big and can't crawl through the bowl understructure. They kept complaining about having to take the other transports that can handle their size." "What's up?" Ivy asked. "They're under pressure. I don't know why." Tananarive stood near the folk and introduced Aseneth, Memor, and Bemor. It took a while to explain that Memor and Bemor had nearly the same genetics, were something like fraternal twins of different sexes, but that Bemor was somehow enhanced and held a higher status position. "He can speak to the ice mines, whereas Aseneth," a nod to the tall, densely feathered creature, sharp-eyed and rustling with impatience, "is a wisdom chief." A shrug. "As near as I can tell, that's kind of like an operations officer." There followed some back-and-forth translating as Memor insisted on a full introduction using her complete title, Attendant Astute Astronomer. Bemor then managed to get his contriver and intimate emissary to the ice mines into the discussion. Tananarive whispered, "Slip those titles into your remarks now and then. They like that." Cliff watched the huge aliens as the light of the jet and star, at these higher altitudes, poured down on the fleshy floor like glistening yellow-white oil. Aseneth thundered, "We have you indeed, at last. The first issue is our need of you, to prepare a message for those whom you term the Glorians, to continue the artifice." The others looked to Cliff. He faced the big skull Aseneth lowered as if to listen more closely. Cliff suspected this was just intimidation and decided to ignore it, the only strategy that might work. "Artifice? Glorians believe you primates are the rulers and pilots of our bowl," Aseneth thundered. "They confuse our mutual trajectories as meaning that the bowl comes from your world." Weird. So? It seemed to Cliff better to play dumb for a while. There was too much going on to make sense of this. He needed time to talk to Tananarive and get his bearings. These folk had talked to Redwing using Tananarive, but what were the nuances of that? Asenath gave a purple and rose display, and her head descended still closer. Her English was clipped and brusque, perhaps because she had only recently imbibed the language, or because she meant it that way. Of course we converge on glory. Over timescales of many thousands of orbitals, similar goals emerge. The only puzzle to us is why you, with your simple though ingenious and craftily made ship, desire to attain the status the Glorian technologies imply. Cliff shrugged, glanced at Tananarive, who shrugged. Imply? The gravitational signals. Surely this lures you. Not really. We're bound for glory because it's a biosphere a lot like our own. The right oxygen levels, water vapor, a hydrogen cycle with oceans, plus no signs of technology. No signatures of odd elements in its air, no electromagnetic emissions, no signals at all. Kind of like our world, thousands of years, I guess you call them orbitals, ago. Cliff spread his hands, hoping this was a signal of admitting the obvious. Asenath gave a rustling flurry of feather displays, crimson and violet. Your ship has received the Glorian signals, yet you do not know. Know what? The Glorians, as you term them, are of the august. Meaning? They do not deign over many megaorbitals to answer our electromagnetic signals, no matter of what frequencies. The aloof and august. The same might be said of any rock. The advanced societies of this galaxy deliver their august messages only by means that young societies, such as yours, cannot detect. Asenath gave a rattling side display in eggshell blue. Most important signals of great information density to which young worlds cannot reply. We picked up the gravity waves around the time our ship left Earthside, Cliff said. There didn't seem to be a signal, just noise. So young societies would think, Beemore said from beside Asenath. We do. Suddenly something made the three folk pause, Beemore with his mouth partly open. Silence. Their yellow eyes were distant. Quirt appeared at Cliff's side and whispered, They hear other voices. They've done this before, getting signals somehow, Tananarive said. Let's use the time. What's our strategy here? These folk have something in mind, using us somehow, I'll bet, Ivy said. Wish I knew what they're hearing right now. Quirt said, They now listen to what we still brought forth. Told to. We showed old truth. How? Tananarive asked. Folk control electromagnetic pathways in Bol, so Syl makes signs, buildings. The swift, slippery slide of Quirt's words belied the content. Cliff said, Those deforming houses we saw you building? He recalled how the Syl had deftly rebuilt their ruined city. He had seen a growing arch inching out into a parabolic curve, the scaffolding of tan walls rising from what seemed to be a sticky plastic dirt. Wrinkled bulks had surged up as oblong windows popped into shape from a crude substrate, all driven by electrical panels. The Syl were working their entire city into fresh structures like spun glass, growing them into artful loops and bridges and elegant spires. You make signals with your cities? Irma asked. How? City. All can see all across Bol. Others know to look to us, to get message. Quirt had now a calm the feline alien wore like a cloak. What was the message? Quirt looked at them all slowly, as if unburdening at last. He wagged his head and said, Bol passed by your sun. Go too close. Shower down mass, damage world biosphere. Irma said, What? When? Long ago. Folk call it great shame. Terry said, You got this how? Quirt looked puzzled, as it always did, by the human habit of conveying a question by a rising note at the end of a sentence. Your ship told you. You told us. What? Terry turned to Cliff. You got this from Red Wing? Yep. I tried it out on Quirt. I didn't believe it, really. You didn't tell us, Ivy said. Saw no need to. Cliff's face stiffened. I still don't know if it's true. We got more from others, Quirt said. Come. Quirt led them to a small room that puckered into the ribbed pink slabs that formed the great hall. Cliff looked back. The folk were still rigid, eyes focused on infinity, taking in some transmission from... where? Their bodies were clenched, feet grasping at the floor. He turned and went into a narrow chamber where a bright screen fluoresced into pale blue light. We have map sent. History. It was a 3D starscape. Across it scratched a ruby line. Bowl went there. Time go backward. A dot started at the bowl, shown as a small cup embracing a red star. The ruby line stretched as it moved backwards, away, into the reaches of stars. Cliff and the others muttered to each other, watching the constellations slip by as time ran in reverse, accelerating. The line looped near many dots that were stars, yellow, red, some bright blue, and went on faster, until the perspective became confusing. It wound along the Orion arm of the slowly churning galaxy. They could see the stars moving now in their gyres. The ruby line ventured out toward the Perseus arm, which was festering with light, then looped near some to pick off glimmering sights apparently of interest. The bowl's method, Cliff could see, was to dive into the distant shallow slope of the grav well of a star, slowing somehow, and skate by. A close-up view near a yellow dot showed bright sparks departing the bowl, to descend deeper into the gravity potential well of the destination star. These soon returned, apparently bearing whatever they found on the circling worlds down in the grav well. This happened several times as they watched. Then the bowl cruised through what Cliff recognized as the local fluff inside the local bubble, terms he recalled from some distant lecture for the spaces around Sol. Then the bowl surged a bit, building speed, bound for the next target brimming ahead. Cliff and the Sill had to interpret in this way the backward-running line, for what they saw was the reverse. Then the bowl star pair descended on a yellow star. They watched the entire encounter and talked about it, piecing the story together in backward fashion. After the encounter, the bowl came soaring out of a system racked and ruined. Comets flared in the yellow star glow, and it was clear why. The bowl had swept through the prickly small motes of light that swarmed far from the star. It had left a roiling path through those tiny lights, giving them small nudges, and so some had plunged inward. Only one was needed. One. It slid down the slow slope of gravity and arced on its long hyperbola toward a pale blue dot. And hit. They brushed along in our Oort cloud, Ivy said. That's it. They tipped that rock into... An accident killed the dinosaurs, Terry said, who were descendants of their own kind. Can't check the time axis on this thing. What the hell would the units be anyway? But there's a reason it shows this way. Somebody's making a point. The bird folk were clumsy, careless. Yeah, Irma stared at the screen. Who? Cliff said nothing, just tried to take it all in. He felt Quirt's presence strongly as a kind of intense energy, as though this were the crucial moment in some plan the alien had. Yet there was no overt sign of it he could detect. He said, Terry, I think the Glorian's point is, see, we know all about you. Quirt seemed unperturbed, his face calm. The other Sill had not come into this room, but they clustered at the entrance, watching silently. Folk go to other stars after yours, but yours special for other reason. Why's that? Irma asked. They come from your sun. Who? Irma's mouth gave a skeptical twist. The folk? See. Quirt moved his hand near the screen, and the ruby line seemed to accelerate, slipping smoothly from star to star in the Orion arm. The speed now barely showed a slowing as the bowl dived near a star, sent expeditions down, then moved on. Cliff lost count of how many the bowl visited. Then the trajectory took a long, swooping arc, still sampling stars and worlds. The curve turned back along the sprinkle of slowly moving stars. These are the even earlier eras for the bowl? Irma said. Must be a really long time ago. Notice how the bowl is going now from one star to the next, pausing near each one, Ivy said. That fits. They were exploring for the first time, sizing up what solar systems around other stars are like. Then we're headed back to... Look, there's the local bubble, Terry said. In an overlay, a thin ivory blob approached, probably an image of the low-density shell that surrounded Sol. But Sol's not there. Stars move, Irma said. See, the bowl is moving on past that, not stopping. Ivy said, It's slowing down a lot, seems to be approaching this yellow star. Hey, is that us? They watched, stunned, as the bowl and its reddish star slowed more and more, edging up to the yellow star. Can't be, see, Terry pointed. The bowl's going into orbit, making... The image froze. Irma whispered, The bowl came from... a binary? They built it around a binary star, Cliff said, and one of those stars was Sol. Didn't we hear a little from Red Wing about Beth's team pretty far back? Terry said. They went to some kind of museum and saw a show about how the bowl got built. Ivy said, After all, they had to start with a smaller star than Sol. They grabbed big masses from the swarm around that star and, who knows, maybe some of Sol's Oort cloud. Irma snorted. Are you saying they came from Earth? Ivy shrugged. Looks like it. I mean, Mars had an early warm era, so maybe. That was in the first billion years or so after Sol formed, Terry said. The end of this bowl voyage show we just saw, it can't be that far back. Makes no sense. You'd have to get an intelligent species up to full industrial ability in just 1 billion years. Okay, then. Whoever built the bowl had to come from Earth, Irma said, hands on hips. I'm discounting smart creatures from the Jovian moons or Venus or someplace. Fair enough, Ivy said. So, Earth. These folk out there, you're saying they had to come from some time... We're all thinking the same thing. They were dinosaurs, Cliff said. The feathers make it hard to see, though. A zenith looks more like a monster Easter chick than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damn, Ivy said. Remember when we were on the run, when we hid under a bridge? We saw... Right, Terry burst in. Big plant-eater reptile. We ran away, pretty damn scared. So, Cliff's training as a biologist was taking a beating. That thing comes from maybe the Jurassic 145 million years ago. Maybe the bowl builders took along the current flora and fauna? Because they came from then? Irma scoffed. We would have seen their ruins. A whole industrial civilization, and we missed it? This whole idea is impossible. Maybe it was very short-lived, lasted, say, about 10,000 years, Terry said. Just a tiny sliver of the geological record. Ivy said, consider what alien explorers might discover if they arrived on Earth 100 million years from now. Their scientists would find evidence of vast tectonic movements, ice ages, and the movement of oceans, a geological history sprinkled with life, maybe an occasional catastrophic collapse. Exactly. Terry talked right over Ivy. They might also find, in a single layer of rock, signs of cities and the creatures who built them, but that layer had been crushed, subducted, oxidized, held tens of thousands of years. That'll be smashed flat, only a centimeter thick when it comes out from the subduction. In dozens of million years, there's nothing. Cliff was warming to the idea. Easy to miss, especially if you aren't looking for it. Explains why the folk are interested in us, Irma said. We're relatives. Cliff saw Quirt give the eye moves of disagreement. Not so? Folk want to know of ship you ride, plants you carry, bodies you have, songs, lore. Then they don't know where we're from? Ivy demanded. They know, do not care. Quirt looked uneasy, a change from the pensive calm of only minutes before. Cliff wondered if the alien and other Sill knew all the implications of this backward history of the bowl. Had they recognized the home star as Sol? A loud rolling boom came from the large area outside. At first Cliff thought it was an explosion, but then it took on other notes and held, lingering with a mournful long strumming cadence. Like someone crying, he thought. Or something. It's the folk, Ivy said. Quirt gave an agreeing eye click. Something's wrong. 37. Redwing stepped into the garden and inhaled through his nose. Good, moist green smells. Take a moment, just a breather. The animals had been tied down, netted, and they were not happy. He hadn't ordered that. He should have, of course, the way Sunseeker was lurching about. Had the finger snakes done that? The finger snakes. Redwing tended to forget that they were part of what he was trying to save. Were they in their tunnel? No, he could see all three of them wrapped around 3 thick bole apple trees. A smart bot prowled the rows of plants, testing soil and injecting fluids where needed. Just growing plants hydroponically wasn't enough. Humans needed micronutrients, vitamins, minerals, but so did the plants and animals they ate. So all organisms in the looping food chains had to provide the right micronutrients needed by others without them getting locked up in insoluble forms or running out. Selenium had gone missing a century back, he had learned from the log. Only with sophisticated biochem types woken up for the task did they get the food chain running right again. Redwing savored the leafy comfort lacing the air and staggered as Sunseeker surged. Redwing caught himself on a stanchion. The snakes didn't seem to notice. Fochtha and Sturk were watching a screen, a view of lands showing murkily through the jet, while they worked on small things with their darting, intricate hands. Thisther was watching the captain. Redwing asked, Thisther, did you secure the pigs and sheep and such? Yes. Was well done? A thin, reedy command of English. Yes, thank you. Are you comfortable? Better. What a ride! Redwing left the garden feeling better. Now what? There was nothing like cramped quarters to concentrate the mind, so he went to his cabin as the deck creaked and rolled with the jet storms that whipped by it. He watched the bowl view crawl past on his wall and did a few standing exercises, adjusted against the tilt local grav had, due to the helix Sunseeker was following. He had learned to disappear within himself, walling out a ship's routine humming and stale smells and dead air, to create a still, silent space where he could live, rest, think. In the continual noise of the ship he had learned to hear well, picking telltale murmurs out of Sunseeker's constant vibrations. A call buzzed in his ear. Captain, got something to see on the bridge. The jet's really snaking now. Flares like sausages running down it, too. He started back, still listening to the pops and creaks of his ship. With his crew, he also knew how to listen carefully or to deliberately not hear, an essential skill taking only a lifetime of daily practice to master. Beth's voice had been strained, and she had just replaced Ayan Ali in the lead pilot's chair, with Claire Conway in the second chair. They all looked pale, their eyes never leaving the wall screens and operations boards. Sunseeker's long helix within the jet had worn them all down, and now the pace was picking up. He hadn't been resting well, and neither had the others. Coffee could only do so much. As he entered the bridge, he noted that everyone had coffee ready at the elbow. Should he tell them to switch to decaf? No, too much meddling. Carl said as Red Wing came onto the bridge, "It's whipping around in the knothole, just as the simulation said." On the biggest screen, the jet was now lit up in yellow. They were looking straight down it and could see the flexed jet now bulging very close to the knothole edge. "See, the knothole has big mag fields to stop it. Are we driving the jet just enough to give them a scare?" Red Wing leaned over the panel and switched to a flank camera view. "And what's that secondary bump?" Carl studied it. Red Wing noted that Beth was working a different telescoping camera, focused far away from the jet, on the mirror zone. Carl said, "That's a non-linear effect, a backflow." "You mean there's a shock wave working back toward us?" Red Wing watched the small sideways oscillation evolve, working around the rim of the jet. "It's from the big kink." Sunseeker could run for weeks in the jet without climbing into view of the gamma-ray lasers on the bowl rim. They were already fairly deep in the bowl and getting a closer view of the zones near the knothole, where centrifugal gravity was less. The mirror zone, a vast annulus, was behind their forward-looking views, and ahead loomed the forested regions just in from the knothole. Beth had been kept somewhere in all that. "Looks like the kink went non-linear and launched this shock back at us," Carl said. "I don't understand." "Here's a better view," Beth said. "I asked the bridge artilect to find any part of the mirror zone that could give us an angled reflection, and it found this." She smiled, and Red Wing saw she was enjoying this. She always seized fresh opportunity with relish, one of her best qualities. The wobbly, somewhat blurred image gave them a view from far away to the side. He watched the kink bulge warping as it met the higher mag fields at the knothole rim, and a countershock race away up the jet. That played among the boundary mag fields of the jet, pushing out farther to the side. "It's going to hit the atmospheric membrane in the closest in zone," Beth said, "moving at high speed, over 100 clicks a second in sideways motion." "This wasn't in the simulation, as I recall." Red Wing let his statement hang there, without a tone of sarcasm. Flat facts spoke for themselves. Carl nodded, said nothing. Beth watched the fast-moving side shock as it plowed toward the atmosphere's envelope, a layer sketched in by a graphic. It wasn't truly visible in these narrow line widths. "Is there enough mass in that to do damage?" "Plenty," Carl said, "and the magnetic energy density, too, can hammer the envelope." He looked worried and said no more. "What about the structure itself?" Red Wing said. He knew this huge thing had to have incredible strength to hold it together. Sunseeker had a support structure made of nuclear tensile strength materials, able to take the stresses of the ramjet scoop at the ship's axial core. Maybe the bowl material was similar. Carl said in a distant tone, almost automatically, "I scanned the bowl wraparound struts, the foundational matter, on the long-range telescopes. Had the artilects do a spectral study. It was only a few tens of meters thick, mostly carbon composite looks like, at least on the outside. That's pretty heavily encrusted with evident add-on machinery and cowlings. Calculated the stress." "Which means," Red Wing persisted, "the bowl stress support material has to be better than Sunseeker's, maybe lots better." Should we alter our planned trajectory? Beth asked, eyes moving among the screens. Not yet. He was thinking fast but getting nothing. So many factors at play. That display we got before, the lightning here on the bridge, it must be some kind of message. I noticed something here before, Carl said. Look. He thumped his command pad and brought up a recorded scene on a side screen. See that? The vector locator was focused on the zone nearest the knothole. They could see the massive mag field coils at the rim. Then the boundary of the atmospheric envelope, shiny, in orange reflected jet light. There were verdant forests sprawling away from the bulky knothole structures. That's the same sort of area we were in, Beth said. Low graves, huge tall trees, big spider things. And I saw some of that orange light shimmering up high, from far off, bounced off the upper boundary layer, I guess. Jet light. Partway into the large band of forest was a burnt brown and black slash among the lush greens, now mostly faded. Something had left a fresher black burn on the metal and ceramic portion near the knothole, where the jet passed through. Carl said slowly, So instability was a major problem here. It's damaged the bowl before. But shouldn't Forrest have covered over damage pretty quickly? Beth asked. Maybe it was damage to the understructure, Carl said. It broke systems that deliver water and nutrients. Not repaired yet. That means they're neglecting upkeep, Redwing said. The usual first sign of a system sliding downhill. So why don't they have defenses against the occasional jet malf? Beth asked. A long silence. They recalled the crackling image of the bowl dancing in air above the bridge, sent by some mysterious agency. Carl had explained it in terms of some inductive electromagnetic fields playing along the outside of the ceramic walls nearby. Redwing was skeptical of that mechanism, but certain that the event had been a crude attempt at getting their attention. Then nothing more happened. A trial run, maybe, Carl had said. Redwing decided to keep to their planned helical trajectory. Claire Conway said, rising from the co-pilot chair, Captain, I see 3 small ships coming up behind us. They popped into view of long-range microwave radar minutes ago. Redwing flicked the radar display on the biggest screen. Where'd they come from? From the knothole rim, looks like, Claire said. Carl said, Maybe this answers Beth's question. They're sending out something to attack us. What's their ETA on current trajectory? Redwing asked, keeping his voice calm. 2 hours approx, Claire said. Get me an image. Redwing considered what they could do. Sunseeker had no substantial defenses against projectile or high-intensity laser weapons. He had learned a simple rule back in the brief, enormously destructive asteroid war, that any mass hitting at 3 kilometers per second delivers kinetic energy equal to its mass in TNT. And Sunseeker was moving well above 100 kilometers per second now. Add to that any incoming kinetic energy of an attacker, square it. Any interesting space drive was a weapon of mass destruction, even to itself. That was why the ship had auto-laser batteries run by the Artillex, designed for interstellar travel. They could hammer a rock the size of your fist or smaller into ionized atoms in a microsecond. But above that mass level, not much. They might deflect it a bit, which could be useful. That's all. Throw a living room couch at Sunseeker at these speeds, and they would suffer a hull breach. They're small, can maneuver faster than we can, Claire said, accelerating at 3 gravs, too. So maybe robotic, Redwing said. This was not looking good. How do they navigate in the jet? Can we tell? Looks like mag scoops, same as us. Smaller, of course. Claire brought up the same telescope Beth had used and sought out the small moving dots. Less than 100 meters across, she said. Cylindrical, with an ionized propulsion signature. Redwing said, Maybe they didn't take us seriously before. slow reflexes. "No," Carl said flatly. "We're missing something here." The ship strummed with long rolling waves and sharp pops and snaps. No one spoke, and Redwing listened to his ship while all around him his crew worked to find out more about the roiling jet that streamed by, into the mag scoop and their fusion chambers. The shipboard Artilects were working as well, but seldom spoke or called attention to themselves. They were built and trained for their talents to sustain, not for imagination and quick responses to the wholly new. Into the long, uncomfortable silence, Beth said quietly, watching the screens, "That shock wave pushing out the jet in the knothole, it's hit the membrane at high velocity." They all turned and saw it on max amplification. Beth had used the overlay yellow and orange to signify plasma and lag fields, and strands of these showed the jet striking the boundary of the bowl biosphere. Filmy gases escaped into space, pearly strands they saw in the visible. Redwing knew what this meant. The plasma's high-energy particles, encased in the sheath of magnetic fields, would deliver prickly energies. This would fry away the long-chain organic molecules that made the gossamer boundaries. Those separated the bowl's many compartments, holding the great vaults of air above the living zones. So it would all go to smash and scatteration in a blizzard of unleashed furies. He tried to imagine what that meant to those living there. Then he made himself stop. A booming roll came through the deck, all the way from hundreds of meters down the long stack. "Plasma densities nearby are rising. Our exhaust is getting blocked again," Beth said. "This is how it started before," Carl said. "To break down air, the voltage is—" "Megavolts," Claire snapped. "Got it. If that happens, stay flat. Stick your head up. It'll draw current. Fry you." "You think it is trying to kill us?" Beth said. "This could be communication." "Strange way to do it," Redwing said. "Retaliation for thrashing the jet, I'd think," Fred said. He had come onto the board so quietly no one noticed him. "I'm getting rising inductive effects close to our skin," Beth said. "Must be Alvain waves rippling in on the scoop fields, higher electric fields." Redwing felt his hair stand on end. He hit the deck. Sparks snapped. Everyone flopped onto the deck and lay flat. A bright yellow-white line scratched across the air. More lines sputtered. They arched and twisted. Some split, and yellow-green strands shaped a tight shape. "Human form," Fred said from the deck. "They're making our image. They know what we are." The shape wobbled and throbbed in the fevered air. Carved in shifting, crackling yellow lines, it was like a bad cartoon. Stretched legs, arms flapping, wobbly head, hands first spread, then balled into fists, the whole body flailing. Then it was gone in a sizzle and a flicker. Beth said, "Can they see us?" "Who's they, anyway?" Claire said. Her face was flushed, lips compressed. "They're trying to jam our fusion burn, get us to stop, I suppose, so they're sending us an echo, an image of us to make some kind of communication?" The shape popped up again, outlined in crackling yellow and orange. The figure wriggled and sputtered. "Let me try." Claire raised a hand slightly into the singed air. A long moment. Then, slowly, twisting and shuddering, losing definition in the legs, the figure moved too. It raised its left hand, mirror image to Claire's right. Air snapped around the dancing yellow image. The hand flexed, worked, wriggled itself into fingers. A thumb grew, extended, turned red, and contracted. Now the crackling image filled itself in, a skin spreading yellow-bright and warped and seething. The body grew ahead, and it struggled to make a mouth and eyes of pale ivory. The electrical fog flickered, as if barely able to sustain the sizzling voltage. Claire slowly flexed her fingers. The fingers twitched, too, suffused in a waxy saffron glow. The body hovered in the air unsteadily, holding pattern, all the defining bright yellow lines focused on the shimmering, burnt yellow hand. "Let's try to signal," Redwing began. The arc snapped off with a pop. There was nothing in the air but a harsh, nose-stinging stench. Claire sobbed softly. Fred jumped up and turned in all directions, but could see nothing to do. The only sound was the rumbling fusion engines. "Let's get back to stations," Redwing said. Claire laughed with a high, nervous edge. She got up and resumed the co-pilot chair. Everyone got back into bridge position, unsteady and pensive. Fred said, "The low-frequency spectrum has changed." "Which means?" Redwing asked. "It's got a lot more signal strength. Let me run the Fourier." His fingers and hands gave the board complex signals through its optical viewers. "Yep, got some FM modulation, pretty coherent." "Someone sending?" "Now," Beth said. "Maybe they want to talk?" "This is really low-frequency stuff," Fred said. "The antennas we use to monitor interstellar Alvain waves, to keep watch on perturbations in the magscoop. Never thought we'd get a coherent message on those." Fred brightened, always happy to see a new unknown. Carl had gotten up and now stood behind Fred's chair. He said, "That 15 kilohertz upper frequency, look at the spike. Amazing. Antennas radiate best if they're at least as large as a wavelength, so that means that the radiator is at least 30 kilometers across." Redwing tried to imagine what big structure could send such signals. "Is there anything on radar of that size in the jet?" The answer came quickly. "No." "How can we decode it?" Claire asked. She stood and walked over to see Fred's Fourier display. Fred said, "I can look for correlates, but hell, we're starting from knowing nothing about who the hell is—" This time Redwing barely had time to register the prickly feeling on his hands and head before a crackling, burnt-yellow discharge surged all along the bridge, snarling. The air snapped as they again dived for the deck. Redwing hit and flattened and saw Claire choose to stand against the nearest wall. A tendril shot forth and caught her. She twitched and crackled as the ampere violence surged through her. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, and a guttural gasp escaped. And then the mouth locked open, frozen. Smoke fumed from her hair, her legs jumped and her arms jerked, and she fell. Her red coveralls sparked at the belt. Tiny fires forked from her fingers as she struck the deck. Her hair seethed with smoke. She shuddered, twitched, was still. Redwing did not move, but he noticed the tension had left the air. A seared silence came as acrid air stung the nostrils. In the silence he could hear a last long sigh ease out of Claire, whistling between broken teeth. Beth sobbed as they gingerly gathered around the singed body. Redwing wondered what he could do in the short time before the cylindrical alien ships arrived, climbing up the jet toward them. 38. Memor was roaring out of control. The two other folk restrained her as she twisted and clawed at them. Their howls and wails blended together, even to Tananarive Bailey's ears as she ran toward the enormous thrashing things. Her folk attendants had scattered, not knowing what to do. They were backed against the walls, stunned into silence by Memor's deep growls. Tananarive could tell they were too afraid to leave and too afraid to do anything. She saw that a figure among them lurked under a cowl, a humanoid with a gray metallic head, carrying 3 ruby-red eyes that peered out from the cowl's shadows. A cyborg, she guessed, mind downloaded into a metal body. Such things had begun to manifest Earthside in the era when they had departed, so perhaps it was natural that an alien form of embodied Artalex should have manifested here in a bowl that was millions of years old. The cyborg had a crystal silicon carbide assembly, 4 arms, and sturdy legs. She had seen no artificial bodies in the bowl, but now here was one, an attendant to the folk, cowering like the rest, against the pink, living wall. Tananarive glanced at all those pressed against the walls, and now could tell they were all far too afraid, too devoted to the entire bowl system, ever to see any other future. A stasis state where nothing changed. Then there came a move, from the folk. Bemore acted. He held his genetic sister in a firm embrace while Asenath did something at the back of Memore's head. Her great shape stopped writhing and shuddering, and then slowly eased, her arms going slack. Memore's eyes were distant, her face blank, breath long and heavy. A whuff, whuff Tananarive had not heard before. Her big, nimble, four-fingered hands twitched, but did nothing. Bemore turned from Memore, chuffing and labored, his face troubled. Blinking, he saw the humans and Syl. "We now know what you, Syl, have been spreading." His voice came from the barreled chest, low and threatening. Quirt stepped forward, mild and calm, seeming utterly unafraid. Tananarive had met the alien Syl only moments before and was still trying to understand them. They were humanoid and walked with a fluid grace, their tan clothing adjusting itself to their movements. Quirt said, "Glorian message came to human ship, the Sunseeker." Bemore huffed, stamped around, clearly calling on outside artilects, and thinking on what they said, and finally himself said, "I am, yes, aware that our forward stations orbiting from ahead of us did not register the Glorian signals well and bring them to the proper level of attention. A bureaucratic error, alas. These stations have had no true news for many kiloorbitals. They suffer from a sclerotic inability to adapt, to remain fresh." Quirt said softly, "We know so, sire." Bemore ignored this status salute. "These humans managed to get the Glorian mischief to you, the vagrant and difficult Syl. It was important, surely you can see so, sire. We spread such message through city-speak." Quirt spoke mildly, but with eyes steady. "Then came more. Diagram of Bol's path. Much long history, strange tales the Glorians know." Bemore said, "Annoying. You had no need to be familiar with such." Quirt did not blink. "Syl think opposite." Then they got into a hot discussion Tananarive could not follow, so she stepped back a few paces into the comforting circle of humans. She had not realized, living so long among aliens whose social signals were strange and hard to register, what a simple warmth came from her own kind. After so long, it felt like a profound blessing. As the folk chatter waxed on around them, Bemore booming, Quirt's small voice in sliding syllables, she considered her fellow humans. This was so strange in itself that the mere phrase fellow humans said it all as she thought of it. She had competed for and then signed on to Sunseeker, all for one solid purpose, to go to a distant star and begin a new civilization. Straight out, true enough. A species imperative, some had said, and so she had supposed. She did feel that, then. She had stored her eggs and planned to find a man who deserved them, and to do what she could in some distant land among the stars to bring humanity to a greater destiny. Yet, now these fellow humans in their nervous, chatting selves looked strange to her. Their rambling, whispered words, their ill-concealed yet clearly frightened eyeball-jittering glances, all these seemed both familiar and yet edged in strangeness. Cliff, for example, looked worn down, skinny, standard uniform but patched here and there, knees and elbows replaced and tattered beyond easy recognition. Rough-cut beard, hair chopped into blunt wedges, a true wild man from many wearing days. Yet his eyes were watchful and quick, listening to his team and also sizing up the aliens' discussion going on a few paces away. He seemed somehow telescoped down a long range, so she could see him in a perspective she had never known. As a member of his species, he talked less than others and never stopped studying his surroundings. Watching him was to her now refreshment, consolation, peace. Best to leave that for later, though. You met the alien on your own terms, and what you took away might be unexpected. She had to use whatever perspective worked. So Tananarive turned to Irma, smiled, and did the ritual girl thing. and got the whole story in a few minutes. The Glorians had sent their own history of the Bull's long trajectory, plus some cartoon threats to stay away from glory. Apparently they had been surveying all their galactic neighborhood for a great long time, while keeping electromagnetic silence, but now that the Bull was steadily approaching, they resorted to a simple microwave signal train, and it told a truly ancient tale. An event the folk called the Great Shame was marked in the Bull's path. The Sill wrote it in their architectural messages. Their new city rapidly rebuilt after the bird folk smashed it. The new Sill array of parks, plazas, streets, and structures held an agreed code. This conveyed a message other societies ringed around the great expanses of the Bull could see and use. Now everyone knew of the Great Shame. Tananarive asked, "And why is that important?" "Because the folk destroyed their own home world," Cliff said. "As we saw, Earth. It looks like they blundered into the Oort cloud, and their gravitational impulse nudged the dinosaur killer comet 65 million years ago." "So life changed directions," Tananarive said, eyes distant. "Doomed the dinosaurs, but made us possible." "Must be more," Irma said. "Must be." Memor thrashed and called in long, strident shrieks. She raised her huge, thick-lipped mouth and made a warbling, keening sound. Bemor sheltered his sister twin through this and gathered himself, a big hulking presence, and said to them all, the Sill did not truly know what they were doing. "This is the Great Shame, yes. Now that it is known, the task of us all is to make clear that it came from an earlier species, and so does not imply that the folk are responsible." Tananarive's eyes flared, eyebrows arched. "Huh? Come on. This does not imply that the folk are responsible. But you caused it. And why's Memor so distressed?" Bemor shuddered a bit and, in low bass tones, said, "She is in conversation with her undermined. The Great Shame was merely a phrase to her. Now she has discovered that her undermined concealed its meaning to preserve her balance." "I thought you folk could view all your unconscious," Tananarive said. "Not always." Bemor hesitated. Then, with a rustle of feathers that she now knew meant he had made a decision, went on. "The proto-folk of that ancient era who committed the Great Shame were unwise. They returned to their home system flush with triumphant contacts with scores of nearby worlds. The dynamics of their parent system were well known to them, but wrong. Their data was gathered when the second sun, our star now, was still in place, and perhaps they ventured too deeply into the large cloud of asteroids." Tananarive was digesting this when Cliff frowned and said, "The Bowl has one great commandment. Stability is all, right? Having this Great Shame is a contradiction you don't want to face. Is that what's making that one," a nod to Memor, "so crazy?" An awkward silence. Then Aseneth said, "We folk differ from those who built the Bowl. Those could not view their undermines. The vagrant forces that arise in undermines can be managed if the sunshine of the overmind shines upon them." Tananarive said, "You think of your unconscious as like, say, bacteria? Sanitize it, problem solved?" Bemor and Aseneth looked at each other and exchanged fast, complex fan signals, with clacking and rustling. Bemor had Memor in a restraining hold, and the big creature was slowly becoming less restive. "Not knowing your desires renders them more potent," Bemor said. "They then emerge in strange ways at unexpected moments. Your greatest drives lie concealed from your foreminds, so the running agents and subsystems of your immediate thinking persona can be invaded without knowing it by your underminds. Quite primitive." "Which defeats control, right?" Cliff said. "And so stability," Tananarive added. Aseneth said, You mean, late invaders, that notions simply appear in your overminds? You mean, do we have ideas? Tananarive considered. Sure, but you have no clue where the ideas came from, Asenath said. Bemore added, worse, they cannot go find where their ideas were manufactured. Much of their minds is barred to them. Astounding, Asenath said. Yet, it works in a way. They did get here on their own starship. There are many subtle aspects, Bemore began, and then paused. We must keep to task. He turned and gestured. Attendants rolled forward a large machine. I don't like the look of that, Tananarive said. Is this the same machine you put me in before? That Mimor used to study my mind? No, Bemore said. This enables you to communicate with other minds, specifically those who need you to serve as an intermediary. Who? Tananarive turned to Irma and Cliff. I hated that suffocating box with its foul smell, and the feeling, like snakes swarming over my skull. Then fingers in my head. I'd think something, then it slipped away as if something was running greasy hands over it. We require you to enter this device, Asenath said. She turned to Bemore and said in folk, but not so fast that Tananarive could not translate it. Do we need the others? They are trouble. Bemore rattled suppressing signals with his hind feathers. Not now. Cliff and Irma had caught none of this. She said, Look, I can't square that great shame history of yours. You came back from star voyaging to see the old place, Earth. So why haven't we found folk artifacts on other planets in the solar system? There were stages. There was the era after the great shame that earlier folk forms called the dusting. It was a rain of small fragments into the solar system, an after effect of the shame, in ways known to orbital specialists, arising from multiple asteroid collisions far out from Sol. A sad era. Mere high-velocity dust destroyed much space-based technology. It etched whole cities out of existence on worlds not protected by atmospheres. But enough of this, Bemore said. Into this device you go now, late invader. We are ordered to send you thus for reasons opaque to me. The ice mines would have it so. Welcome to this, a broad sweeping gesture with a final feathered flourish, a singular machine which we term a reader. She had no choice. The assistants looked nasty, and they moved swiftly, closing in on her. She turned and embraced the people near her. Damn, we've just reunited, and we'll still be here when you come out. The others gave murmuring reassurances. She turned to follow the assistant, some nervous little form of robot, and suddenly a loud thunderclap hammered through the room. The fleshy walls of the skyfish rippled with it, and the floor lurched beneath her. She staggered, caught herself on Irma's shoulder, stayed standing. Damn! A shock wave, Cliff said. He turned to the folk. From what? Bemore looked out the transparent wall. Disaster. Part 13. The Diaphanous. It appears that the radical element responsible for the continuing thread of cosmic unrest is the magnetic field. What, then, is a magnetic field? That, like a biological form, is able to reproduce itself and carry on an active life in the general outflow of starlight, and from there alter the behavior of stars and galaxies? Eugene Parker, Cosmical Magnetic Fields. 39. Carl said, It's a standing kink. Beth looked at the screen showing the jet, its plasma and magnetic densities highlighted in color. This is a snap of it? No, it's real time. The sideways movement of the jet in the knothole region is hung up, lashing against the mag bumpers meant to keep it away. A side excursion had forked over against one of the life zones, penetrating the atmospheric envelope of a pie-shaped wedge. "How in hell did that happen?" Redwing asked from over Beth's shoulder. Carl grimaced. "We've been driving our fusion burn pretty hard, trying to get some distance from the flyers that are coming up at us in the jet." "And failing," Redwing added. So that added our plume to the plasma already forcing the kink instability. Non-linear mechanics at work. The kink has gotten into some mode where it snags against the mag defenses and just stays there. Carl shrugged, as if to say, "Don't blame me, it's non-linear." "So it's getting worse down there," Beth said. Her eyes were always on the shifting screens as they powered away from their pursuers. In the howling maelstrom of the jet, there were always vagrant pressures, sudden snarling knots of turbulence, shifts in Sunseeker's mag scoop configuration. Now Sunseeker had Myra Vikram Singh and Ayan Ali as backup navigator-pilot. Since Claire Conway had died in an instant's sudden lightning flash through the excited air above the bridge deck. That had only been an hour ago, but the sharp terror of it was already fading in memory. There was too much to do now to think of what had happened. Beth had helped carry away the charred corpse, holding Claire by the arms, seeing the face that was swollen and already darkening. Only hours ago she had seen that mouth smiling, laughing. Beth heard her own voice rattling out, "Those flitters, as you call 'em, Captain, are coming up fast." Her eyes studied the slim, quick shapes, just barely defined in size by their microwave radars. They had spread into a triangle, centered on Sunseeker's wake. Redwing stood in the middle of the bridge and said to everyone, "We're plainly about to go into battle. Those flitters are fast. We can't outrun them, so we've got to engage them with a ship not designed to do battle at all." Silence. Jampudvipa usually said little, but now she said quietly, "Is there any advantage in leaving the jet?" Beth knew Redwing should answer that, but she seethed with anger now and could not stop herself. "I don't want to maneuver against craft that fast with our only fuel the star's solar wind, or what's left of it. The jet gets over 90% of the plasma that leaves the star. I can't fly hard with no mass coming through the scoop." Carl Lebanon asked, head bowed, "What do the flitters fly on?" "Not plasma, right?" Redwing turned to Beth. "Their plume shows fusion burners, but they're running on boron-proton. They carry their fuel and reaction mass." "They're flying upstream, which costs them in momentum," Carl said. "For us, it's gain. We get more charged mass down the mag scoop gullet. So, what do we do when we get to gunplay?" Redwing asked. "We got no guns aboard, Dr. Lebanon." Beth said, "You've got the big gun, Captain. The torch." Redwing nodded somberly. "You think it can make that much difference?" Carl said, "Whatever's flying the flitters, Artilects or aliens, it has to be vulnerable to the jet. They have magnetic screens for sure. They must have been engineered to take care of problems in the jet." Beth turned her back on Carl, irritated that he had jumped in when Redwing clearly addressed his question to her. "So, if we push them harder, give 'em some twist, maybe we can keep them at a distance, dodge them. Not like there's not room to play out here in the jet." Redwing scowled, his face more lined than she had ever seen. "It's 10 light seconds across. Room to dodge, but can we keep them far enough away?" "Depends on what their weaponry is." Carl wore a dispassionate expression, staring into space. "Nuclear, sure. We can see hardware coming and hit it with our scoop-policing lasers. But if they have gamma-ray lasers like those big domes on the bowl rim, we're done." Beth sat back and watched the flitters edge up from behind. She bit her lip, adjusted for a vortex plasma knot, felt it surge them to starboard, and said, even and controlled, "Captain, we don't have much choice." Redwing was silent, pacing, frowning. More silence. And suddenly Beth found herself on her feet, speaking in a flat, hard voice. "You ordered us into the jet. You wanted to press the folk. Claire got killed right here, and you now have no idea what to do." Redwing spun on his heel. "I have over 1,000 souls aboard who signed on to go to glory. I took an oath to deliver them. I didn't agree to turn them over to aliens riding along in a big contraption." "I don't think—" "Point is, your job is to not think beyond your rank. We all just saw Claire killed by something we don't understand. That's got us all terrified, and you—" "Quiet!" Jom said, rising to her height on the deck, her dark face severe. "The captain commands. We do not question, especially under combat conditions." Beth stared at Jom, whom she recalled was a mere petty officer. But she had to admit Jom was right. Beth's throat filled, choking off her words. "Claire." "Enough," Redwing said, addressing all the bridge crew. "We're all jumpy. Forget this happened. We are committed, and we shall engage." He turned to Beth. "But you're lead pilot. You are carrying this ship into a battle we cannot master without you. Do it." So she did. 40. "We have need of your skills with your own kind," the cool voice said inside her mind. Tananarive felt around her, but no one had entered the narrow, warm envelope that had closed in on her as soon as the folk sealed up this device. It smelled of dense, fleshy tissues, and indeed the walls were softly springy, like the skyfish. "I am certainly willing," Tananarive said, and waited. She could see nothing and heard no sounds, yet the voice in her head seemed to be spoken. "We desire you to be quiet of soul." "I don't know what that means." "We can see you churn with emotion. This is to be expected, but calm will come with concentration." Who are you?" "The folk term us ice mines. They see us, as shall you, as those of slow thoughts, as our barred spiral galaxy turned upon its axis dozens of times. We have of late examined your species and believe you can be of use to avert the gathering catastrophe that awaits in short time." "You know us?" "From Cliff's team, I suppose. Those who stand now outside this reading realm." "Reading? You're inside my mind somehow." "From the folk termed Memor, we inherited her inspections of your mind. From those primates outside, we learned, again with Memor's excursions in your selfhood, to convey meaning in your anguish. Now the folk at our command immerse you in this fashion, so we can use you." She didn't like the sound of this. "To do what?" "To prevent damage to us all. Unite so that the destination we all share can be made coherent with the purposes of the bowl. To let life call out to life in depths and ranges greater still." Tananarive had never liked sermons, and this sounded like one. Or maybe sanctimony varied with species. "Why are you ice mines? I mean, what do you look like?" There flashed before her images that somehow blended with knowing at the same instant, vision and insight coupled, so that in a few shifting seconds she felt herself understand in a way that simple explanations did not convey. It was less a sense of learning something than of understanding it, gaining an intuitive ground in the flicker of a moment, without apparent effort. A rumpled night terrain under steady dim stars, dirty gray ice pocked with a few craters, black teeth of black rock, grainy tan sandbars, and fluids moving in gliding grace across this. "You're the ivory stuff sliding on the rocks and ice? And you are death to us. We remain a mystery to you myriad warm life races. To you bustling carbon children of thermonuclear heat and searing light. We are of the deep and knew shortly after the stars formed of the beauty stark and subtle, and old to you beyond measure. Our kind came before you, in dark geometries beneath the diamond glitter of distant starlight on time-stained ices. Metabolism brims in the thin fog breath of flowing helium, sliding in intricate, coded motion, far from the ravages of any sun. And you live here? Still too much like a sermon, but it had an odd feeling of being true. The bowl rushed at her, sharp and clear, the rotating great bright walk beneath the hard little red star, its orange jet, and then the point of view swept around to the hull. It plunged along the metalware, humps and rhomboids and spindly stretching tubes of the outer skin, until it swept still closer, and she saw endless fields of parabolic plants, all swaying with the bowl's rotation, focused up at the passing stars, while among them flowed that pearly fluid, lapping against odd hemispheres that might, she knew without thinking about it, be dwellings of a sort. Never thought of that. Shielded from the star, it's kind of like being on the far outside of our solar system in what we call the cometary sphere. We exploit the heat engine of leaked warmth from the bowl's sun-swept side to our realm, so we bask in beautiful cold dark while harvesting waste energy from below. Our minds organize as complex interactive eddies of superconductive liquids. The view skated across huge curved fields of icy hummocks and hills, with sliding strange rivers of ivory glowing beneath the dim stars. There came to her a creeping sensation of a vast crowd on this stretching plain, a landscape of minds that lived by flowing into each other and somehow teasing out meaning, thought, more. Why do you care about us? We? Warm life you are. In our primordial form, we traded knowledge collected over vast eras, useful for chemicals, cold world facilities, or astronomy. We were shrewd traders and negotiators, having lived through eons and having dealt with the many faces intelligence can assume. Our cold realm has existed relatively unchanged since the galaxy was freshly forged in the fires of the strong nuclear force. Dananarive was startled by the linguistic sophistication of their speech, resounding in her head exactly like real sounds, in a flat accent. No, wait. They were speaking to her with her accent, even more impressive. Not many could ape her honey-toned Mississippi vowels. Against all that, why bother with me? Maybe not a smart question, but she was wondering, and here were the minds that seemed to rule this place. To us, little is new. Even less is interesting. We have watched great clouds of dust and simple molecules as they were pruned away, collapsing into suns, and so left the interstellar reaches thinner, easier for our kind to negotiate, and for the ion churn of plasmas to form and self-organize. But these were slow shifts. We are as near to eternal as warm life can imagine, but you are quite the opposite. You are swift and new. Into her mind came an image of their bulb-like bodies and weaving tentacles, all gracefully flowing, a sliding ivory cryogenic liquid, something like an upturned cat-o'-nine-tails whip appearance. We stand at an immense distance from such as you, yet at times arouse when the bowl, our transport, is under threat, as it is now, from you. Look, I don't know what Redwing is doing. Yet you are also vital to the bowl's survival when we arrive at the target star, one you term glory, so you are both friend and foe. Why me? I? Memoir integrated your neural levels to enough detail that we can access them. So we choose you to speak for us to your nominal leader, the Redwing, and to the Diaphanous. I don't know what's going on. Our long views are essential to the bowl's longevity. At this moment, some 123,675 of us are engaged in this collective conversation with you. The number shifted even while the ice minds spoke. We are individually slow, but together we can think far quicker than you. We are eternal, and you are like the flickerings of a candle flame. That which combusts dies, as must all warm life. When we evolved, the most advanced warm life creatures on hot life worlds were single-celled pond scum. Why are you on the bowl at all, then? She was getting irked with all this bragging. But trapped in a smelly box, probed by who knows what kinds of technologies, it seemed best not to be obnoxious. And she would hate to meet whatever these things needed help with. If these ice minds just wanted her to talk to Redwing, fine. But somehow she knew it couldn't just be that. We bring a wisdom of long memory. We alone speak with and for the Diaphanous. We wish to explore and to meet the superiors who seem to be at glory. Then she felt a surge, as though the entire machine containing her was moving. It lurched a bit, and she poked an elbow against a soft wall. Hoarse calls came from outside. What now? 41. Cliff looked down at what the folk called their mooring mountain. They said it held a shelter for this skyfish, but it was far beneath them, barely visible through stacked gray cumulus clouds. The ship crew had leaped into action after the big long boom pressed through the skyfish. They had all rushed to the big transparent wall, mouths gaping, not heeding the shouted orders of Bemore. The male folk stamped his feet in an accelerating rhythm, big hard thuds. That snapped the crew out of their funk, and they followed his barking orders. The humans and Syl did not know what was going on, so they moved to the wall, now deserted, to look out. Cliff saw far overhead an upside-down tornado. In profile it looked like a funnel. Within it, huge clouds churned in an ever-tightening upward spiral, turning somber purple as moisture condensed within them. The lower levels of the air were clear, so Cliff knew he was seeing far up into the atmosphere. The conical cloud was fat and white at the bottom and tapered upward into a narrow purple-dark neck. Even at this great distance, Cliff could see flashes of blue and orange lightning between immense clouds. Across the sky, other high decks of stratocumulus were edging toward the inverted hurricane. He was looking at a puncture in the high envelope. "They're trying to ground the skyfish in this storm," Irma said. The skyfish dove deeper and shuddered with the racking winds. Irma and the others watched the high vortex churn as if it could change, but Cliff knew with a wry sinking feeling that it could only worsen. A huge, deep atmosphere would take a long time to empty out into space, but the pressure drop would drive weather hard. He wondered if the folk could patch a big rip in the high shimmering envelope from the way Bemore was lumbering around and barking at the crew. He doubted it. He looked down and saw they were headed for the nearest clear ground they could find within quick reach, the mooring mountain. Ivy pointed. "The crew! They're taking that machine away, with Tananarive in it. Damn! We get her back, and then right away she's goddamn gone." "We're all gone, really," Terry said. "No chance of getting out of this living blimp that I can see." Irma was talking to Quirt and reported back. "That's a kind of folk redoubt we're approaching. They can shelter there." Quirt came over. "Wind hard. Anchor skyfish. It hard." As if to demonstrate, the skyfish lurched and they all fell to the deck. Cliff tucked in and rolled, coming up to look out the transparent wall just in time to see a brilliant yellow lightning strike descend from a high cloud. Unlike on Earth, this one snaked down, shooting side bolts as it kept going. The distance was so much, Cliff could see the entire brilliant streamer, the vibrant, bristling conducting path for electrons seeking the ground. Like a lazy snake, it slid sideways in a long twist. Then it hit the mountain below and snapped off, just vanished in an instant. The thunderclap shook the entire skyfish, and Terry, who had already gotten back up, came crashing down again. Something rumbled in the pink walls nearby. The skyfish went into a steep descent. "It fears," Quirt said. "Me too," Irma added. Everybody stayed down, hugging the deck that reeked with some slimy fluid. The skyfish tilted and turned violently. More lightning scratched across a lead sky. The skyfish hit like a fat balloon. It squashed and flexed, the walls of their big chamber collapsing down, then wheezing with the effort to rebound. The walls thumped with the slow, massive heartbeat of the skyfish. Cliff heard bones snap and the soft rip of tissues deep in the walls. Blood ran across the deck. "Let us go fast, my friends," Quirt said. They fled. As Cliff followed the sill down fleshy corridors that reeked of fluids he did not want to think about, sloshing boot-deep through it, he recalled something his army uncle had said once. "Try to get all your posthumous medals in advance." 42. With her fellows, Memor watched a high view of their zone sent from a craft dispatched to survey. Something had hit the great sea at the center of the zone, not far from where their skyfish labored. An enormous tsunami rushed across the dappled gray surface. The sea was shallow, so the wave was already at great height, and as they watched, it broke, white foam curling forward. This towering monster broke across the land. Forests and towns disappeared. The skyfish rolled to port and then back, with an alarming twist running down the great beast's spine as well. Their compartment twisted as the skyfish fought to right itself. In this very low-gravity zone, the air density fell off slowly, and there was less acceleration to gain from venting hydrogen. The floor tilted as they accelerated downward at a steep angle. Memor staggered, then abruptly sat. The capsule where Tananarive was in immersion with someone. Could it be Bmore was right, and she spoke now with the ice minds? Surely that was impossible. The mismatch of mind states was surely too much for that. Memor herself had encountered difficulties with the primate. The ice minds were scarcely reachable without considerable training, such as Bmore had endured. The deck heaved sickeningly, but Memor forced herself to her feet. Bmore was gone on a task he said came from the ice mines, and Asenath lay whimpering in a slung rack. It was one of the water-clasping type, so she now floated in a sleeve, only her head visible. Her eyes wandered, and Memor judged Asenath would be paying no attention to Memor. Good. Each step she took came freighted with fear. The deck rolled with flesh waves. The body around them groaned and sloshed. The hydrogen exhaust was roaring, and she felt its dull tone through her legs. Memor had made herself put away the terrifying, and she now realized, quite embarrassing, storm within her. Suppressed truths had overwhelmed her. She realized that her undermind had sheltered much of the Bowl's long history from her, and she had never suspected. The undermined somehow knew she could not bear facts that clashed with her deepest beliefs in the role, status, and glory of the folk. Then, in shocking moments that she never wanted to relive, all the tensions and layered lies of her entire lifetime came welling up. Spewing as from a volcano, it burst through her. Now she made herself put all that aside. She sealed layers over her undermined. She confronted a problem demanding all her ability now. Put a foot forward, brace against the rumbling, twisted flooring, take another step. Each demanded labor and focus, and it seemed to take a long while to reach the external panel of the capsule. The harness fit her head, and the connections self-aligned. She sank into the inner discourse, but only as an observer. She could effect nothing inside. She felt Tananarive's mind as a skittering, quick, bright thing. Few images, but thoughts of the ice mines played through the strata of the primate mind. They seemed to fragment and go into separate channels, streams fracturing as they flowed. Memor struggled to make sense of the hot-eyed fervor of these flows. Revelation dawned along axes of the primate undermined. New data flowed into Memoir, and she could flick back and forth between her own mental understory and the primates. These laced with the shadowy strangeness of linear minds. Hereditary neural equipment governed these divided minds. Straight down the middle, a clear cleft. Such was common in the Bull's explored region of the galaxy. She saw Tananarive's mind taking in the Ice Mind's conversation and hammering that on the twin forges of reason and intuition with great speed. So the Ice Minds wished to enlist her. Astounding, but perhaps it was only to speak to that Captain Redwing. Still, Be-More was the proper pathway for such diplomacy. The deck lurched. Memoir barely kept her purchase. Shouts and cries echoed. The conversations and images seemed to condense in Memoir's mind like a vapor forming a shape. The precise words shifted and changed as the translations moved restlessly. Memoir had to cling to nuance, not precision. Something about Redwing, the captain, and the jet, yes, and how much humans could help in dealing with the Glorians. A need to intervene between Redwing and... A hard jerk knocked her over. Memoir struggled up to her feet and grasped for the harness, which had come unfastened. She'd just got it positioned when another twisting roll came through the ship, and a zenith collided with her. "We are down!" she cried. "Get out!" "But the primate." "Be-More is in charge, and he says we should go out and seek the central shelter. Come!" A zenith turned and fled. Memoir hesitated. She wanted to know what the Ice Minds said. She started to settle in, restarting the harness configuration, when a voice bellowed at her, "Go! I will care for this." She turned, and joy flooded through her at the sight of Be-More. The ship trembled, and a great wheezing came rattling down through the corridor outside. She hurried away. Within a few moments, Memoir lost her footing in the dim light outside. She curled up and slammed to ground. Screams, shouts, crashes. The mountain's firm rock snapped and cracked, heaved and buckled. The path to the shelter now had a great pit crossing it. Sound came from everywhere, and the ground seemed to be grinding against itself, sending gray dust plumes shooting up. A black curtain boiled across the sky. Within its churn, flashes snapped like eyes in a great beast. Ozone stung the howling breeze. With it came rain. Not rain? Mud. Pellets of it, hard and dry on their skins, soft at their centers. They splatted down, wrapping Memoir's skull. "From some body of water," she said wonderingly, "thrown up by something hitting." She extended her long tongue and tasted the warm rain, like water from a bath, and salt. The great sea was pelting even this high fortress mountain. Memoir folded her feathers close and tight, a raincoat of sorts. A pool of ink poured across the sky, layers of cloud sliding over each other as if liquid. The reassuring, steady day had now turned to a dim night, one filled with sky fireworks, far brighter now than the star and jet. Her view flashed in blue-white light and then vanished into the murk. "Be-More!" No answer. She got up and walked on legs like pillows through strobes of lightning. The flashes showed ahead a new problem. A crevasse yawned. It was a split in the crowning rock slab itself, showing fresh, sharp edges. She could barely glimpse the far side in the lightning flashes. Far away. Even in this low gravity, nothing could leap it, certainly none of the bulky folk. It blocked their way to the station. Memoir looked around in anxious despair. Various staff and crew milled at the edge of this gap, looking desperate. She sniffed their acrid fears. A zenith was nowhere among them. Another blue-white flash allowed her to survey the gathering jam all along the broken path, jostling and shouting strident calls. Memoir saw a new problem. Where were the Sill? And the primates? 43. Redwing paced the bridge and watched the approaching shapes, flitting close now among the roiling, turbulent knots. Moments ticked by, and the bridge was silent. Beth was ready to focus their exhaust as much as the tunable scoop mag fields allowed, and now there was something new and strange as well. Their hull resounded with a strange strumming symphony. The long notes were just at the edge of hearing, but clear and distinct. Haunting low notes came like the beating of a giant heart, or of grand booming waves crashing with slow majesty upon a crystal beach, ceramic resonating instrument. Redwing felt the notes with his whole body, recalling a time when as a boy he stood in a cathedral and heard Bach on a massive pipe organ. The pipes sent resounding wavelengths longer than the human body. He did not so much hear notes as feel them as his body vibrated in sympathy. A feeling like being shaken by something invisible conveyed grandeur in a way beyond words. Beth said, "Whatever's outside, and I can't see a thing on these screens, just plasma and magnetic signatures, is trying to say something." Carl said, "Their last attempt killed Claire." "Yes, a horrible way to die. I wonder how whatever is outside makes sounds," Beth said. "Oh, Captain, there's a dense plasma knot headed for us." "Focus it in on the prow fields," Redwing said. "Can we snag it and narrow the exhaust, then aim at the first of those flyers?" "I think so." Beth and the entire bridge crew were concentrated on their work, belted in tight, eyes following screens, hands hitting key commands. "The workaround on that digital algorithm block is coming up, running right. The Artilects are all over this problem, but they don't like it." "They don't have to," Redwing said. The strange deep notes running through the ship's hull ceased. "They're leaving us alone, maybe?" Beth muttered. The roiling knot of hot ions clamped within a nest of rubbery magnetic fields came slamming at them at over 700 kilometers a second. "Added to our speed, the impact will be well over 1,000 kilometers a second, Carl said. "Is the mag scoop cinched in?" "As much as we can," Beth said, voice high and lips tight. They watched the large blob come straight at them. It was far bigger than Sunseeker's scoop, and they felt the surge, their heads snug against their chair braces. The ship groaned. Their internal diagnostics tracked the flow of dense plasma through the magnetic funnel out front, through the tapered neck that flushed it into the reaction chambers. There lived the steadily maintained, self-shaping field geometries that further compressed the plasma, added catalysts, and the screens showed the pulsing glow in coiled donuts of prickly yellow, burned with fusion fire. This got expelled at the max temperature into an opening throat that sent this starfire into the classic magnetic nozzle facing aft. But not exactly dead aft. Beth's fingers flew over the complex command web. The fields slanted slightly, clamping down on the flow, shunting it sideways. The bridge surged again under this momentum change. The ship's stability artilect kept them from tumbling with extruded counterfields. Virulent plasma jetted out in a starboard cant. Beth altered the fusion geometry's exit profile to include more shaping magnetic fields in the exhaust. The emerging bolt of hot plasma was like a finger scratching across the wave behind them. "With a little bit of windage," Beth mused, intent on the screens. A flyer lay dead at the center of the bolt. When the exhaust struck it, the image wobbled, refracted by the complex play of forces, then sharpened. Fragments swirled where the flyer had been. "Got it," Beth said quietly. "Brilliant," Redwing said. "The others?" "The second one is taking an evasive trajectory," Carl said, moving away laterally. Beth angled their exhaust and caught it before the flyer could get away. Nobody cheered. "The third is dropping back," Carl said. "We can't fly much farther up the jet," Redwing said. "They know that. We'll reverse, make our turn." "And that third one will be waiting for us," Beth finished for him. "And it'll be ahead of us." 44. Tananarive was grateful the walls of her confinement were soft but firm. Whatever was carrying her along did not trouble to make the trip pleasant. Jerks and jostles made it hard to keep focused on the sliding, cool voice of the ice mines in her mind, overlayered with their images of the lands where they lived. Starlight cast stretched pale fingers across the plain of rock and ice, where vacuum flowers dutifully pointed their parabolic eyes at the slow sweep of target suns. Around the base of the light harvesters flowed the pearly fluids that were the commingled selves of the ice mines. How these blended thought and became coherent, she could not imagine. The moment hastens. We decided to revive ourselves wholly, to deal with this pressing problem. What problem? Your species. The folk believed they could deal with you as a young and largely incompetent species, but we came to see this is not so. She thought of saying, "Gee, thanks," but sarcasm might not translate in dealing with aliens. Look, we have been imprisoned or chased ever since we got here. The folk are our... A pause. Our police, they also maintain at equilibrium. We are not at equilibrium now. They have failed to understand your kind. Now disruption proceeds. What? Why? How? Your ship has disturbed our jet. The folk have ordered attacks on your ship. This is against our wishes. We cannot well communicate with your kind in your ship, as some of the folk have prevented that. We wish you to speak directly to your ship through channels we shall soon open. That's a lot to take in. Sunseeker is in your jet? Wow. Into her mind came an image of a small dark moat plowing upstream against a torrent of coiling plasma. The view backed away, and she could see the jet slide sideways as it approached the knothole. It surged over the knothole restraining fields and into several life zones. Atmosphere belched out. Some thin girders holding the atmosphere zones apart fractured and fell. She was startled. Your mind we can approach. The folk attendant astute astronomer Memor made deep soundings of your neural labyrinths. These we use now. We wish you to speak with your own kind and then to serve to reassure the Diaphanous. Another alien? Who are... Into her mind came images of fluid fluxes merging in eddies and turning in fat toroids, all in intricate yellow lines against a pale blue background. Somehow she knew these were larger than continents and fuzzy at their edges, where flow was more important than barriers. Intricate coils bigger than worlds, shattering explosions, all testified to the recombining energy of the fields. These live in the jet? She could not imagine this, but lack of imagination had ceased to be a good argument here. They evolved in the magnetic structures that dot the skin of stars. These could knot off, twist, and so make a new coil of field. Embedding information in those fields led to reproduction of traits. From that sprang intelligence, or at least awareness. But they don't have bodies. How can they? Her grasp faltered. You and we do not witness the chaotic tumble of great plasma clouds between the stars. We all see nothing hanging between the hard points of incandescent light, and so falsely assume that space is somehow nothing. But evolution works there against the constant forces of dissolution. Tananarive knew a bit of general life theory. Brute forces seemed bound inevitably to yield forth systems that evolution drove to construct some awareness of their surroundings. It took billions of years to construct such mind views. Those models of the external world could become more complex. Some models worked better if they had a model of, well, models of themselves. So came the sense of self in advanced animals. But in plasma and magnetic fields? The Diaphanous migrated on solar storms into the greater voids where we evolved. When the building of the bowl began, it became essential to include them as managers of the jet and of the star itself. Only by shaping the magnetic fields of star and jet can we move the bowl, with constant attention to momentum and stability. Who else to govern magnetic machinery than magnetic beings? The ice minds sounded so reasonable, their conclusions seemed obvious. Before her inner eye played scenes of magnetic arches rising from stars, twisting and kinking to cut off, and therefore give birth to new self-stabilized beings. She could sense, not merely see, waves lashing among the complex magnetic nets that surged in her mind. Speech of a sort, maybe. Now the view in her mind shifted to the jet and the plight of Sunseeker, pursued by small ships of destructive intent. You want to, what, broker a deal? After hounding us across? The folk have failed us. Their defenses of the jet are ancient, and many failed. Your ship did not even notice these, we are certain. The loosened jet now lashes across life zones and wreaks much ill. Yet those who bear down upon that ship now may well have to resort to a weapon we have vowed never to use. It could bring far more evil. That, at last, was a familiar concept. Calamity stacking up. Okay, what do I do? Let us override the folk pathways. We shall connect you to your Captain Redwing. A ripple ran through her mind, a floating, airy sensation that somehow mixed with colors flashing in what she felt as her eyes. Yet at the same time she knew her eyes were open in the complete blackness of the cramped machine. Her eyes saw black, but her mind saw shifting bands of orange and purple, and on top of that, bursting yellow foam ran over an eggshell blue plain. Speckled green things moved on it in staccato rhythm. Twisting lines meshed there and wove into triangles where frantic energy pulsed. A shrill grating sound came with flashes of crimson. Then she saw Redwing. His image wobbled, and she wondered how they could put that into her mind. "What are you?" His voice echoed as though he were in a chamber. "Captain, this is Tananarive. I'm in some device that, well, wants to speak with you. They are... Let's skip that, okay? The bowl has a lot stranger aliens than we thought." "How do I know you're really Tananarive at all?" This question hadn't occurred to her. "Recall that party we had before we went down to land? Feels like a long time ago." "Yes, I suppose I do." He was standing on the bridge, and she could see Beth and others in the background, all looking at what had to be a... what? She tried to remember the bridge, but failed. Maybe a camera? How did these aliens tap into internal ship systems? Into her head came the ice mind's sliding, calm voice. "We have dealt with what you term your artilects. They are most agreeable. You brought out a bottle of champagne, remember? You said it was for our first landfall at Glory, but what the hell, this was a landfall, and so here it was." "Damn." Redwing's face broadened into a grin. "It really is you. No video, but welcome aboard, sort of." "Captain, I'm conveying messages from, well, some aliens we didn't know were here. They want you to stop fooling with the jet." "That comes later. For now, tell your commander that they are in grave danger." She said that, but Redwing's face turned away to look at a screen she could partially see. On it, some flecks moved against a yellow weave of lines that she knew represented magnetic field contours. "You mean these guys coming up on us?" "Your ship has permission to destroy them, but a weapon aboard one of them can erase your ship." "Captain, try to kill them right away. They have something." She paused, not knowing what to say. "It is the lambda gun, and will disrupt space-time near them." "It's some sort of ultimate weapon," she said. Redwing looked tired. He nodded. "Okay, stay on the line. We'll try that." The connection broke. His image dwindled, and she was in darkness. Somebody was still carrying her around, and she felt a sudden drop. Thump. She heard distant shouts in a language she did not know, and felt all at once very tired. 45. Cliff crouched with the others and watched the big blimp skyfish wallow on the mountaintop. Scampering crews had secured the huge thing at both ends and now were lashing the sides down with big cables. A heavy rain ate most of the light from the skyfish itself, dim glows of ivory that got drowned in the brilliant lightning flashes. Hammering raindrops scattered even the crashes of lightning into a blurred white murk. "Where'd the folk go?" Irma shouted against the wind. "Into that big entrance," Ivy pointed. "They had that thing they put Tananarive into with them." Terry said, "Remember what threw us around back in the skyfish? To make a shock like that and blow sheets of rock off this mountain, that takes a lot of quake energy. But there aren't quakes here. No plate tectonics." Ivy swept rain from his eyes and jutted his chin out. "Look, the bowl has a light elastic underpinning with not much simple mass loading. So an impact from something thrown down here, that has a lot of energy. Real quick it moves through the support structure. It came here to this big slab of rock, a whole mountain, and knocked the bejesus out of it. Just as we landed. What luck." Irma huddled down. Cliff read her body language. The rain was warm, at least. It smacked down hard. Terry sniffed and said, "I'd like to get out of this damned rain." As if on cue, white specks began smacking down on the flat rock plain around them. "Hail!" Ivy said. A dirty white ball the size of his fist hit Cliff in the side. He thought he felt a rib crack. The weather here was bigger and harder than he could deal with. Plus the darkness of the storm kept making him feel like sleeping. "Let's get inside, out of this storm," Cliff said. "Not the skyfish. Who knows what'll happen in there?" To his surprise, the others just nodded. They looked tired, and that made them compliant. He turned to Quirt. "How can we get into their station?" Quirt had been dealing with his Sill, who were doing what they usually did at a delay, resting. They were squatting and eating something they had gotten on the skyfish. The more anxious humans just milled around. "Let us lead," Quirt said. The Sill set off at an angle to the crack that had formed in the slab rock. In the confusion of abandoning the skyfish, they had all managed to slip away from the folk and their many panicked attendants. The darkness from huge black clouds that slid endlessly across their sky had sent the crew into jittery nervous states, their legs jerking as they moved, eyes cast fearfully skyward. They had never known night, and this vast storm could not be common here. The crack finally ended several hundred meters away from the skyfish. The Sill simply walked around the end of it with complete confidence and headed back toward a raised bump near the larger mound of the folk station. As they all cautiously approached, the lightning came less often. Cliff looked back in the darkness and saw the skyfish dimly lit from inside, like some enormous orange Halloween lantern on its side. There was no one in the tube passageway that led downward. "Why?" Cliff asked Quirt. "All fear," Quirt said. "Folk, others, all hide inside." And so it was. They padded carefully down corridors and across large rooms bristling with gear whose function Cliff could not even guess. It seemed to be working. There were some small lights on the faces, but no clue as to what they did. "Folk not know how to work when big change comes," Quirt said laconically. He relayed this to the Sill, and they all made the yawning, hacking sound of Sill laughter. They came into a large room that looked down on an even larger area. Quietly they crept up to the edge of a parapet and saw below a milling crowd. The attendants and servants, a throng including alien shapes Cliff had never seen before, and robotic ones as well, held back toward the walls. At the center were the three large folk and the machine holding Tananarive. The far walls were large oval screens showing views of the knothole region. One smaller screen was a view from far above, where a long tear in the atmospheric envelope had drawn clouds streaming in, moisture condensing and lightning forking along the flanks of immense purple storms. "That's the top of the typhoon we're under," Terry said. "Judging the scale, I'd say those cloud banks are the size of Earth-side continents. And look at that lightning flash. You can see it coiling around, as big as the Mississippi, easy." "Look," Irma said, pointing at the shifting view as it tilted toward the knothole. "There's the jet. And my God! Sunseeker!" The screens showed swift, small motes dodging and banking in the center of the luminous, swirling plasma jet. A quick close-up of their own starship showed it plowing through knots of turbulence and making a tight helix, aiming its pencil exhaust in a tight, hot, luminous finger at the... "Damn, they hit it," Ivy said, eyes jumping. "Blew that flyer to pieces." "Damn right," Terry said, pumping his fist. They didn't know what was going on, but excitement rippled through humans and Syl alike as they watched something like a dogfight going on. Cliff watched the ballet of ships moving at many hundreds of kilometers a second, seen on scales that had to be zoomed 6 or 7 orders of magnitudes. Nothing but machines could handle this, and even they seemed strained from the sudden turns and swerves they saw. The crowd below gazed upward at the screens, and the folk were at the center, managing machines. The odd-curved box that held Tananarive was with them. He wondered what they were making of this confusing mess. He grasped Irma and held her close. They kissed, not caring if anyone saw. Then the guards arrived. 46. They were drenched and cold, folk and serfs alike. But the hour demanded attention. Memor slumped down to rest, sitting back a bit on her haunches. Their flight from the poor, agonized, and wounded skyfish had been rowdy, noisy, swept by rain beneath inky clouds flashing with electrical anger. Their ragged party had slipped and stumbled their way across great slabs of rock, with Memor trying to keep order in their flight. A team from the station had come out to erect, with swift competence, a bridge over the jagged chasm that had split open. The station's deputy commander said a flying hard-carbon flange had fallen on the mountain, apparently freed of its support structure high up in the envelope's stanchions and plunged deep into the mountain's firm mass. The shock wave had rocked the skyfish sideways and blown several of its compartments, spilling crew onto the rock. That knife-sharp girder had also split a crevasse at the worst possible moment, spraying fragments into the skyfish and killing some local staff. The great skyfish bellowed and writhed against the crews attempting to moor it, killing several. Its flailing fins were sharp and deadly. Considering this, it was a wonder anything worked. Memor sagged with exhaustion. She watched a zenith stand proudly at the prow of the command center in their mountain shelter, in full authority. She listened to the panicked signals from the flyers, displayed on screens and sounding shrill, even in this large command room. The flyers were guided by robot minds, high-level and capable of what seemed like emotions. The voices were brittle, sharp, edged with urgency. The swift ships tumbled and gyred, blown about by the ram scoop thrust. That made evasive navigation and aiming nearly impossible. "We could use the lambda gun, as you said before, Wisdom Chief," a small lieutenant said softly. "One of the flyers bears only the gun. It is bulky and makes maneuver difficult in the jet. That flyer hangs back, away from the pencil exhaust the primates are using against us." "Under whose orders was this done?" Memor said. "Mine," a zenith said firmly. "Have the ice minds agreed?" "They have." "Bemor is not here, so we cannot readily consult with the ice minds. He is off managing their discourse, if that is the proper word, with your talking primate, so I shall have to assume command." Memor felt compelled to say, "Separated command? This is not proper use of the hierarchy. "Ah, but then this is a clear emergency. Communications are fragmented and time ticks on. I order the lambda gun unfolded." Memoir felt a sudden spike of fear. That will take time." "Get to it," Asenath ordered the lieutenant. Various officers gathered around the two folk in a crescent, rustled with unease. Nobody moved. The silence stretched. Memoir said, "You had the lambda gun prepared before, didn't you?" Asenath gave an irritated fan rebuke to her underlings. "Now!" They scurried off to their many tasks. Almost casually, in a way that told Memoir this had been long planned, Asenath turned and gave a gray-green feather rush of haughty disregard. "I felt it necessary. Events now prove me correct." Memoir felt icy fatigue run through her, but summoned up reserves, rustled her feathers, and turned inward. She had heard of the lambda gun long ago as a historical curiosity, and now had to call up its history to have any hope of dealing with Asenath. Her undermind held this lore and was sore abused. She felt this as she unveiled portions, stripping back layers of youthful memory, gazing inward past the trauma suffered after the revelation of the great shame. She felt it now in its full ghastly panorama. The images of a long cometary tail, pointing directly at Earth in the final moments, like an accusatory finger, and the spreading circle of destruction that annihilated the ancient civilization of smart, warm-blooded reptiles. Their majesty lay not in vast edifices culminating in the bowl. Instead, they were heirs to the fraction of that great species which relished their natural planet and did not want to take part in the bowl, or its technical prowess, or the alliance with strange minds in the cometary halo. They had kept Earth green and fertile, restricting their own numbers so the natural luxuriant world was not paved over with artifice. In a way, Memoir recalled, the bowl became a tribute to their deep instincts. Its huge expanses enabled many species to live intelligently in zones dominated by leafy wealth, though built upon a substrate of spinning metal and carbon fiber intricacies. A natural world built upon a machine. She had become lost in her introspection, a common liability of voyages into the undermine's shadowy labyrinths. Memoir revived an old image of the lambda gun, a fearsome projector of gray, spherical bulk, tapering into a belligerent snout. It could project a disturbance in the vacuum energy of space-time, throwing this knot of chaos out in a beam. Suitably tuned, it would cause, when it struck solid matter, a catastrophic expansion of a small volume of space. The inflation field increased the cosmological constant in a very restricted region for a brief snap of time. Whatever contained this howling monstrosity, reborn from the first instant of this universe, would be ripped into particles far smaller than nuclei. Memoir recoiled from this appalling vision. With a hasty withdrawal salute, she slammed her undermind shut. "This is grisly. This is a planet buster capable of delivering enormous energies." "So well, I do know," Asenath replied. "I have studied this ancient device and its history. The true ancients invented it as a last resort against bulky species. Some hurled relativistic masses at the bowl to drive it away. The lambda gun put a quick end to their mischief. Surely we have shields that would be useful? Not against a vagrant craft with powerful magnetic scoops. We enjoyed great magnetic craftsmanship in ancient ages, but our bowl does not muster such intensities. Nor do the Diaphanous have ready responses. Meanwhile, the jet stands in a non-linear kink mode and deals us terrible destruction." Asenath said this with a reasonable air and somber fan display. Memoir knew she could not deflect Asenath in an area where her expertise and rank prevailed. She gave it one last try. "The ice mines and the Diaphanous are in charge of jet dynamics." "And they have failed." "Prepare to fire," Asenath said to a lieutenant, and turned her back on Memoir. 47. Beth felt the hairs on her neck rise, prickly and trembling as the electrical charge built again. But this time she was getting irked, and instead of flattening herself yet again on the deck, she hit a hard thruster in the mag scoop. Fields vented plasma, and the ship lurched. The others were hitting the deck, but Beth discharged a brace of capacitors in the mag scoop's leading magnetic fields. This gave a powerful burst of electrons at the far end of the scoop, moving at the speed of light. Instantly, her neck hairs stopped tingling. "Captain, looks like I've found a way to offset the charge buildup these things are using against us," she said with a deliberately casual air. Redwing looked up from the deck, where he had sprawled. "Brilliant." "And she nailed that flyer flat on, too," Carl said with one of his seldom-seen grins. "There's only one flyer left, and it's hanging back pretty far." "Good," Redwing said, getting up and straightening his uniform. He was always meticulous when on the bridge. "But we're near the top of our mission profile, right?" Beth checked. "Yes, sir. Got to turn around soon and head back down, run with the jet." "That will lower our plasma influx pretty far," Carl said. "We'll have a reduced exhaust." "So the exhaust will be less useful as a weapon, certainly," Redwing said. "Let's try to hover near our top limit, then. Can you do that, Officer Marble?" Redwing also liked to get formal in tight situations. She had often wondered if in such moments he saw himself as fearless admiral at the helm of a battleship on tossing gray seas. Well, this was about as close to that as he was going to get, and as close as she ever wanted to be. "Keep an eye on that flyer as we make our turn." Redwing settled into his deck chair. He looked tired and gray to Beth, but so did they all now. Hours of dodging among the jet knots, harvesting them with split-second timing, and then blowing the excess post-fusion plasma out the flexing nozzle as a weapon. Well, it added up fast. The ship rumbled as she took it on a slow, tipping angle. She was concentrating, so didn't notice the beeping of the comm. Carl picked it up for her. His body went rigid, and he glanced at his shocked face. "It's Tananarive, Captain. For you." He grabbed it. "Redwing here? How in—" Redwing's face showed nothing as he listened. Then his mouth slowly opened, and he stared into space. "How did—" More silence. "So they'll let us go?" Beth suddenly realized that this was a negotiation that could end all this madness. She kept Sunseeker in a tight helical turn with a wary eye on the flyer below, now approaching. Something told her that she should make some quick, dodgy movements to make them a less predictable target. While hanging on Redwing's every word, of course. "Okay, details later. Right." Redwing's entire body was tense now, on his feet, spine ramrod straight. He gripped his chair so hard she saw his hand turn pale. "What?" The silence seemed long and unbearable, but she noticed the seconds on her situation screen were going by slowly. "Roger. More later." Redwing turned to her and said, "That flyer behind us. Take all the evasion you can. They're trying to shut down a weapon that's in armed and aiming mode right now." She slammed the helm over hard and teased the fusion burn to its max. Then she released the bolus of searing plasma and wrenched the helm again, putting them into a flat spin, then a dive. Pops and creaks came echoing down the bridge from the connecting corridors. Carl's tablet escaped from the ridged work table and smacked into the bulkhead. Redwing said, "There's an electromagnetic precursor maybe 2 seconds before discharge. Look for that. Say again, Tananarive." Carl flicked their EM antennas into one overlay, frequencies color-coded. Beth could see the flyer as a dark point among hills and valleys of technicolor richness. "It's buried in all this plasma emission," Carl said. "Integrate the whole spectral emission," Beth said. "I don't know what frequency it will come out in, but if we—" "Got it." A smooth topological surface appeared now in auburn colors, brown for valleys and nearly yellow at the peaks. The sky flexed like an ocean rolling with colliding wave fronts. She fought the helm around again and let their speed drop a bit. This let her fill reserve chambers with incoming plasma and build to the max density they could carry. The jet wind was coming in at velocities over 1,000 kilometers a second, and she could vary the inflow rate simply by moving the mag scoop to angle it more fully into the stream. Sunseeker was working far from its optimal performance peak, which had been designed to run steady and smooth on interstellar plasma, orders of magnitude below the sleeting hail of knotty ionized matter rushing at them. Now she used, without thinking about it, the skills she had won from their flight up the jet when they arrived here. Through long hours she had fought violent currents, swimming upstream against conditions Sunseeker had never seen. Now she just let her instincts rule. Her hands and eyes moved restlessly, shaping plasma and bunching it. When she saw the holding chambers were full, she began to trickle more into the fusion chambers. The boost took them up jetward and to starboard as she waited for something strange to come at them. It wasn't subtle. The maroon tones around the flyer profile suddenly blossomed with a hard bright yellow peak. She fed the stored plasma into the chambers and goosed the drive. The helm slammed over, and she had time to shout, "Incoming!" The bridge shuddered and then wrinkled. She looked down the deck line and saw the bulwark ripple and flex. Pops and groans rose. Carl dove for the deck. She felt a tight pressure run through her like a slow, sinuous wave. Her stomach lurched. A deep bass tone rolled along the ship axis and it was gone. The bridge snapped back into straight lines and firm walls. The hail of small stressed sounds fell away. "They missed us," Carl said. Redwing nodded. "But what missed us? The deck got rubbery." "A space-time wrinkle, maybe," Carl said. "I don't know how in hell anybody could make one, but—" "Let me concentrate," Beth said. "They could shoot at us again." She dodged and swerved and dove and soared and plunged, and time stretched the way space had moments before. She heard nothing, saw nothing but the feeds that told her what the flyer was doing. It cut her off on a side curve and flared more exhaust to draw closer. She countered with her own moves. All this she did with hands incessantly moving as her eyes looked for another of the hard bright yellow peaks. But it didn't come. The comm beeped. Redwing answered. "Oh, good. What? Say again." "Good. Great. You're sure?" "Okay. Terms come later, sure." "Soon, yes." He hung up and turned to Beth. She allowed her eyes to stray to him, and she was shocked at how old he looked. "They're standing down. No more pulses like that. Something called the lambda gun?" She opened her mouth to say something, and the comm beeped again. Redwing answered. "What? Look at the star?" "Got it," Carl said. He and Fred, who had come onto the bridge, peered at the big screen. Geysers. The curve of the red star worked with furious energies. Flares and huge arches broke into space. Currents swept across the troubled crescent. Beth saw there was a dent in the perfect circle. Something had chewed it. Carl said, "Look at these vectors." He had told the kinematic artilect to project an acceptance cone on the thing that had missed them. He had set the basic width to be a few times the jittering pattern Beth had followed to evade whatever the flyer threw at them. Within the error bars, the cone snipped a bit off the star. Redwing frowned. Tananarive says the folk call it a lambda gun. It does something with space-time, so if it just projected on— He stopped. Facts trump words. They watched the star adjust gravity against its internal pressures. Huge fissures opened and closed like snapping mouths. Fountains of restless plasma worked up in slender, vibrant yellow tendrils before curving and dying. The star flooded simmering masses into the gap, and waves spread from that. Fluids, shaped by strong magnetic fields, moved in complex eddies. Storms peeled off this and spread, tornadoes the size of planets. Beth let out a long, slow breath, trying to get herself back into somewhat normal condition. She was tired and worn and completely confused. Coffee no longer helped. She needed a bath, too. She stood, wobbling a little. "Tananarive said more, Captain. I could tell." "What?" "We've got a deal. They'll resupply us." Gasps. Redwing shrugged and smiled, bobbing his head when the entire bridge burst into applause. Yes. There's more. They want some of us, maybe enough to avoid inbreeding, to stay on the bowl. The ones who actually run this place aren't those folk at all. Those are like the local police on the beat, or middle managers in a bureaucracy. This thing is so old, something needs to live long enough to run it. "Some aliens we didn't see down there?" Beth asked, her vision bleary, bones aching now. "Some kind of—" Redwing shrugged, as though he should have known all along. "Ice mines move slowly because they're cold. They keep the memories and experience," Tananarive said. "They work with something called the Diaphanous, who manage the jet and the star." "Plasma stuff?" Carl said. "Those were what made those sounds, that created those discharge arcs that—" "Killed Claire," Beth said. "Trying to stop us from kinking the jet." "The cold works with the hot, then," Carl said. "The folk are just local managers." "They sure don't think so. They imagine they're the whole show," Beth said. "Funny, really." "So why did the ice mines, or whatever, let us live at all?" Fred said. He had been silent the whole time, but now seemed happy, smiling, eyes dancing. "They need help with glory," Redwing said. "We can get there first, going full blast. We can reconnoiter, and talk to the Glorians, who think we humans are running the bowl. They got our radio and TV, and since they were along the same line of sight, thought the bowl was ours." Beth frowned. "We have to?" "Part of the deal," Redwing smiled. "Tananarive said it's pretty much take it or leave it." Carl laughed. "No question, I'd say. We take it." "They do want us to straighten out that standing kink. It's rubbing against the knothole, and it's going to stay that way. But if we fly through it the right way, maybe we can bust it loose." Carl said dryly, "There are better ways to put that, more precise. But I think with the fluences we have, and Beth as pilot, we can." Beth laughed, a bit dry. "Beth, the perfect pilot, thinks she needs sleep. Lots of it. Then more coffee." Redwing smiled and finally sat down in his deck chair, more relaxed than she had seen him in a long while. He looked at the walls showing their situation and said, "If we run down the jet, fix the knothole plasma stall, then out, well, we can loop around and come back into simple orbit." Beth scowled. "Back into the cold sleep vaults?" "Some stay here," Redwing said. "The ice mines want some new species to give the bowl some stability. The folk couldn't handle us, so they're out of the policing business. We get that." Beth nodded, knowing her piloting days were very nearly over. 48. Tananarive was tired when the incessant images and thoughts finally started to taper away. The ice mines had much to convey in their cool, gliding manner, but it was all so big and strange she could not really think what to say. Mostly she just digested, which was exhausting in itself. But one thing did puzzle her, and she asked about it. "Why was your jet open to attack? I mean, it and the star in the bowl. It's an unstable system, has to be adjusted all the time, or it falls apart. Anybody wants to do you harm, the jet is an open target, the heart of the system." Some confusion and delay, soft pictures floated into her mind. The jet's filmy, twisting strands working out from the star. Sometimes it snarled a bit, but the plasma clots called the Diaphanous adjusted that. They made the jet smooth out and glide tight and sure through the knothole. All was well, nominally. What's the idea of letting it be so vulnerable? I mean, we just came alongside you and slipped in, rode up the jet. We could have damaged it then, even by accident. But other kinds, other aliens, they might want to bring you down. Some did. What was your strategy then? She was tired, but what she learned could be useful. Redwing would want to know every damn detail. Imagine a simple army's task under imminent attack. They must find the part of their landscape best suited to strengthen their position when fighting in open battle. The answer is to fight on the edge of a sharp cliff. This gives their soldiers just two choices, to fight or retreat, and in retreating to go over the cliff and die. Their enemy has different options, to fight or flee. That option to flee makes the enemy's attack less likely to persevere. Placing yourself in peril makes you appear fearless. It gives your opponent cause to consider breaking off the battle. She found this strange. So you put your backs to the wall and that's a defense? We prefer to dissuade. We regret that the folk, or rather one of them, used our final defense. Our lambda gun is immensely powerful. Luckily, it was ineptly used. We have stopped its use and will punish those who erred so grievously. Tananarive said nothing. She felt a rising apprehensive note strike through her mind and realized it was coming from the ice mines. They said, "The Diaphanous now speak to those who caused this deep error. You should hear as well." A somber, rolling voice came then, not so much spoken as unfurled. "Who is this that wrecks our province without knowledge? Do you know the sliding laws of blithe fluids? Were you here when the great curve of the bowl shaped true? Can you raise your voice to the clouds of stars? Do fields unseen report to you? Can your bodies shape the fires of thrusting suns? Have you ever given orders to the passing stars or shown the dawn its place? Can you seize the bowl by the edges to shake the wicked out of it? Have you journeyed to the springs of fusion or walked in the recesses of the brittle night? Have you entered the storehouses of the ice mines and found their tales of your long past? Can you father events in times beyond all seeing? Your answer to all these cannot justify your brute hands upon machines of black wonder, nor shall you ever chance to be so able again, for you shall be no more. The space and time you sought to dissolve shall reckon without you hence." Tananarive knew somehow this came from the invisible ones who dwelled in the jet. She did not understand any of this. She just sighed and put such troubles away as she gratefully slipped into sleep. 49. Memor watched the great floods sweep across lands that had held towns and forests and would now be swamps. Great constructions from far antiquity were undermined and slumped. Under great magnification from this satellite view, she studied the rooftops of homes and city centers. There were no survivors awaiting rescue. A few boats bobbed here and there, but not many. "It is a tragedy indeed," Bemor said. He looked tired, surely from the work of keeping the ice mines in touch with the primates, funneled through the mind of the poor Tananarive. "But we are demanded at the leaving ceremony. Come." "Who demands this? I do not wish to witness such." "The ice mines command. Their attitude has changed substantially. I do not sense their goodwill toward us any longer." Memor bristled and gave quick fan signals of rebuke and mild anger. "The crisis faded away, yes, and we surely played a role." "Of a kind." Bemor gave a feathered signature of drab-purple resignation and wheezed a bit. "Come, and bring your primates. The ice mines wish them to see this." "They have rested and eaten," Memor said. "Perhaps they will profit from witnessing." They entered the citadel of the dishonored to see Asenath's end. She would be churned into the great matrix of dead plants and animals, so the dishonored could enhance topsoil. Memor and Bemor plodded into the high, arched atrium where subtly hidden machinery murmured, managing the bacterial content, acidity, and trace elements of the slowly roiling mud fluid below the pit. First the pit, then the garden, the fate of all. I disliked Asenath, Memor whispered, but she did have talent. Bemor said, "Insults are best not remembered." She was sure of herself and had no thought of consequence. Still, Memor needed to consult her undermind to help her get through this. Calling the extinction of one she had worked with a just recycling did little good. The primates followed, and the sill. Bemor remarked, "They show few signs of the early stages of adoption. Perhaps we'd best be rid of them." "I believe the ice mines will not allow any executions or harm to them," Memor said. "Or the sill, though we could build a case against them." Bemor flashed vigorous objection. The ice mines were behind the sill actions. They wished the humans brought to them without our knowing such intent. "Ah, so the sill are invulnerable, as are the primates. I dislike profoundly having our command of these creatures revoked for the sake of a passing problem. It is not passing. Asenath's lambda gun pulse passed along the jet for a considerable distance. It intersected portions of several of the Diaphanous. One was killed, the others injured. These could self-repair with help of others, who could lend portions of their own anatomy. To damage the Diaphanous is to endanger the jet and thus the bowl. Bemor's grave voice boomed. "An example must be made." Memor saw Asenath being led to the pit and recalled when she herself had faced the prospect of oblivion. Asenath had been disappointed at Memor's being spared, and had allowed a pitch of reluctance into her later comments. Now Asenath faced the yawning black pit at the center of the vault. The sentence was read, and Asenath gave no reply, or any mournful yips and drones. Her feathers were a muted gray and hung lifeless. Her fate spread before her in the green slime before the final descent. Deep long chords sounded. Various religious figures were there, clad in ancient folk grandcloth. They urged Asenath to convert to their faiths, here in her last moments. Memor recalled that through its history the bowl had passed by worlds where creatures shaped like ribbons or pancakes held sway. These the ancients had termed philosophers, for they had little tool-using ability. Such fauna were deeply social and spun great theories of their world, verging into the theological. To Memor, philosophy was like a blind being searching a dark room for an unknown black beast. When philosophy verged into theology, it was like that same predicament, but the black beast did not even exist, yet the search went on. Asenath waved the religious folk away, giving a fan flutter of rejection. Asenath declined a final statement. Then her feather crown altered to deep gray. She raised her head and said, "We die containing a richness of lovers and characters we have climbed into as if trees. I have marked these on my body for my death. Then I go into the great soil." Memor wondered at this. No one would see such inscriptions. Perhaps it was a declaration Asenath hoped would somehow make its way into folklore? Head held high, with a resigned shrug, she simply stepped off the edge and slid down into the disposal hole. She had never looked at the crowd of witnesses. Memor could smell a fear among the primates. She had nearly forgotten them. She reassured them that this was to educate them in the ways of the bowl and the great soil to which all must return. A primate vomited at the sight and smell of the execution, spattering vile acid. Memor saw it was Tananarive, who she recalled had learned some of folk speech. These creatures were smarter than she had supposed, as recent events revealed. There was a long silence after the ceremony. Bemor said to the primates, "We have strict justice for all here." Tananarive said, "It looks like you're ruled by those ice mines. They can order executions?" Bemor said, The bowl would fail if there were not an authority who could override the passing opinions of individuals or of species. Your own ship has a captain. I never thought it would be a pleasure to see Red Wing again, Tananarive said. But life is full of surprises. They all, Cliff, Irma, Terry, Iby, laughed hard and long at this. Memor saw that this eruption came from great internal pressures now released. We shall have to be careful with these primates, Bemor whispered in folk speech. They are few, and we are merely mini-trillions. He and Memor laughed with deep, rolling tones of relieving tensions. In not too long a time, they would remember Bemor's joke with little humor. Part 14. Memory's Flickering Light. The natural world does not optimize, it merely exists. Ken Caldera. 50. Beth yawned and stretched and looked at the big foaming breakers curling onto a beach, splashing with a churning roar out to the edge of her wall. Relaxing, lapping ocean sounds were a pleasant wake-up call. She had surfed there once a century or so ago and very nearly drowned. Her wrenched back had taken a while to stop complaining. Now her muscles ached and spoke to her of her many hours in the lead pilot's chair on the flight deck. They hadn't enjoyed it, and neither had she. More fun to get worked over in a wave, she thought fuzzily. I wonder if there are surf-worthy waves somewhere on the bowl. Maybe when a hurricane's running somewhere, safely far away. She got up and trooped down to the head and spent 3 days' allotment of water on a hot shower. It helped ease her back muscles, and she could think again, too, about how to deal with Red Wing and Cliff and all the open doors she was about to slam shut. She slumped through the mess in her bathrobe, ignoring Fred, who was reading his tablet anyway, and scored a big coffee hit in her extra-size cup, then back in bed and the wall now running a restful English village, with enough background sounds of breeze and birds to let her forget the ghastly silence aboard Sunseeker. It wasn't easy for Sunseeker's chief pilot to ignore the quiet. Sunseeker was at rest, motors down, shields down. Only a pattern in the bowl's magnetic fields protected her from a flood of interstellar radiation, and an alien magnetic pattern, the Diaphanous, was shaping that. The silence was eerie after she had spent so long under its background working rumble. Now came a massive heavy thump. A tanker, she thought. Tankers and cargo craft were a cloud around Sunseeker, and there were thumps and scraping as one or another mated to the ship and masses moved through airlocks. Some robots dispatched by the folk clumped and clanked across the hull on magnetic graspers. She took a sip and shut out the fevered world. Email first, to get up to speed after 10 hours in the sack. She plunged in. The very first was a slab of homework from Tananarive. She had craftily recorded nearly all her interactions with the ice mines, at least those rendered in speech within the machine they had her trapped in. She had asked them to use audio rather than somehow making a voice resound in her mind. In the middle of the transcript, captured on her phone and patched up by a shipboard artilect, was a nugget. You must realize that Glory is not a true planet, but rather a shell world. Many different species of intelligent Glorians live on concentric spheres, with considerable atmosphere spaces between them. Many pillars support this system, and powerful energy sources provide light and heat. Entirely different life forms inhabit the differing spheres. The innermost shells support life without oxygen. These kinds come from deep within ordinary worlds, creatures of darkness and great heat. Some species have made their spheres into imitations of whatever their best-loved environments are. At the very top is a recreation of a primitive oxygen world, flush with forests and seas. This outer shell your astronomers have studied. You conclude that Glory is a succulent target for a colony. That upper layer is deceiving, perhaps deliberately so. We do not know. Certainly glory is not a simple prospect for your kind. The Glorians who constructed this shell paradise of theirs also communicate on scales of the galaxy itself. They do not use simple electromagnetics as you do. There are many worlds, many of them ruled by machine intelligences, who use electromagnetics over stellar scales. Emitting in these ways reveals an emergent society capable of beginner technologies. Most keep silent, their radiated power low, fearing unknown perils. We often found such silent planets. We were drawn to worlds we knew by distant examination were life-bearing, yet electromagnetically quiet. The Glorians disdain such societies. They wish to speak, over many long eras, with greater minds. Those who can blare forth using gravitational waves. Those waves are far harder to detect and stupendously more difficult to emit in coherent fashion, to carry messages. Here again, to radiate at all is a show of power. These signals you primates have detected but cannot translate? That is unsurprising. So thus have many minds discovered, over many millions of your years. Some of these who hear but cannot understand gravitational waves, the bowl encountered long ago. The gravitational message landscape is an intricate puzzle few solve. We ice minds have unraveled the Glorian waves with the help of the Diaphanous. It was a lengthy labor. They are strange, intriguing, and imply much more than they say. We now wish to know the Glorian masters ourselves, to join in their company. That is why the bowl now feels itself ready to approach. Before we did not dare. For you primates to dare is surely folly. Beth took a deep breath and watched people from another century, when she grew up, of course, walk down the streets of the English village, the sea breeze sighing, birds all a-twitter. So the ice mines were making their case for some of Sunseeker's passengers to stay. Fair enough. The problem was going to be Redwing. Next came data and text from Tananarive and Ship Artalex, dissecting the events with the Diaphanous. Carl and the theory Artelect had worked out some ideas about what the hell the diaphanous beings who had killed Claire could be. Self-organizing magnetic fields, smart bellies full of plasma, harvesting energy from the jet. And bigger than planets? Well, the jet was a puzzle, and managing it seemed beyond the folk. She and the others had ignored that problem, now pretty obvious once you thought of it. Who mustered solar storms to the jet base? Who got the mag fields aligned so the jet was under steady control? Something big. Beth tried to envision what would radiate waves kilometers long. That could induce enormous electric fields inside Sunseeker, and sound waves too. To such creatures, humans might be as inconsequential as the lice that pestered the skin of a blue whale. Without the Diaphanous, the whole bowl system was impossible. Want someone to manage a star? Take the children born in stellar magnetic arches, evolved there. Hire the locals. Enough. She left off the reading to get ready for her appointment with Redwing. Time to don the battle uniform, gal. 51. The worst part about the free-bounding exercise he did in zero-grav was the sweat. Sweat didn't run. Redwing clung to a stanchion and mopped some from his eyes, but it was hard to get it all. Some covered his eyes in lenses. Blinking only made his image of the big craft bay wobble. Then his belt rang, reminding him of his appointments with Carl and then Beth. Carl was waiting. Redwing hated showing up late for a crew appointment, but he had needed the exercise to clear his mind. As they went into his cabin, he saw his wall was running their real-time view. He was glad to see they had rounded the bowl lip and could see the knothole region again. Radiation remained near zero as the diaphanous sun-dweller's mag shield followed their orbit. Redwing could not imagine magnetic stresses that could grasp and guide a starship of 1,000 tons, but he was getting used to the apparently impossible. Carl grinned. It's been a hell of a ride. The way Beth drove us down into the cinch point of the knothole and then stood us here, blasting plasma out the back and pushing the standing kink over toward center into a straight line. Wow. Just wow. Redwing nodded. The finger snakes loved it too. They're bright, seemed to know a lot about how the jet works. I've seen piloting, but never like that. We owe her one. Maybe more than one, Carl said, but Redwing let it pass. Carl studied the hurricanes visible on long-range scopes. They were beyond spectacular when you adjusted for scale. In the fractured zones near the knothole, the seas were giving up their moisture to the lowered atmospheric pressure. An enormous hurricane fed on the air pressure drop, a quickening drift toward the ruptured atmospheric envelope. Maybe we need a new term, Carl said. He stood and pointed on the wall. See, those eddies form in the big churning spiral, then spin off into hurricanes. It's a fractal fluid turbulence. He increased screen resolution. So those too fling out smaller hurricanes, and so on down to some scale more like Earth's puny varieties. So more and more of them dance out their fury on the life below, Redwing said, musing. They'll take a while to patch the tears. Carl turned away, shaking his head. We really went too far. There was business to do, but he asked instead. A celebration seems in order. The old eat, drink, and be merry, plus we're all tired. Let's let the Artilex take over, say 2 hours from now, and muster the crew. Carl nodded, distracted. Redwing reflected that at tonight's party the entree steak would not be meat. The wine would be water plus a grape extract and alcohol, and the water was fashioned from their collective piss. After all the deaths, maybe being merry was the hard part. Captain, this blizzard of info we're getting from Tananarive and the folk, it's hard to digest. We're getting their point of view, and I try to cock it around to our line of sight. They're old, we're young. To be expected. Carl gave a wry smile. Some of these messages I sort of feel that they should have a space for fill in name, address, and solar system. It's hard to grasp their assumptions. And so, hard to know how to negotiate with them? Damn right. Look, the bowl is on a journey that takes it all over a chunk of the available galaxy. They should have settled most of the local arm by now. But these bird folk, they're deeply conservative. They don't seem to leave colonies. Redwing pursed his lips, sat back, and watched the super hurricane grinding on. He tried not to think about what was happening below them. His work. They say that's because the bowl is perfect, suited for the smart dinosaurs that built it. Warm, stable, predictable weather. They don't want to leave it. So? Then who's doing the exploring? The folk don't want to advertise this, but it's pretty clear. They tried colonies and failed. After millions of years in this nice, steady place, heaven, right? They don't work out well on planets. But they say they keep track of every star they've visited. That's how they knew what was going on, the great shame, all that. Carl leaned forward with a thin smile. It's the ice mines. They think slow, they live slow, but there's still room for boredom. They've left some of themselves in the local Oort clouds all over this galactic arm. Plus Earth's. They like it. There's no weather there. Stable, gives them lots of data, propagates the species too. And the folk? They're the caretakers. They pick up some new species every 1,000,000 years or so, but mostly they just lord it over all the other species on the bowl. The adopted, they call them. And we're the new kids on the block. Wait till you see this. Carl clicked his tablet and flashed a picture on the opposite wall, a view of 2 spheres orbiting each other, black and white. A simulation, too clean to be real. The ice mines think the Glorians have a binary charged black hole system, Tananarive says. It looks like this, they say. Since the black holes are basically very large charged particles, you could control their orbits with very large electromagnetic containment fields. That avoids collision of the black holes, but then they swerve them a little, so the near misses generate intense gravitational waves. That's the Glorians' communication link with other big-time civilizations in the galaxy. And the ice mines want in on the conversation? This was getting stranger than he liked. Social climbers, yes. They want to meet the adults, looks like. Redwing frowned. But they can't have black holes around the bowl. Too dangerous. Maybe so, but these black holes are small, maybe a few meters across. That small? It's still massive. Right, around 100 times more massive than Earth. Oh, and the Glorians made the holes, too. What? The ice mines want to find out how. And we're headed there. Redwing wanted to think this through, but a polite knock told him it was time for Beth. Carl said, I was talking to Fred just now, and he made an interesting point. Remember when we all were approaching the bowl? Flabbergasted, sure. But now Fred says to him it's been like a twisted encounter with the eventual human future. That makes no sense. In a tilted way, in Fred's style of thinking anyway, Sunseeker left an Earth already pretty well worked over by the human hand, remember? Sunlight reflected by sulfur dioxide particles shimmering in its stratosphere, so at the right angle we could see it from space. Clouds of seawater mist billowing up from those small sail ships to shield oceans from sunlight. Big carbon collector towers stretching out across continents. Farm waste rounded up and consigned to the deep ocean, where it'll keep for 1,000 years. Throwing fine-ground chalk into those oceans every year, remember that? In masses equal to the white cliffs of Dover? Redwing nodded, recalling the furiously working fretwork of corrections. Right, to offset the acid from absorbed CO2. I was in deep space for decades, running hot nukes. Made no difference to us. Me too, mostly. Somebody else's problem, and we had plenty of our own, running closed biospheres. Carl gave a wry shrug. That was pretty much taking on an infinite career, endlessly shaping habitat. So I see Fred's point. Why didn't he come with you to lay it out? Carl gave Redwing a skeptical arched eyebrow. You don't know he's scared of you? He does seem a bit quiet. He's not when you're absent. His point is, someone or something faced those same problems long ago. They built the bowl to be a better place. Got tired of planets, probably. Wanted to venture into the night sky, but in no hurry. So they took a big fraction of the species with them, left behind the stay-at-homes. Redwing liked this. You and Fred are saying they wanted managed landscapes that seemed natural. All nice and dinosaur-friendly warm, under a constant reddish sun. Plus its amigo, the Jolly Jet. Carl chuckled. God knows what Earth looks like now, centuries into running its biosphere. Is this a way of saying you and Fred want to stay on the bowl? Not at all. So what do I do with this new input? He disliked asking advice from crew, but at least they were alone. How does it affect going to Glory? I thought you should hear what the crew thinks. Time's up, I know. Carl stood and saluted. I want to go see the show at Glory, sir. Sail on. He left. When Beth came in, he could see her jaw set at a determined angle. She had looked that way through the long, hard hours straightening the standing knot. When it was done, she had barely made it to her quarters. Captain, I formally request transfer to the colony on the bowl. Colony? Things were moving too damn fast. The folk, okay. They're just speaking for the ice mines now. They say Cliff's team all want to stay. I want to join them. Look, I can't have crew leaving. We need a sharp pilot. Warm one up? I'm a biologist first, just a backup pilot, really. You're our best, the way you flew us. Then it's payback time, Captain. You made the deal with the folk, right? Not the folk, no, the ice mines and the Diaphanous, actually, seemed like. You have to leave some of us on the bowl, then, so leave enough to reproduce without inbreeding. The genetic stores need enough founding population to reduce risk, even with the genetic augmentations from the database. That's at least 100 people. No, several hundred. Defrost them while we're resupplying. You want a colony? That's what we were sent for. Redwing told himself to stay steady, calm, but his heart thumped harder. I'll have to do that anyway, Beth. The finger snakes want to ride with us. Just the 3, a male and 2 females. They don't seem to have an inbreeding problem, but 50 sill have already been picked. There are other species who might want to board. The Artilects say they can rework the freezer capsules, but some of our passengers will have to stay awake longer than optimal. You've got room for a bigger live crew, don't you? You're launching fully provisioned, yes? We're already near relativistic speed. Faster than that. We'll fly up the jet and get a boost from rounding the sun. Sure you want to miss that? I'm sure. I'm the one who wants to stay, Captain. Cliff is going along with that. Redwing sighed. Then there's no room for bird folk, of course, except as fertilized eggs and an artificial womb. But they want that, and it's a big volume. Beth's mouth twisted. After all they did to us? It's part of our deal. Those folk don't run the bowl. They're more like the cop on the beat. Corrupt cops. They kill other species to keep some equilibrium of theirs running. It's a murderous regime. They chased us, imprisoned us. We'll be carrying them because we could hardly carry ice mines, though we will have a Diaphanous. More on that later, when it's worked out. But your charge Earthside wasn't to pick up aliens and carry them. You have to adjust your initial launch orders to the situation. Beth, I'll have to download nearly half our passengers, and how do I pick them? It isn't as if I could thaw them and let them choose. They get no more vote than the unborn. Beth said, Pick mated couples. Pick the ones who wanted to colonize rather than explore. We were tested for attitudes. We were all picked for adaptability. Even so, she leaned forward smiling. He sat back, a little mouth twitch, telling her he found that a bit strange. Look at our larger aim, to get humanity out into the galaxy, play the big game. This way we have 2 colonies. Glory's a bigger game, he said. She hadn't heard Carl go on about the black hole radiator theory, but no doubt she would in the mess later, when the reconstituted booze started flowing. Glory's not our kind of game, I'd guess. Not yet. She shrugged ruefully. It's maybe a league up from what we can handle. The bowl was tough enough. Redwing knew enough to wait. Her voice became soft, almost sympathetic. But we'll get there. The bowl will get our first human colony to glory. Long after I'm dead, sure, and I'm hoping to reach 200. Hell, more. But we humans, we'll get there, and be waiting to meet up with you. Redwing frowned. I have orders. And crew. You'll have nearly 1,000 left in cold sleep. Plus, you know, not all our people on the ground down there want to stay. Tananarive doesn't. She's had enough of the folk, thank you. Okay, I heard that. You want to reunite with Cliff, too, so you'll join this bowl colony you want. Right, but not because of Cliff, especially. He's important to me, sure, but... Oh, that's right. You probably know from the field reports. Somebody must have blabbed, though it's obvious. He's been screwing Irma. Well, I'm not prepared to reveal... You don't have to. Put people under dire threat for many months, and the prospect of death makes them set about being sure there's going to be a replacement. Plus, it feels good when the world threatens you. Hey, I'm a biologist. I know. And Irma's coming with us. So is her husband. You don't? I don't mind. Irma, Cliff, that was a field event, as we used to call it. Whatever works in a pinch, I say. And isn't that party you talked about earlier about to start? A big sunny smile, and she gave him, unmistakably, a wink. 52. He got back to his cabin only a bit squiffed. Odd term, squiffed. He had inherited it from his grandfather, who had never given a definition. It was pretty clear, though, pleasantly inebriated, but in control, as a captain should be. Redwing also recalled a parting remark from his commanding officer just before he took the shuttle out to Sunseeker for his last transfer. Remember that people break down too, not just machinery. You had to give them room. There was plenty more to being a captain than bulldog stubbornness. Beth was good at giving him a different angle on events. It had been fun seeing her play with the finger snakes tonight. Who knew that they liked alcohol, too? There had been a lot of laughter, the pure long gasps that meant pressures were easing somewhere deep inside. Beth was good, quite so. But she hadn't seen that the ice mines wanted Tananarive to go forward to glory on Sunseeker as part of their exploratory advance party. Tananarive would be able to report back to the folk, or maybe directly to the ice mines, in an intuitive way, better than the rest of the rude invader primates, since now they knew how her mind worked. He still hadn't told Beth all of it. The ship would run up the jet, gulping plasma, boosting hard, and as it flew past the sun, Sunseeker would gain one more passenger. A Diaphanous would ride the motor. The Diaphanous thought that was a fresh opportunity, helping shape the magnetic geometry and exhaust parameters, while clinging to the ship and its scoop geometry. They'd never tried such a lark before, and maybe they wanted to meet up with the Diaphanous species on yet another star? Redwing suspected he would never truly know their motives. Sunseeker's Artilex had already been brought up to speed on that. Would a magnetic pattern obey a ship's captain? That problem could wait. He shrugged off his uniform and decided to shower in the morning. He brushed his teeth and dropped the plastic glass as he tried to dump the waste rinse water into the tiny bowl his cabin alone had. Was he losing his ability to process alcohol? Well, so be it. After all, he was somewhere in his 80s. He stared into the bowl. They had called this huge artifact Walk World when they first found it, but names were just pigeonholes. The feeling he had gotten at first glance, seeing the vast spinning machine at a distance, was of some parasite grasping a star, sucking life from it, and charging forward too, using that raw energy to move, forever restless, onward into the great night. Beth had been a quick, sharp slap in the face today. She had made him see the bigger view of what they were here for. He owed her for that, and he would miss her, he just now realized. Should he just stay here, dock Sunseeker somehow, and join the happy guys down on the bowl? No. He had a clear duty, and he would carry it out, even if all those who had ordered him were dead. The biggest mistake is being too afraid of making one, he had heard somewhere in his fleet training. Somehow, in this evening, with Beth's help, he had made a lot of them. On his wall he called up the real-time view of the landscape passing below them. They were headed for a good place to rendezvous with the lander they had sent down. The folk would put Tananarive on board, and Ivy, who had just changed his mind. Tech types often did. The folk would send up supplies, and it shouldn't take long to mate their comm gear with Sunseekers, so they could stay in close touch with the bowl and get going again, bound for glory. Yes, squiffed he was. Indeed, sir. Onward. This bowl was not so strange after all, Maybe it meant that really advanced societies overshot their agenda, gliding for a while in the enameled perfection of their way of life, following habits deep-grained and evolved long before. So they correct and modify and engineer and correct again, build big and think again. The bowl was the first big strange idea humanity had really met, terrifying and intriguing, and among many yet to come. Of that he was sure. Terrors can be mirrors, too. Details. The tortured landscapes below passed before his eyes like an unending scroll. He thought of how the decisions that seem momentous in the moment, or even over a lifetime, were flickering instants in the life of the bowl. These matters were too small to be observed by the ice mines, just single passing lives. The bowl had made them look back across a gulf of not mere centuries or millennia, but on the grand scale of evolution itself. Maybe that was the true deep purpose of coming out here among the stars, to see times that glowed and shimmered in memory's flickering light. He had a thought. Was there more than one bowl coasting around the galaxy? Maybe such things were a technological niche that others thought of and inhabited. Very long-view things, hard to quite grasp for humans. Maybe if alien species had the right precursor society, that of those smart dinosaurs who loved warmth and sun and stillness, then their love of a forever summer would make them build such contraptions. If so, the blunt hammer of evolution gave another strategy to gain the stars, one different from smart, talky primates. Whatever waited at glory in its stacked levels, there was a biosphere on top, a place to love beneath a star that had a sunset every day. Beings who lived in layers would be strange indeed, and humanity would have to adapt. Redwing smiled. If the bowl had taught him anything, it was about human versatility. He would be alert when he reached glory after a long sleep, and he liked his odds. It couldn't be stupid to voyage out in small vessels to distant worlds where beauty and happiness would get redefined again and again, even if Earth became a distant and perhaps wistful memory. As all his crew and himself would inevitably be, for sure. The expansion of human horizons was an ultimate good. Whatever built the bowl had believed that too. There was something comforting in that thought alone. Time for bed. Afterword. Big, smart objects. 1. How we built the books. Gregory Benford's take. In science fiction, a big dumb object is any immense mysterious object that generates an intense sense of wonder just by being there. The Diamond as Big as the Ritz by F. Scott Fitzgerald is a non-SF example. They don't have to be inert constructs, so perhaps the dumb aspect also expresses the sensation of being struck dumb by the scale of them. Larry said to me at a party, "Big dumb objects are so much easier. Collapsed civilizations are so much easier. Yeah, let's bring them up to speed." So we wrote Bowl of Heaven, deciding that we needed 2 volumes to do justice to a big, smart object. The bowl has to be controlled because it's not neutrally stable. His ring world is a big dumb object since it's passively stable, as we are when we stand still. Or the ring world would be, except for nudges that can make it fall into the sun. Those are fairly easy to catch in time. Larry put active stabilizers into the second ring world novel. A smart object is statically unstable, but dynamically stable, as we are when we walk. We fall forward on one leg, then catch ourselves with the other. That takes a lot of fast signal processing and coordination. We're the only large animal without a tail that's mastered this. 2 legs are dangerous without a big brain or a stabilizing tail. There have been several big, dumb objects in SF, but as far as I know, no smart ones. Our big smart object is larger than Ringworld and is going somewhere, using an entire star as its engine. Our bowl is a shell more than 100 million miles across, held to a star by gravity, and some electrodynamic forces. The star produces a long jet of hot gas which is magnetically confined so well it spears through a hole at the crown of the cup-shaped shell. This jet propels the entire system forward, literally a star turned into the engine of a ship that is the shell, the bowl. On the shell's inner face, a sprawling civilization dwells. The novel's structure doesn't resemble Larry's Ringworld much because the big problem is dealing with the natives. The virtues of any big object, whether dumb or smart, are energy and space. The collected solar energy is immense, and the living space lies beyond comprehension except in numerical terms. While we were planning this, my friend Freeman Dyson remarked, "I like to use a figure of demerit for habitats, namely the ratio R of total mass to the supply of available energy. The bigger R is, the poorer the habitat. If we calculate R for the Earth using total incident sunlight as the available energy, the result is about 12,000 tons per watt. If we calculate R for a cometary object with optical concentrators traveling anywhere in the galaxy where a zero-magnitude star is visible, the result is 100 tons per watt. A cometary object, almost anywhere in the galaxy, is 120 times better than planet Earth as a home for life. The basic problem with planets is that they have too little area and too much mass. Life needs area, not only to collect incident energy but also to dispose of waste heat. In the long run, life will spread to the places where mass can be used most efficiently, far away from planets, to comet clouds or to dust clouds not too far from a friendly star. If the friendly star happens to be our sun, we have a chance to detect any wandering life form that may have settled here. This insight helped me think through the bowl, which has an R of about 10 to the negative 10th power. The local centrifugal gravity avoids entirely the piling up of mass to get a grip on objects and just uses rotary mechanics. So, of course, that shifts the engineering problem to the bowl's structural demands. Big human-built objects, whether pyramids, cathedrals, or skyscrapers, can always be criticized as criminal wastes of a civilization's resources, particularly when they seem tacky or tasteless. But not if they extend living spaces and semi-natural habitat. This idea goes back to Olaf Stapledon's Star Maker. Not only was every solar system now surrounded by a gauze of light traps, which focused the escaping solar energy for intelligent use so that the whole galaxy was dimmed, but many stars that were not suited to be suns were disintegrated and rifled of their prodigious stores of subatomic energy. Our smart bowl craft is also going somewhere, not just sitting around waiting for visitors like Ringworld, and its tenders live aboard. We started with the obvious. Where are they going? And why? Answering that question generated the entire frame of the two novels. That's the fun of smart objects. They don't just awe, they also intrigue. My grandfather used to say as we headed out into the Gulf of Mexico on a shrimping run, "A boat is just looking for a place to sink." So heading out to design a new shiny big smart object, I said, "An artificial world is just looking for a seam to pop." You're living just meters away from a high vacuum that's moving fast because of the bowl's spin to supply centrifugal gravity. That makes it easy to launch ships, since they have the rotational velocity with respect to the bowl or Ringworld. But that also means high seam-popping stresses have to be compensated. Living creatures on the sunny side will want to tinker, try new things. "You know, Fred, I think I can fix this plumbing problem with just a drill through right here." Oops. The vacuum can suck you right through. Suddenly you're moving off on a tangent at 1,000 kilometers a second, far larger than the 50 kilometers per second needed to escape the star. This makes exploring passing nearby stars on flyby missions easy. But that easy exit is a hazard indeed. To live on a big smart object, you'd better be pretty smart yourself. Larry Niven's take. The enormous big thing was my friend David Gerald's description of a plot line that flowered after the publication of Ringworld. Stories like Orbitsville, Ring, Newton's Wake, John Varley's Titan trilogy, and Rendezvous with Rama depend on the sense of wonder evoked by huge, ambitious endeavors. Ringworld wasn't the first. There had been stories that built and destroyed whole universes. These objects often become icons of larger issues implying unknowable reaches and perspectives. Their governing question is usually, who built this thing, and why? They had fallen out of favor. I wasn't the first to notice that a fallen civilization is easier to describe than a working one. Your characters can sort through the artifacts without hindrance until they've built a picture of the whole vast structure. Conan the Barbarian, and countless barbarians to follow, found fallen civilizations everywhere. I took this route quite deliberately with Ringworld. I was young and untrained, and I knew it. A fully working civilization, doomed, if they ever lose their grasp on their tools, is quite another thing. I wouldn't have tried it alone. Jerry Pournelle and I have described working civilizations several times in Footfall, Lucifer's Hammer, and The Burning City. With Greg Benford, I was willing to take a whack at a Dyson-level civilization. Greg shaped the bowl in its first design. It had a gaudy simplicity that grabbed me from the start. It was easy to work with, essentially a ring world with a lid and a star for a motor. We got Don Davis involved in working some dynamite paintings. Greg kept seeing implications. The bowl's history grew more and more elaborate. Ultimately, I knew we'd need at least 2 volumes to cover everything we'd need to show. That gave us time and room. 2. Fun with high tech. Warning, some plot spoilers lurk here. Our first book, Bowl of Heaven, set up reader expectations and introduced the folk who ran the place, or thought so. That let us wrap up storylines in the sequel, Shipstar, in part by undermining the expectations built up in Bowl of Heaven. We chose to write all this in 2 volumes because it took time to figure out. The longer time also let us process what many readers thought of Bowl of Heaven, its problems and processes. Much of this comes from the intricacies of how the bowl came to be built, plus its origins. We supposed the founders made its understory frame with something like scrith, a ringworld term, grayish translucent material with strength on the order of the nuclear binding energy, stuff from the same level of physics as held Ringworld from flying apart. This stuff is the only outright physical miracle needed to make Ringworld or the bowl work mechanically. Rendering Ringworld stable is a simple problem, just counteract small sidewise nudges. Making the bowl work in dynamic terms is far harder. The big problem is the jet and its magnetic fields. This was Benford's department, since he published many research papers in the Astrophysical Journal and the like on jets from the accretion disks around black holes, some of which are far bigger than galaxies. But who manages the jet? And how, since it's larger than worlds? This is how you get plot moves from the underlying physics. One way to think of the strength needed to hold the bowl together is by envisioning what would hold up a tower 100,000 kilometers high on Earth. The tallest building we now have is the 829.8-meter, 2,722 feet tall Burj Khalifa in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. So for Ringworld or for the bowl, we're imagining a scrith-like substance 100,000 times stronger than the best steel and carbon composites can do now. Even under static conditions, though, buildings have a tendency to buckle under varying stresses. Really bad weather can blow over very strong buildings. So this is mega engineering by master engineers indeed. Neutron stars can cope with such stresses, we know. And smart aliens or even ordinary humans might do well, too. So, let engineers at Caltech, where Larry was an undergraduate, or Georgia Tech, where Benford nearly went, or MIT, where Benford did a sabbatical, take a crack at it, then wait a century or two. Who knows what they might invent? This is a premise, and still better, a promise, the essence of modern science fiction. Our own inner solar system contains enough usable material for a classic Dyson sphere. The planets and vast cold swarms of ice and rock, like our Kuiper belt and Oort clouds, all that, orbiting around another star, can plausibly give enough mass to build the bowl. For alien minds, this could be a beckoning temptation. Put it together from freely orbiting substructures, stick it into bigger masses, use molecular glues, then stabilize such sheet masses into plates that can get nudged inward. This lets the builders lock them together into a shell. For example, from spherical triangles. The work of generations, even for beings with very long lifespans. We humans have done such, as seen in Chartres Cathedral, the Great Wall, and much else. Still, who did this? Maybe the bowl was first made for just living beneath constant sunshine. So at first the builders may have basked in the glow of their smaller sun, developing and colonizing the bowl with ambitions to have a huge surface area, with room for immense natural expanses. But then the bowl natives began dreaming of colonizing the galaxy. They hit on the jet idea, and already had the knothole as an exit for it. Building the mirror zone took a while, but then the jet allowed them to voyage. It didn't work as well as they thought, and demanded control, which they did by using large magnetic fields. The system had virtues for spaceflight, too. Once in space, you're in free fall. The bowl mass is fairly large, but you exit on the outer hull at high velocity, so the faint attraction of the bowl is no issue. Anyone can scoot around the solar system, and it's cleared of all large masses. The bowl atmosphere serves to burn any meteorites that punch through the monolayer. The key idea is that a big fraction of the bowl is mirrored, directing reflected sunlight onto a small spot on the star, the foot of the jet line. From this spot, the enhanced sunlight excites a standing flare that makes a jet. This jet drives the star forward, pulling the bowl with it through gravitation. The jet passes through a knothole at the bottom of the bowl, out into space as exhaust. Magnetic fields entrained on the star surface wrap around the outgoing jet plasma and confine it, so it does not flare out and paint the interior face of the bowl, where a whole living ecology thrives, immensely larger than Earth's area. So it's a huge moving object, the largest we could envision, since we wanted to write a novel about something beyond Niven's ring world. For plausible stellar parameters, the jet can drive the system roughly a light year in a few centuries. Slow but inexorable, with steering a delicate problem, the bowl glides through the interstellar reaches. The star acts as a shield, stopping random asteroids that may lie in the bowl's path. There is friction from the interstellar plasma and dust density acting against the huge solar magnetosphere of the star, essentially a sphere 100 astronomical units in radius. So the jet can be managed to adjust acceleration if needed. If the jet becomes unstable, the most plausible destructive mode is the kink, a snarling knot in the flow that moves outward. This could lash sideways and hammer the zones near the knothole with virulent plasma, a dense solar wind. The first mode of defense, if the jet seems to be developing a kink, would be to turn the mirrors aside, not illuminating the jet foot. But that might not be enough to prevent a destructive kink. This has happened in the past, we decided, and lives in bowl legend. The reflecting zone of mirrors is defined by an inner angle, theta, and the outer angle, omega. Reflecting sunlight back onto the star, focused to a point, then generates a jet which blows off. This carries most of what would be the star's solar wind, trapped in magnetic fields and heading straight along the system axis. The incoming reflected sunlight also heats the star, which struggles to find an equilibrium. The net opening angle, omega minus theta, then, defines how much the star heats up. We set omega equals 30 degrees and theta equals 5 degrees, so the mirrors subtend that 25-degree band in the bowl. The bowl rim can be 45 degrees or larger. The K2 star is now running in a warmer regime, heated by the mirrors, thus making its spectrum nearer that of Sol. This explains how the star can have a spectral class somewhat different from that predicted by its mass. It looks oddly colored, more yellow than its mass would indicate. For that matter, that little sun used to be a little bigger. It's been blowing off a jet for many millions of years. Still, it should last a long time. The bowl could circle the galaxy itself several times. 3. Bowl design. As the book says, the bowl star is K2 star, similar to Epsilon Eridani, K2-5. Intermediate in size between red M-type main sequence stars and yellow G-type main sequence stars. So its light is reddish and a tad less bright than Sol. There is a broad cylindrical segment of the bowl at its outer edge, the Great Plain. This is huge, roughly the scale of Ringworld, with centrifugal gravity Earth normal times 0.8, so humans can walk easily there. Beyond that is the bowl curve, a hemisphere that arcs inward toward the knothole. On the hemisphere, the walk, the centrifugal gravity varies with latitude and is not perpendicular to the local ground. To make a level walking surface, the bowl has to have many platforms that are parallel to the jet axis, so gravity points straight down. The local apparent centrifugal gravity has two vector components. A. Centrifugal gravity that is perpendicular to the local level surface on the bowl versus angle psi in radians. Here psi is measured away from the polar bowl axis, that is, the jet axis. The curve peaks at 90 degrees, where the Great Plain has a local G of 1 in this plot. It's 0.8 of Earth's. B. Below shows the magnitude of centrifugal gravity that is parallel to the local level surface on the bowl versus angle psi. Thus, it's the felt force pushing away from the pole where the knothole lies, along the local level. So the pushing away force is largest at the mid-latitudes, then falls away because the total force is small at the poles. This component also vanishes on the Great Plain. The builders designed it this way so that some of the lands are hard to walk upon in the direction of the knothole. This discourages others from simply traveling to the knothole by a slog across the entire bowl. It takes a lot of work, working against a slanted local gravity, especially near the mirror zones, which are in the mid-latitudes. Remember also that you must pump fluids around, since local forces drive rivers to flow, and either they return through clouds and rain, or you must pump them when the weather doesn't perform well. There's a tendency for fluids to wind up in the lower gravity regions, too. We did other such calculations, and many such didn't get into the final book, but they lurked in our minds. This may be an example of Ernest Hemingway's dictum that the more you know about a story's background, the more you can then leave out, and the detail will still make the story stronger because of the confident way you write it. This odd centrifugal gravity also presents the builders with a big stress problem. Holding together this whirling, forward-driving system demands nuclear force levels of strength. The atmosphere is quite deep, more than 200 kilometers. This soaks up solar wind and cosmic rays. Also, the pressure is higher than Earth normal by about 50%, depending on location in the bowl. It is also a reservoir to absorb the occasional big unintended hit to the ecology. Compress Earth's entire atmosphere down to the density of water, and it would only be 30 feet deep. Everything we're dumping into our air goes into just 30 feet of water. The bowl has much more, over 100 yards deep in equivalent water. Too much carbon dioxide? It gets more diluted. This deeper atmosphere explains why in low-grav areas surprisingly large things can fly. Big aliens and even humans. We humans Earthside enjoy a partial pressure of 0.21 bars of oxygen, and we can do quite nicely in a 2-bar atmosphere of almost pure oxygen. But be careful about fire. The bowl has a bit less than we like, 0.18 bar, but the higher pressure compensates. This depresses fire risk, someone figures out later. Starting out, we wrote a background history of where the builders came from, which we didn't insert into the novel. It lays out a version of that distant history that isn't necessarily what we ended up implying and partially describing. Long before 65 million years ago, there were dinosaurs who maintained internal temperatures through feathers in a largely warmer world. But they ventured out with rockets into a solar system chilly and hostile. Still, they needed metals and did not want to destroy their biosphere with the pollutants from smelting, fast energy use, excess carbon dioxide, and the like. So the bird folk split into 2 factions. The go-backs, who wanted to return to simple habits compatible with the world they once knew, using only minimal technology, and the forwards, who wanted to recreate around the minor star, which became the bowls, a fresh paradise that fulfilled the warm, comfortable paradise the folk had once known, that could send the forwards out into the galaxy that beckoned, full of living worlds ripe for the spread of the evolving folk and all they stood for. Some of the forwards were impatient to see what worlds lay millennia away. Many had themselves put in stasis to await a planetary rendezvous. Some faiths arose, hoping to commune somehow with the god minds whose SETI signals told of great feats of engineering. But these turned out to be funeral pyre signals of greatness departed long before. By that time, Earth was far behind the bowl and shrouded in nostalgic legend. So came the separation, with the warmth-loving forwards leaving and the go-backs remaining on Earth. There they returned to the free life available in the ancestral lands. They kept their numbers low and gradually came to dislike the technologies they had inherited from the forwards and the earlier civilizations. They reverted to a quiet, calm agricultural culture, and they prospered, until a bright flaring tail appeared in their skies. After all, by then, the dinosaurs didn't have a space program. April 2013. End of Shipstar by Gregory Benford and Larry Niven. Gregory Benford and Larryniven. Read by Joe Peck in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services Incorporated for the Library of Congress, February 2016. Published by Tor Books, Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.